Chapter 1 Possession. This is the magic delta in the back section of the Grand Line, an area always shrouded in thick fog. In the year 1471 of the Hyuan calendar, on top of a dilapidated bull-headed ship, two souls glowing with faint green light suddenly collided and merged into a ball of light that entered a skeleton with an explosive head on the deck of the ship. A few days later, Brook moved on the deck and stood up unsteadily. Brook tried to move his feet, but he couldn't find the strength and fell to the board. I thought sure enough the body has rotted away. It's amazing. Only the bones are left, but it can still move. Brook sat on the deck and clumsily manipulated his fleshless hands and feet, touching here and there. Oh ho ho ho, it's not easy. After searching for a year, I finally found it, although only the bones are left. Brook tried to control his body to stand up, but found that it was very difficult to stand up without flesh and blood meridians. After trying several times, he finally stood up unsteadily. Oops. A slightly lazy voice in a different language from Brook came from Brook's skull. Two skeletal arms were raised above his head and he stretched. Fuck, where the hell is this? A symbolic national curse came from Mo1's mouth. Yes, this is our protagonist, or half of the protagonist, Mo1, a Chinese from the Milky Way, the third planet in the solar system, Earth. If you want to ask why you came to this place similar to Earth, I can only answer you Mo1 ask. Who is talking? To Mo1, it felt like a Japanese voice came from his own body, or it was said by himself at all. The reason why he could tell it was in Japanese was because he didn't watch so many movies for free. Who are you? Where am I? Mo1 asked in a panic. While asking, I looked around and found that I seemed to be in a thick fog, and I could only vaguely feel that I was on the ship from the undulating ground. Ghost. There is a ghost here, help. Brook seized control of her body and scrambled away from where she was just now using her hands and feet. Mo1, who lost control of his body, heard a burst of unintelligible Japanese. I finally determined that it was the language of Little Japan. Although I didn't understand the voice, it felt a little inexplicably familiar. By turning his head, Mo1 saw an extremely strange body. What's the situation? Mo1 tried to move his skeletal hand and found that it was extremely difficult. But he could clearly feel that it was his own body, and a horrified voice sounded in his head. What's going on? I'm dead. Mo1 felt extremely terrified. He was supposed to be on his way home from get off work. But why did he end up in a black mist and turn into a bone? The bones could also speak Japanese. Japanese? Yo, ho ho ho. Mo1 tried his best to turn his head and took a closer look at the hands and feet that were crawling uncontrollably. Well, they were familiar, a somewhat shabby black dress and black pants. He said in disbelief. Brook, Pirate King? You know me. Where are you? Brook heard his own name. Although it was a bit non-standard, it was indeed his name. Well, Mo1 got another sentence that he didn't understand, and he was eager to know what happened and why he was here. Mo1 calmed down a little and tried to use his hands and feet. Well, it was completely useless. Mo1 gave up on checking the surrounding situation and thought in his heart. Well, the body of bones is similar to the laughter of Brook the Pirate King, similar to Japanese. IT should be on the ship, Black Mist, and Devil's Delta. After calming down, Mo1 was a little resigned to his fate. He felt that he might have traveled through time or was dressed as Brook. They didn't know what went wrong. The two of them were in the same body. Maybe the time travel failed. What I'm wearing is too much, so I'm just wearing it. Anyway, I'm alone. I can't bear the language barrier and can't communicate. What if I become a skeleton? Where's my virgin body sealed for life? Don't ask for a moment of desperate complaints. I tried to use Chinese kindergarten-level English and a few simple Japanese words I learned from Japanese teachers to communicate with Brook, but basically I could only get answers that I couldn't understand. Mo1 fell into despair. He had no idea, and his whole soul seemed to have shrunk back into his head. Dead, 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 dead. Brook, who regained control of his body, calmed down a little and heard another sentence that he didn't quite understand. As for the language, there are only some simple words from the West Sea, and I don't understand it very well, similar to the language from the East China Sea, and I can't communicate well even if I try to communicate. Plus, there's a feeling of fighting in the front of my body, and I can guess what happened. Well, it must be that I left my body for a year and another personality was born, and then with my return now, we become two people. This should be medically schizophrenia, so I'm mentally ill now. Chapter 2, Become a Disciple of Brook. Sensing that there seemed to be no danger around him, Brook felt that he had found a reason and put down his worries. Regardless of whether he is sick or possessed by an evil spirit, after all, he will die with only a handful of old bones left, so there is nothing to worry about. Brook began to slowly control his body, from his hands to his feet, slowly stood up and walked staggeringly. After a while, Brook felt something strange. The bone body was actually lighter than when it was made of flesh and blood, but its strength was only less than 10% of its original strength. This also meant that his sword skills would be greatly reduced. It took him a while to gain control of his body, and Brook couldn't help but be silent for a moment while looking at the skeletons on the deck. Returning to the place where he died just now, he picked up a black hat and straightened out his worn dress. I slowly came to the captain's room on the second floor and saw that it was a mess, so I started to move out the sundries from the captain's room and emptied it out. Mo1's perspective was always focused on Brook. He saw Brook slowly putting away some scattered skeletons around him to the captain's cabin on the second floor. He didn't care whether Brook understood or not and asked, "Brook, is this your partner of the Lumba Pirates?" "Yes, we haven't seen each other for a year, and I don't know if Captain Yoshi survived." Brook, who roughly guessed what the other party said, replied. The person who responded to Mo1 was in unintelligible Japanese, which made Mo1 a little overwhelmed and unable to communicate at all. Mo1 felt that he needed to introduce himself formally. Well, at least let Brook know his name. What should I say in Japanese? Oh, by the way, Mo1 felt the existence of his arm, took control of the arm, and made a not-so-standard fist-holding ceremony, using Luffy's famous saying that he had heard countless times. "I want to be a pirate." "No, I am. Don't ask. Please give me some advice." Brook had just moved his friends to the captain's cabin when his arm suddenly made a strange movement out of control, and he heard an introduction that he could barely understand. Well, as a pirate, his name is Mo1. Brook took over the body, put his right hand on his chest, performed a standard gentleman's courtesy, and introduced himself. "I am the acting captain of the Lombard Pirates, by Brook. You have called me before, so you should recognize me." Mo1 felt that this should be a response to his introduction just now. He could only understand half of it. My balls ached, and I didn't know how to communicate later, and I replied, "Okay." "Yes," and then I went diving quietly. While watching Brook collect the remains of the Lumba Pirates, he watched Brook begin to search the entire ship again. Mo1 felt that the current problem was communication, had to master the language first, and then see if there was any way to get a flesh and blood body. I don't want to be a lifelong virgin. Isn't the Empress Nami Robin delicious? Mo1, who was in a state of soul, had tears of dissatisfaction flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he had already begun to daydream. Well, look at this situation. Brook has just been resurrected. It will be more than 20 years before Roger dominates the sea, and it will be more than 40 years before Luffy comes here. Try to learn the language in half a year, build a physical body in 5 years, practice swordsmanship, eat some fruit, ride on Roger's boat and become a veteran, and then be recruited by some world government or navy and become a Shichibukai, developing in a low profile, killing the 4 emperors and becoming a... After a period of wonderful fantasy, Mo1 saw Brook finally stopping and preparing to play with the violin and cane sword he had just found. Mo1 began to try to express his intention to ask Brook to teach him the language, with a flurry of Chinese and plastic Japanese and English body movements. Brook looked at the dancing body, half understanding a bunch of words, and finally roughly guessed what Mo1 wanted to express. Considering that the only person on the ship who could talk was the pirate named Mo1, Brook also wanted to know what happened, so Brook grabbed the body, nodded, and the skull creaked with a smile. Oh, that's okay. Although I'm not a linguist, I can teach you the basics and the language." When Mo1 saw Brook nodded, knowing that he had agreed to his request to learn the language, he felt relieved and hurriedly thanked him in plastic Japanese. Thank you, Brook's son." Brook couldn't help but touch the crutch in his hand, feeling that he had caused some trouble for himself. Chapter 3. 2 years later. A burst of singing slowly came from far and near in the empty and quiet fog. "I will send Binks's wine to you, just like the sea breeze, riding the wind and waves on the other side of the sea." A large, dilapidated sailing ship with horns and skulls slowly sailed from the black mist to the sound of singing. On the bow deck, there was a skeleton wearing a black gentleman's dress, a top hat, and an exaggerated afro hairstyle, playing the violin elegantly. Of course, if you want to be elegant, you have to get rid of his whole body and his slightly out-of-tune singing voice. "Yo ho ho ho, it's too ugly. I don't ask, boy. You are the most ugly singer I have ever seen since I came back to life. Yo ho ho ho, even though you don't have a mouth either, skeleton joke." Brook scoffed. "No, wait, I was a famous musical genius in school back then. It's Brook who is too demanding. It's too difficult to control the skeleton to make sounds. And have you seen anyone else since you came back to life?" If anyone sees this scene, they will definitely be shocked. A skeleton is playing the violin, making two sounds and talking to itself. Brook put down the violin in his hand, unbuttoned his dress, and slowly inserted the violin from his abdomen, ending today's music time. Brook, we have been on this boat for more than 2 years, and there is no way this boat can take us out of this sea. Brook slowly buttoned up the dress, and Mountain's voice came from his skull's mouth. Oh ho ho ho, there's nothing we can do. My partner is still on this ship that I can't abandon my partner. Brook touched the little hat on his head and said elegantly. Mowen used the skeleton hand to lift the crutch leaning on the stick and said with a smile, Well, Brook, can you teach me sword skills? I'm very interested, please. Okay, I can teach you slowly. Anyway, according to you, I will have to stay here for a long time. Yo ho 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 ho. 7. Brook gave control of her body to Mowen. Really? Can you teach me sword skills? Mo1 was extremely excited when he heard that Brook promised to teach him sword skills. According to the anime, Brook was considered a swordsman when he first appeared. He must learn this. Are you going to survive this damn hard life? Thinking about the past 2 years. Hey, it's so difficult. Recalling the days when I didn't even see the sun, a string of tears flowed from my eyes. In this sea area filled with thick fog, there are no normal living people at all. In the past 2 years, their souls have only seen countless dilapidated unmanned ships. The ship of the Lombard pirates was no longer able to sail, so it could only be left to drift. Unexpectedly, it had been floating in this sea for 2 years. Not only was it not seen, not even a ghost was seen. Wen and Brook, who had been drifting in the Devil's Sea for 2 years, were still trying to find a way to separate their two souls. After trying various methods to no avail, the two of them could only give up temporarily and make do with their lives. In the past 2 years, the only thing Mo1 could do was to get familiar with his skeleton body and learn the language from Brook. It took 2 years for Brook to finally master the basic common language of this world. As countries gradually joined the world government over hundreds of years, officials gradually unified their currency in 2 widely used languages, identifying them as common currency and the world's official languages. The language in the East China Sea and the South China Sea is similar to Japanese, referred to as Southeastern language, and the language in the West China Sea and the North Sea is similar to English Northwest language. Generally speaking, those who survive on the Grand Line can basically use 2 languages proficiently. Since the Southeastern language is commonly used in the East China Sea, the writing of the characters is still very similar to the Chinese in the previous life, so it took Mo1 half a year to master it, and then he thought that it was almost done, which made Mo1 miserable. I learned from Brook that if you want to survive on the Grand Line, it is best to master these 2 official languages recognized by the world. Mo1 had no choice but to start his studies in life again. As a result, it took another year and a half before Mo1 barely learned this Southwest Sea language, which was similar to the Western languages in his previous life. Chapter 4, Learning Swordsmanship. Don't ask, Bo. Are you ready? Okay, it's all right. Brook nodded, picked up the purple crutch beside him, touched the curved hilt, and began to explain to Mo1. The path of swordsmanship is basically divided into 2 types. One is power, and the other is skill. Let me tell you the basics first. Mo1's interest increased greatly, and he began to listen seriously. Had to listen to the lecture carefully in this regard. After all, in the world of pirates, if you don't play with swords, it's not in vain. Yo ho ho ho, the so-called sword way of power is mainly about strength, and it is more suitable for people with huge strength and strong body. This is common in the sea now. With special techniques, it can split rocks and steel. In terms of swordsmanship, it is mainly based on skills. It is also called fast sword skill. This kind of skill is relatively small in strength and light in stature. It's just that it takes a long time to practice this kind of swordsmanship. If you don't reach a certain level, you won't be able to beat a powerful swordsman. Yeah, okay, I choose strength. Mo1 nodded and immediately made his choice. Brook swung his crutches and said helplessly, The weapon I use is a cane sword. It is a ceremonial sword technique from the West Sea. It is a fast sword. Furthermore, the swordsmanship of ordinary strength requires unique breathing methods as well as strength. You see, we are skeletons without flesh and blood organs. Even if you learn it, you will not achieve much. If you want to become a swordsman, it is even more difficult. Impossible. Yo ho ho ho. You can only choose the art of swordsmanship. Practicing sword skills is only suitable for this kind of learning. Not a lot of time anyway. By the way, are we really going to be trapped here for decades? Yo ho ho ho. After listening to Brook's question, Mo1 felt a pain in his balls. It's all because of his bad mouth. There are no entertainment activities in this deserted sea. Fortunately, Brook can talk, Otherwise, he would go crazy. Then as he was talking, Brook tricked him into telling him why he would have to be trapped here for decades before he could see a living person, about Roger who would dominate the sea in 20 years, and Rab who had been waiting for 50 years. If you go, you'll only have to honestly explain the origin of this world. Initially, Brook didn't believe it at all, but as he hadn't seen a living person in 2 years, Brook began to focus on this again, trying to get more information. Emoan said silently, yes, it will take more than 40 years before we can meet the Shichibukai. Our shadow has been taken away by others. So we need to find another boat to see if we can get out. This boat is definitely cursed. Oh ho ho ho, I will never abandon the ship, but will Rab really wait for me for 50 years? I'm so confused. Brook said, holding her afro in both hands. Emoan didn't know how to answer. Brook's mood was only relatively low when he mentioned Whale Rabu earlier. It may be that the Lombard pirates have only been separated from Rab for about a year, and Brook spent a year looking for the body. There is no relationship like 50 years later, but as the 2 years have passed, Brook has become a little anxious. I don't know if I can break this fate. I don't want to stay here for decades. Emoan looked at Brook and comforted. Brook, with some luck, we can encounter the legendary largest ship in the world, which comes from the West Sea. Then you can just hide your friend inside. Probably already here. Brook also raised a little hope when he heard that there was such a ship in this area, but it would be best to put his friends on the ship in the West Sea and leave this ghost place. Emoan saw that Brook had calmed down a little and asked, well, Brook, sword skills, how should I train? Brook found that he was a little distracted in front of him, trying to think about other things, and hurriedly said, hey, sorry, since we don't have flesh and blood, we don't need to exercise our breathing methods and body strength. We can just practice the skills directly. The more we practice, the better we will become. Practice makes perfect. Brook has become accustomed to short and precise words like Emoan. Picking up the crutch, there was a ding, and a cold light emitted from the crutch. Emoan looked over and saw that the sword in the crutch had been pulled out. It was a double-edged sword with slender blade and an extremely sharp sword. Brook made a standard forward thrust and said, my swordsmanship is learned from the ceremonial swordsmanship of the Kingdom Guards in my hometown of Shihai. It can also be called the Western swordsmanship. It mainly focuses on thrusting, with splitting and picking as the base. You should practice the stabbing move first. Brook, don't you mainly draw your sword and slash? Can I learn that? Emoan muttered softly. I remember that Brook's sword-drawing chop seemed very powerful. What a singer. Yo, ho, don't ask, boy. You want to run before you even learn how to walk. Learn the basics first. Brook laughed and cursed. Okay, watch carefully. Put your legs and feet into an attack posture. Integrate your eyes and hands and charge forward to stab. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Emoan looked towards the place where the sound came from and saw a sword hole the size of a football appearing on the edge of the ship more than 1 meter, high 3 meters in front of where Brook was thrust. The skeleton's jaw was so shocked that it was dislocated. This was a few meters away, and the damage was still so strong. Brook was also a little annoyed. How could he destroy the ship? He hadn't had a sword for a long time, and he was a little unsure of its strength. Don't ask, just practice according to the movements I teach you. Well, there is no need to practice with real objects first. When you find the unmanned ship, go to it and find something for you to stab. Don't damage my ship. After speaking, Brook handed his body to Emoan. Just practice. I will guide you. Chapter 5, The Foggy Years. Emoan took over the control of the body and waved the cane sword in his hand. In the past 2 years, he had tried to play with his sword, but he could only swing it left and right, breaking even a piece of wood. I was extremely envious when I saw Brook using a move similar to sword energy today, and I secretly made up my mind to learn this. After 2 years, Emoan and Brook had basically figured out this body. According to Brook's test, because the body has no flesh and blood organs and cannot borrow muscles, the body's strength is about -% when Brook was alive. However, because the body is just bones, its flexibility has increased by about 2 times, and it can jump about 10 meters high. It is faster and can run quickly on the water. What's even more amazing is that this bone body can actually produce digestion. After many tests by Brook, if you eat food normally, it will leak directly from the bones. However, if you chew it slowly and carefully, the bones will absorb it to a certain extent, and then the food residue will be discharged. When Brook found usable food on the dilapidated ghost ship and discovered this phenomenon after eating, he was so excited that he shouted that he was going to poop, which made him feel alive. P.S. Luffy asked Brook if he could poop when he first met him, and Brook said yes. Compared to eating food, Emoan is more interested in drinking various liquids. Mo1 was surprised to find that although the food tasted very rare when eaten, tea, wine, and coffee could smell a certain flavor, and they would also have a certain feeling when they were slowly drank into the mouth, and they were easier to absorb. Mo1 couldn't help but marvel at the power of the devil fruit. It allowed the soul to operate such a body, and it also allowed the body to see, hear, and smell. It was also particularly magical. The only pity is that I have tried many times but failed to achieve the level of out-of-body experience. I originally wanted to try out-of-body experience to see if I could separate the souls of two people. Alas, it's a pity that the plan failed at the beginning, so I had to practice sword practice first, Mo1 complained. Mo1 calmed down his divergent thoughts and began to practice his sword seriously. Under Brook's guidance, take a good stance, draw back your strength, step forward, and thrust straight. The first time I practiced something I had never learned before, it was extremely clumsy. After correcting my posture more than a dozen times, I finally started to get on the right track. On the third day, after 7 or 8 hours of body manipulation training every day, Mo1 became a little tired of thrusting into the air. He waved the sword in his hand and said a little irritably, "Brook, when can I stab something? There is no feeling at all without an object." Brook had already guessed that this would happen. I remember when I was in the West Sea Guards, the young men who had just joined the Legion had no idea how well they were doing. Back then, the little devils were howling after only one day, so Mo1 was pretty good if he could endure it until the third day before complaining. "Yo ho ho, ho, don't ask boy, don't be anxious. Haven't we found any unmanned ghost ships in the past few days? We'll tell you when we find other ships. The way of swordsmanship cannot become powerful all at once. It can only be done step by step. It is not good to rush for success in everything," Brook said to Mo1, who was hacking at random. Training also pays attention to tightening and loosening. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. Let's take a break and listen to the music below. After speaking, Brook took control of his body, pushed Mo1's soul aside, put away the crutch sword in his hand, and took out the violin hidden in his abdomen. A melodious sound came from the violin. Mo1 was squeezed into a corner of his soul by Brook, and could only listen to this beautiful music helplessly. Brook deserves to be a musician by profession. As soon as the beautiful voice comes out, the depression in his heart disappears. Well, it sounds as good as ever. Ever since he was tricked by Brook and found out that Mo1 came from another world, he started to be pestered by Brook. I have always wanted to bring him into the world of music and wanted Mo1 to learn and showcase the music of another world. Unfortunately, Mo1 was just a lover in his previous life. Well, this fan is the kind that gets so excited that he listens to interesting or famous songs on the internet. Mo1 will remember them clearly. Mo1, who doesn't understand anything, performed a few songs that were out of tune. Brook was despised. A few days later, Mo1's long-awaited broken ship finally arrived, and a chain was tied between the two ships. After boarding the ship, he found a usable coffin on the ship. Brook finally collected the bones on the floor of the captain's cabin into the coffin. Mo1 took over the body and moved everything he could unload to the boat and began the boring days. One day, they practiced swordplay, listened to music, played music, looked at things and thought about emotions, and the two of them told skeleton jokes. In January, they practiced swordplay, listened to music, played music, looked at things and thought about emotions, and the two of them told skeleton jokes. One year, under the guidance of Brook, a quasi-swordsman and great musician, Mo1's straight thrust began to improve by leaps and bounds. Mo1, who didn't need to exercise his body, began to practice various moves, including stabbing, slashing, drawing, and sheathing his sword. The fog is unknown, and two souls, a ship and a skeleton, have never encountered a living person in this terrifying magical delta. Chapter 6. In the open space on the deck, after a day of training, Mo1 gestured to the iron plate mounted on a ship's pole. Forward song, continuous thrust. Ding, 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 ding. 5 sword holes appeared on the iron plate 5 centimeters in front of Mo1, and Mo1 used the cane sword in his hand to do a sword show and nodded with satisfaction. "It's not easy. We have finally completed this phase of training. Brook, when will we start the next phase of training?" Brook also saw the results of Mo1's swords through Mo1's perspective, smiled and struck. Oh, you are learning too slowly. Although I don't know how long it has been, it only took me 3 years to get to your level. You have been here for decades, and IT must have been decades." Mo1 looked slightly embarrassed. "No, I think I'm quite talented, and I isn't that bad. Besides, it didn't take as long as you said." "Really? Yo ho ho ho, did my brain remember it wrong? Hey, I have no brain anymore." Brook told his skeleton joke again. "Well, There is no next stage. It can also be said that the next stage does not have the conditions to be completed here. MO1 was a little surprised after hearing this, but he disappeared. He was quite self-aware of his level. This is definitely a small role in this sea. Can the Navy offer a reward of 1,000 million? He hurriedly asked. Why is it gone? What should I do? Brook was not in a hurry to answer MO1's question. He took over his body and put away his sword and said slowly, exercise training in kendo is useless. Continuous training can only make you proficient in skills. If you want to go further, you can only win a chance in actual combat. If you win, you will go further. If you lose, you will lose everything. There are no enemies here who can make you live or die. Why don't you want to step into the realm of a swordsman? MO1 was embarrassed for a while after hearing this. How could he have forgotten such a simple truth? It really was because he had no brains. Well, it seems we can only wait until we go out to think about the rest. Then can I only practice sword practice? After Mo asked, Brook shook his head. You should have noticed that there are some abnormalities in our bodies. Brook sat down and said a little tiredly. Is it true? I thought it was an illusion. I didn't feel tired even when I first started practicing swordplay. I know it should be said that my soul is tired. Mo heard Brook's words and thought a little. Brook leaned on the old chair and picked up the cold black tea beside him, took a sip and said slowly, well, I was somewhat aware of it when you started learning some moves a few months or a few years ago. After you finished training, when I was playing the music, I lost my concentration for a moment and made mistakes in my music. This is an insult to a musician, Brook said angrily. Later on, I started to observe slowly and found that when we exercise too much and take less rest, we will feel tired. Mo also began to slowly recall that he would indeed feel tired when he started practicing more powerful moves later on, and this feeling deepened step by step. But it's my fault, Brook, that you later set the time for my training. Brook continued. I thought that reducing the amount of exercise would become normal, but now it seems that it has little effect. Mo felt that the situation was quite serious, so he hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Do we need to stop training and take more rest? Brook heard Dao Mao's suggestion and thought about it. Well, let's not stop for now. We need more rest time or sleep. Mo thought about it and found out that they really didn't seem to get much rest. Either he was practicing swordplay or Brook was playing music and playing skeleton games. Sometimes the two of them would go on ghost ship expeditions. In separate terms, they both basically had a rest, but the bones seemed to have never stopped. Mo told Brook the result of his guess, and Brook also agreed. The two of them immediately agreed to spend about 8 hours each to ensure that their bodies get at least 8 hours of rest. Over time, Brook and Mo found that this method was effective but not very effective. As time went by, they gradually increased their sleep time. The two of them also went from 6 hours to 5 hours, to one person using 4 hours each. Both of them were awake for 4 hours at the same time. Each person had to force himself to enter 16 hours to hibernation. Regarding this anomaly, the two of them gradually discovered the problem. It was not physical fatigue at all, but at the soul level. It was not obvious when the two souls first entered this body, but as time went by, problems emerged. One body could not bear the souls of two people at all, and the longer the time passed, the greater the burden became. Brook and Mo had no choice about this situation. They couldn't separate themselves, so they could only start to slowly stop a lot of unnecessary actions, hoping to alleviate the symptoms. Chapter 7 Soul Fusion. Slowly, the bad situation for Brook and Chain also came out. Due to the cancellation of many recreational activities and the reduction of the time the two of them were awake at the same time, various psychological problems also emerged. The feeling of loneliness, the oppressive feeling of the dark sky, the inability to vent my emotions, the inability to feel the satisfaction of being a human being. Mo felt that he needed to discuss with Brook how to solve the problem. If this continued, Mo felt that he was going crazy. When Brook came to his senses, Mo told Brook his thoughts. Brook also had a similar feeling, and the current mental exhaustion made Brook feel frightened. This feeling of weakness and fatigue made Brook feel that he had entered his twilight years. Even according to his actual age, he was only 60 years old. Was he about to die? Mo stabbed the sword in his hand angrily. Brook, this can't continue like this. Normally, our two souls will definitely become stronger together. Now as time goes by, we are extremely weak. We must find a way. Otherwise, we will all die. Brook was silent for a moment, and then replied in a low voice. I couldn't think of a solution. I'm not familiar with soul things at all. At that time, I just arrived at the entrance of Huangquan Township and was sucked out. After hearing this, Imo became even more irritated and thrust out his sword with all his strength, completely piercing the log standing on the deck. Subsequently, a sense of powerlessness came over him instantly, and Imo's whole body fell to the ground. A stinging pain hit Imo's soul, and Brook also felt a burst of pain. Imo endured the pain and gritted his teeth and said, "We have to solve it since we can't separate, then devour or fuse." Brook felt a little heavy when he heard this. That it was not that Brook had never thought of this method, even though Imo was an outsider. The two of them had stayed in this deserted ghost place for so long. If Imo hadn't been there, he would have gone crazy long ago. Besides, Imo was considered his disciple, and he really didn't want to get to this point. Seeing that Brook didn't reply to him, Imo said again, "Brook has no other choice. I don't want to continue like this. Maybe in a few days we won't even be able to move." Seeing Imo's unusual persistence, Brook could only respond helplessly. "Then, do you have any ideas on what to do?" Imo explained the method he had thought of a few days ago. "Since we can't control the soul, we can only take a gamble. I think this way we consume strength and consume souls. When the burden of the soul reaches the limit, self-repair may occur. When there is no external energy supplement during self-repair, our souls will naturally be swallowed or fused. Either both of them will die at the same time, or one of them will survive." Imo has given up a little. This kind of life is not what he wants. As a few or more than 10 years ago, I was still living in a colorful world, enjoying delicious food and beautiful scenery. Suddenly arriving in this familiar yet unfamiliar world of pirates, the excitement I felt when I first arrived was completely gone. Without being able to eat or drink well, it was a miracle that he could persevere in this dark sea all day long. If he hadn't been able to practice swordplay, listen to music, and chat with Brook to distract him, Imo would have collapsed long ago. Brook also approved of this method. If two people died, it would be better to let one survive, not to mention that he didn't like the discomfort. "Okay, that's all. Life and death are decided by God." "Yo ho ho ho, this is very piratey. Don't ask, boy, when will we start?" Brook thought more openly and said calmly. Imo felt inexplicably relieved after hearing this, and said in a relieved tone, "Let's start tomorrow. Do you need to make any preparations?" "Tomorrow? That's okay. There's no need for anything else. I'll say goodbye to my dead companion later. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Are you ready to fail? Don't ask for a moment of heartbreaking slander." The next day, Imo and Brook came to the deck of the sailboat, both of them extremely relaxed. "Yo ho ho ho, the carnival has begun. Let's have a party. Let's do a dance first." Dance solo. An exciting dance music sounded from the violin in Brook's hand. In the following time, Imo and Brook indulged without hesitation, releasing their music and sword skills without reservation. After a while, the two of them felt that they had no strength left, so they entered the cabin and began to prepare for a long period of consumption. After all, the human body will protect itself during extreme exertion, and they must concentrate on fighting the body's repair. In the following time, Imo and Brook experienced endless pain. The body and soul are tired, and they really want to close their eyes and sleep, but they have to restrain themselves, and then there are waves of pain from needles pricking the brain. This feeling, akin to being cut off from the body's flesh and blood with a knife, lasted for an unknown amount of time. By the end, one was already numb, and his brain felt like it was about to explode and split apart. The two souls seemed to be connected together. Brook also felt similar pain. He endured the pain, took a breath, and said to Imo, "I can't stand it any longer. It seems the critical moment has arrived. Promise me that if you survive, you will take good care of Rab and take my friends out." Brook's voice became smaller and smaller. Imo had almost completely lost consciousness. He barely managed to take a breath and said weakly, "Teacher." Chapter 8, New Soul. Within the invisible skeleton body, two dim souls in a sphere began to split, and then began to merge together again, slowly merging together to form a little person. In the cabin, a skeleton lying in the middle moved and slowly opened its eyes. The skeleton had no eyes. It should be said that a green light flashed in the eye sockets. "Open your eyes and look at the ceiling." Who I am. A flood of memories fills the brain. School, society, busy, legion, pirates, musical adventure. Who I am? Don't ask, Brook. Half a year later, still in the sea on this dilapidated ship, no, maybe it was Brook who was playing Beethoven's Violin Romance. It took half a year to get familiar with the skeleton's body, music, and sword skills, and finally absorb the memories of the two souls. A brand new soul personality. This is a brand new Brook formed with the memories of two people, Wen's thinking and Brook's personality. After waking up, Brook accepted his changes. This may be the best ending, which means both of them survived. It may be that the souls of the first two people conflicted, causing the bones and bodies to become somewhat uncontrollable. Brook, who took some time to master his body, noticed that there was a slight difference in his body. After getting familiar with it, I feel that the body is a little more powerful to operate. The strength can reach 50% of what it was when I was alive, and the speed feels more sensitive. The two swordsmen, who have the same origin but have different perceptions, also blend together. It feels like they are only one battle away from entering the realm of swordsmen. The soul also feels stronger. If you recall carefully, you can actually remember memories that are not very clear. This ability is called a small thought palace by Brook. Unfortunately, didn't come into contact with many useful things in his previous life. After mastering his body, Brook began to prepare to leave the Lumba pirate ship. After all, according to the settings of the creator Oda, I will stay on this ship until a few years before Luffy arrives before I can see a living person. Finally, after waiting for a while, I found a sailboat that could make do with drifting. I fixed the two boats together and started to move useful things onto the boat. Everyone in the Lombard pirates gathered into a coffin, stuffed a violin into their lower abdomen, stuffed their own bounty into their skulls, and put their beloved teacups inside. Kane's sword. Well, Brook looked at the sword in his hand and thought for a while. This sword seemed to have no name. It was a trophy captured in the escort at that time. It felt very comfortable, and the sword body was strong, so he kept using it. Thinking about it, there seems to be another sword at the back. What is its name? It seems to be the Sword of Soul Mourning, so let's call this one the Sword of Mourning. Brook hung the named Kane's sword on his arm, picked up a useful object he had collected, carried a coffin, and left the ship that carried the memory of the Lombard pirates. After cutting off the iron chain connecting the two ships, the ships began to slowly separate. Looking at the ships gradually moving away, Brook calmed down. Goodbye, Rumba pirates. Yo ho ho ho, let's set sail. Guangming. Well, this broken ship was named Light by Brook to break the darkness and regain the light. After encountering a sailing sailboat, Brook boarded the Guangming II. After a collision, he carried a coffin and drifted on the sea for a day before boarding a small boat named Guangming III. Come on, yo ho ho ho, Guangming 38, break through this darkness. I don't know how long later, Brook feebly changed into the number 56 vessel. This is a curse, absolutely a curse. I don't want to stay here anymore. Brook was close to the edge of madness. Slowly, Brook returned to his old path, amusing himself with music, sword skills, and skeleton jokes. 27 years after Brook was resurrected, a major event that changed the world occurred in the East China Sea. At the execution platform in the center of Roger Town, Roger on the high platform smiled. Deal my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I'll put all the treasure there. Gold. Roger's words before his death kicked off the struggle for hegemony, and pirates from all over the world joined in the fight for One Piece. From then on, the era of great pirates came. At the same time, on the location of this execution platform, on this small square, there are half of the powerful men who will dominate the world in the future: Vice Admiral, King Shichibukai, Admiral, and Emperor of the Sea. These characters are going to make huge waves. Brook, who was still playing Erquin Inoue on the Guangming 79 to pass the time, didn't know that Roger had already dominated the sea and became the Pirate King. The era of great pirates had come, and Wen's number 3 plan failed. In the year 1498, 28 years after Brook's resurrection, he was on the edge of the Magic Delta. A large pirate ship was approaching slowly, and there was chaos on the ship. Navigator Nandi directed the crew to put away the canvas and said urgently. The helmsman quickly turned left to resist the gust of wind. A group of crew members looked at the approaching black mist in horror. But we can't enter the Devil's Sea here. This is the legendary Devil's Sea that can swallow all living things. Those who will die, will definitely die, Captain. Where is the captain? Nandi watched his black bat gradually sailing into the black fog and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He hurriedly ran to the captain's cabin on the second floor. Just as he was about to open the door was already opened by the captain inside. Seeing this, Nandi hurriedly said, Captain, the route has deviated. The Biao Island near the delta cannot be found. We are about to enter the sea area. Nandi saw the captain, who was about 5 meters tall, bending down and walking out of the captain's cabin. Feeling a little calm, anyone with some common sense knows how scary the sea area is. as there are artificially marked islands in the outer area near the sea area. He. If you can't conquer this small sea area, how can you get the One Piece? Little ones rush in. 9. Chapter 9 Fate. After changing boats numerous times, Brook got his current small sailboat, Guangming 98. Yes, Brook has changed 98 boats, and Brook, who has given up, finally chose this small sailboat that can be maneuvered. Brook, who didn't have a record pointer and didn't know much about navigation, never broke free from the shackles of this sea, or it was fate. Maybe God really couldn't stand it anymore and gave Brook a chance that a group of pirates who had just entered the Magic Delta and Brook's Guangming 98 were slowly approaching. Brook, who knew nothing, started his own entertainment time as always, practicing swordsmanship, playing piano, and playing skeleton games. Brook also added meditation, trying to learn how to get out of the body. Brook, who had just finished meditating, took out his violin and played a scary song, Skeletons from Hell, that he composed. On the Black Bat, it has been in this sea area for a day. Navigator Nandi, Maya has been carefully staring at the record guide and the permanent guide to Devil's Mark Island in his hand on the deck, feeling the wind direction. This is a sea of chaotic magnetic fields, and the pointer is spinning wildly. You need to keep an eye on it, looking for any subtle rules. Suddenly, Nandi faintly heard a sound, slowly approaching from far away. It sounds a bit like music, but very weird. The devil's voice. This is the devil's music. The crew members on the ship gradually heard this terrifying, hellish sound, and a sense of fear began to spread among the crew members. After entering the Devil's Sea, the crew members, who had been worried for a long time before finally settling down, became confused again. The door to the captain's cabin was pushed open with a crash, and a tall figure appeared in everyone's sight. The huge figure picked up the strange broadswords on both sides and laughed gloomily. Kids, no matter what comes, prepare to fight. The morale of the pirates was greatly boosted, and they took up their weapons one after another and became vigilant about their surroundings. Standing on the observation deck, Alfred, the observation hand, was holding a pair of telescopes to monitor the surroundings. A black shadow slowly appeared in the telescope, and he hurriedly said to the captain below, "Captain, there is a small sailboat at 2 o'clock." When a group of pirates heard that they seemed to have discovered something, they began to be alert to the front. A few timid ones secretly wiped their sweat. Alfred began to stare at the small boat, a dilapidated small sailboat. There was a skeleton on the boat. Through the doorless part of the cabin, you could see a coffin inside. It seemed that the sound just now came from the boat. Alfred read swallowed. Hey, Alfred was startled. Something seemed to have moved just now. He moved his perspective. Alfred's eyes widened. His teeth began to chatter, and he said tremblingly, yes, skeleton. Nandi had been paying attention to Alfred, and when he saw him trembling inexplicably, he asked hurriedly, "What, skeleton?" "The living skeleton. It is waving to me. It is smiling." Alfred's hands began to tremble. Damn it, he had never seen such a terrifying thing since he went to sea. The weird music, the dark sea, and the moving skeletons made him wonder if he had arrived in hell. Interesting. Back at Brook's side, I heard a faint cry while playing the music. At first I thought I was hallucinating again. Because the power of the soul increased the perception, I suddenly felt a line of sight sweeping over me. I looked in the direction where the line of sight was looking. I vaguely felt as if a ship was approaching, and then a line of sight kept falling on myself. Brook shed 2 tears at that time. Could it be that God has finally opened his eyes and allowed me to see a living person? Brook couldn't help but get excited. He was finally going to get the reward after all his hardships. Be reserved. I have to be reserved. I can't scare away this living creature, so I smiled quickly and waved. Looking at the big ship getting closer and closer, Brook finally determined that it was a pirate ship. Brook shouted excitedly, Stop. No, don't go." Seeing the pirate ship passing by him, Brook hurriedly called out. Seeing that the ship on the opposite side was not stopping, Brook panicked a little. He hurriedly ran to the cabin, picked up the coffin, and jumped off the ship, kicking his legs quickly. Finally, he approached the pirate ship when it was about to sink into the sea. He used his legs and jumped up. Nandi thought that his pirate group had escaped disaster. He saw that there was indeed a talking skeleton on the broken ship, and he tried to force him to stop. He ignored the captain's intention to meet the skeleton for a while and ordered the crew to leave quickly. "Assholes, don't think we haven't heard the saying, 'Don't listen to the devil.'" Who the hell would stop? After finally getting away from the skeleton, I just breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the captain next to me pull out 2 big knives. "Attention, I'm following you." Nandi was stunned for a moment before he could react. "What?" "Here comes the skeleton." Brook was holding the coffin and was about to jump into the manned pirate ship when he suddenly noticed a huge figure approaching. Brook, who realized the situation quickly, hurriedly threw the coffin onto the ship and held a morning sword. Clang! In Nandi's eyes, the battle started instantly. Before he knew what was going on, the captain jumped up with two swords in hand, and then a coffin crashed on the deck. Hearing a loud noise, he looked up and saw a skeleton wearing a black dress and an afro hairstyle blocking his captain's slash with a thin sword. What a risk! What a risk! Finally caught up. Brook was secretly glad that he didn't pay too much attention to the sudden attack. Didn't he block it himself? He did panic when he found two huge knives attacking him, but he immediately discovered that the opponent's sword skills were not too strong, and he found the opponent's flaw immediately. With one stab of the sword, he blocked the opponent's attack, but the opponent's power was really too strong, so he didn't knock the opponent down at once. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment before falling onto the ship. When Brooks saw that the coffin had been smashed onto the ship's board without any damage, he jumped lightly and stood on top of the coffin in an elegant posture. Just as he was about to explain that he had no ill intentions, he heard a voice, the high-pitched voice. Interesting. I didn't expect a skeleton to be able to use a sword. 10. Chapter 10 Moria. Brook looked around following the sound and saw a figure of about 5 meters opposite, holding two strange large knives, wearing a black jacket and a black plush coat, looking up. It seems a bit familiar, opened the palace of thinking. Fuck, Mariah? Brook checked his memory and compared it. He made the 5-meter-long little giant facing him fatter, his head rounder, and his two horns bigger. Isn't this the Moonlight Moria of the ocean Shichibukai? Brook was confused for a while. Damn, Mariah has arrived in the Magic Delta? The plot is about to begin. Am I going to have my shadow taken away from me? Damn it, Mariah. Don't even think about taking away my shadow. Although there is a high probability that he cannot defeat Mariah, it does not prevent him from resisting. Mariah, who was standing in front of the crew with two big knives in his hands, a question mark floating over his head. What is this situation? I can control the shadow, but why should I take it away from you, you lunatic? From the words of this skeleton, the other side is probably ready to fight. Mariah clenched the big sword in his hand and thought for a moment. Judging from the blow they just exchanged, the opponent's sword skills were indeed powerful, but he had the upper hand in terms of strength. When fighting, he used his fruit ability to give it a hard blow. Seeing that Brook on the other side didn't answer him, Brook couldn't help but look at the crew behind Moria. The group of pirates behind him were already trembling, and only the two leaders caught Brook's attention. One stood to the right of Mariah, wearing a blue turban and a black suit. There were two 4-centimeter scars on each corner of his face and mouth. This face scared Brook at first glance. This man held a knife in his right hand. He held a long-handled scythe and a short gun pointed at himself in his left hand. The other person was a young man wearing a gray hunter's costume. Although his hands were shaking and his teeth were not shaking, his eyes were extremely firm, and he was holding a spear pointed at him. What? Brook felt a little strange. The pirates behind him were not impressed. What about transparent people? Where is the ghost girl? Where is Dr. Hua? Brook stood up from the coffin and asked doubtfully, What time is it now? Moria kept watching Brook and was ready to attack as soon as the skeleton made a move. After seeing the other person asking what time it was and not doing anything, he didn't care so much anymore. In this strange sea, we need to solve the other side first and then talk about it. There are so many problems. Brook was still waiting for the other party to give him an answer. Unexpectedly, Mariah started to rush towards him. He hurriedly jumped off the coffin and stood in front of him in a defensive posture. Brook wanted to try to explain. Wait, thought I'll wipe it. At a distance of 5 meters, Mariah, who had just started to move, arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye and slashed his face with a knife. Brook could only hit Mariah's weak point with one straight thrust. Just as he blocked Mariah's horizontal slash, another backhand attack struck him. Brook started to get serious. After all, his opponent was the Shichibukai. A small mistake would cost him his life. Sheath your sword, charge up your strength, and thrust. A powerful stab hit Moria's vital part. Seeing this, Moria had no choice but to put away the attack that struck his opponent again and retracted his two swords to block. Thrust continuously. Ding, 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 ding. Brook pushed Mariah to one side with continuous thrusts, and behind him was the coffin containing the Lombard pirates. Had no chance of protecting it in this position. Seeing that he was slightly deviating from the fighting location, Brook began to step rhythmically. Da-da-da. Nandi saw that his captain was starting to fight with the opponent, and he also began to arrange for the pirates to be on guard. Although I believe that my captain can deal with this terrifying talking skeleton on the opposite side, he still needs to be prepared. Moria saw his opponent's powerful sword stab several times, knocking him back a few meters. When he saw the opponent dancing, he became angry and stepped forward with two broadswords in his hands and began to chop. Chop randomly. Brook relied on his body's dexterity to dodge from the gap of Mariah's sword, and the sound of his footsteps became a little hasty. Revolutionary dance advance. Brook found the opportunity and used a straight thrust, a combination of dance steps and sword skills, accompanied by the sound of revolutionary music to influence the opponent while strengthening his own power. With one blow, Moria was left unprepared, and a huge force came from his abdomen. With the force, he was blasted to the wooden board of the cabin. Boom. Captain. Nandi was a little shocked when he saw the battle in front of him. The skeleton on the opposite side was actually fighting on the captain. A group of pirates began to aim their weapons at Brook. A huge figure slowly stood up from the damaged cabin, and the entire shadow seemed to shake. Sure enough, Brook looked at Mariah, who was hit by him. His guess should be correct. This was not Mariah who had become the Shichibukai. Moria stood up slowly, feeling a faint pain in his abdomen. He reached out and touched it, and there was blood on his hand. Click, click. Mariah twisted his neck and rushed towards Brook again. Two knives stabbed him straight. Brook pushed away from the left and right, and the clicking sound sounded again, which was the prelude to the revolutionary dance music. Captain, be careful of its footsteps. Don't let it lead you into rhythm. Nandi reminded when he saw Captain Moria attacking again. What? Suddenly, Brook's keen sense sensed the danger under his feet. He changed his footwork and moved away from the attack range. Has it been discovered? Brook looked at where he was just now and saw two more big knives at Mariah's feet. Have you already eaten the shadow fruit? Trouble. Seeing that the sneak attack just now was unsuccessful, Moria simply released the two big knives of shadow, rushed forward, and directly fought Brook again. 7. The pirates on the side were excited and began to make noises when they saw their captain using his devil fruit ability. Captain, please skewer this skeleton. Those are bones. How can they be skewered into meat skewers? Sir Moria should beat this skeleton to fractures. A pirate holding a sword said with a smile. The battle is still going on, and Brook has changed from the easy response of Moria's two-sword style to the embarrassment of the four-sword style now. Even though the original Brook was powerful, he hasn't fought anyone for decades now. What's more, the opponent is not a weakling. The power of each sword is astonishing. If the sword hits, it will definitely be cut into two pieces. You can only rely on the flexibility of your body to dodge. If you can't dodge, you can only block. After dodging left and right for a while, Brook found the right moment to dodge out of the fighting range, put the morning sword into its sheath, and with a stern look in his eyes, he wanted to see what level he was at. With the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt of the sword in his right hand, he slowly began to walk towards Moria. In a flash, Brook was behind Mariah, and the inertia brought by the rapidity made Brook take a few steps forward. With a clang, Brook put the sword back into its sheath. Singing nose, sanding, arrow, tail chop. Boom. Mariah's huge body fell down. 11. Chapter 11 Defeat. Brook looked very calm on the surface, and he couldn't help but be calm. After all, only the bones were left, and others couldn't see it. But in his heart, he couldn't help but be surprised by the power of his move. I wonder, is this move so powerful? I won't chop Moria to death. This is the future Shichibukai. If he dies, will his subordinates fight for me? What if he doesn't take me out? Brook started to feel worried. In Nandi and Alfred's eyes, in the blink of an eye, the skeleton arrived behind the captain. Then a wound appeared in the captain's body, and he suddenly panicked. Captain, Lord Moria, are you okay? Then the pirates saw their captain falling on the ground. No, he should have appeared on the ground, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brook noticed the strange behavior of the pirates on the opposite side and was a little surprised. He had hit Moria, but it didn't work. Brook decisively turned around and looked around, only to see that Mariah had changed from lying on the ground to standing. He understood what had happened and clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand. Shadow. After Moria stood up, he touched the burning wounds on his body. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Only when the sword hit his abdomen did he realize that if he hadn't been able to switch places with the shadow, he would have been seriously injured by this move. Just being injured by the sword energy made me a little surprised, so I shouldn't be too careless. Sword hero? I didn't expect to meet a swordsman here. Moria sighed while holding back the pain of being injured by the sword energy. After going to sea for more than a year, I met a figure similar to the swordsman. I didn't expect the swordsman to be so powerful. Brook couldn't help but smile when he heard the other party calling himself a swordsman. Oh ho ho ho, I haven't really reached the level of a swordsman yet. I can barely be considered a fake swordsman. Moria nodded. Pay attention, I'm going to get serious. Shadow Warrior. From below Moria, a tall shadow slowly climbed up. It had a strong and tall body and held two broadswords exactly like Moria. Brook became vigilant. This shadow was very troublesome. Also, he seemed to remember that it was a shadow mage. Why did he become a warrior? Then Brook rushed towards Mariah with a slash of his sword. The pirates all moved away from the fighting range. The front was better, but now there were two behemoths about 5 meters in size fighting. Look at this situation. If you get hit, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Facing Mariah's 2-on-1 tactics, Brook couldn't help but feel miserable. This guy is so shameless, he actually fought 2 against 1 as promised. Also, Moria, you are on the wrong track. Do you know? Why is Shadow so violent? Isn't it better to be a gentler mage? Fortunately, his bones are light and flexible. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Mariah. Brook had a headache. He could only try his best to dodge and block that if he was hit, he would be seriously injured. As for the opponent, he had to attack his body. Hitting the shadow had no effect at all, and he would be entangled by the shadow. After finally finding a flaw to attack, Moria instantly changed places with the shadow. This fight was too frustrating. Brook dodged while accumulating strength, finding the right opportunity to use countless thrusts from the cane sword. A huge body is indeed powerful, but it also increases the striking surface. Sake bottle dance chain strike. Small sword energy began to attack Moria and his shadow in a wide range. Moria, who was out of reach and defense, was attacked by this large-scale move, and several wounds suddenly appeared on his body. Moria reacted quickly and immediately made the shadow and himself merge in the same direction. When the shadow came into contact with Moria, then turned into liquid and enveloped Moria. Kajamusha shadow armor. Brook felt a little regretful that he could only use a small stabbing sword wave now. If Zombie Ryoma used this move, it would be more powerful. If he could reach the realm of a swordsman, this battle would be easier. The two of them did not use large-scale attack moves because of the fighting venue. Then, when you couldn't hit me and I couldn't hurt you, the battle between the two also entered a war of attrition. In the end, due to a mistake by Brook, Mariah used his shadow to kill him with his sister in his arms. Poor Brook, who was 2 meters tall, was restrained by a shadow of more than 7 meters. When the pirates saw their captain's victory, they cheered, and a large group of people began to surround him. Except for a few ship doctors who were treating Mariah's injuries, they all gathered around the shadow of Brook, who was being restrained. Is this the devil from hell? It's so strong that it can fight the captain for so long. It can be sold. This skeleton must be sold for a lot of money. This is a living skeleton. Perhaps because their captain defeated the terrifying demon, the pirates' fear in their hearts was greatly reduced, and they began to talk around Brook. Brook couldn't stand this kind of gaze and started to shout, I give up, I give up. The rules of the arena are, if you surrender, you will lose half the battle. Please let me down. Alfred, who works part-time as a lookout and works as a sniper, is naturally afraid of evil spirits and demons. When he saw the skeleton talking again, he couldn't help but step back. Navigator Nandi Mai was stunned when he saw the skeleton saying something he didn't know what to say. It roughly meant, surrender? Seeing that the pirates didn't seem to believe him, Brook had no choice but to let go of his weapon. The sword lost control and fell to the surface of the ship. I had no choice. I had never fought before, and I was still thinking of relying on others to escape from the sea area, so I had no choice but to surrender. Seeing that the skeleton had indeed given up resistance, Nandi looked at the captain. Mariah had just bandaged the wound. When he saw Nandi looking at him and asking for his opinion, he nodded and controlled the shadow warrior and several subordinates to tie up the skeleton swordsman. Brook was tied up in circles in the hands of several pirates, and he could only try to explain, I don't mean any harm. I just want to get on your boat and get out of here. Moria didn't seem to care much. After taking care of the wound, he returned to the captain's cabin and arranged for the chef to prepare food. Several pirates seemed to be more interested in Brook. They touched here and there and took away the violin and cane sword hidden in Brook's abdomen. Before leaving, he was still worried and tied Brook together with a coffin that had been inspected just now and contained only fragments of bones. Navigator Nandi came over to make sure there was no danger and then left. Brook vaguely heard something with his strong perception. The skeleton and coffin must be sunk to the bottom of the sea. This frightened Brook. We just left Long Tan and came to the tiger's den again. These pirates are not moral. Brook cursed silently. 12. Chapter 12. Catch a ride on the Blackback. When it was time to eat, the pirates didn't come to greet me. It seemed that after eating, I was about to go to the bottom of the sea. Brook couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He looked around and found a figure in the distance who had been watching him. Looking carefully, he had an impression that he was a guy who was easy to deceive, easy to talk to. He tried his best to face the little brother in the distance and put on what he thought was a friendly expression. "Brother, come over here. There is a bit of misunderstanding here. I want to ask you to tell your captain and see if you can let me go." Alfred, a talented sniper, comes from Mecca, the holy land of the West Sea Church, and has followed the Catholic Church since he was a child. For a person with faith, seeing the devil from hell brings him endless fear. The look in the devil's eyes would make him tremble. Coincidentally, he got something bad when he drew lots just now. He was left to guard the skeleton until he was disposed of. Alfred suspected that his companion was cheating, but he had no evidence, so he had no choice but to accept the job and come here to guard the demon from hell. As soon as he found a place here, Alfred discovered something horrifying. The skeleton was smiling sinisterly at him, and it even tried to bewitch him. "God, bless me, the devil is bewitching me. The devil is bewitching me. I won't listen. As long as I don't listen, nothing will happen." Brook was speechless for a while, and the other person was chattering for a while. He didn't listen to himself at all. This was because he thought he was a devil and couldn't get over it at all. How could he be deceived? Brook, who had tried soft words and kind words for a while but had no effect, was a little discouraged and said angrily, "Boy, if you don't listen to me, if it leads to my death, I will curse you. I can return from hell, and this curse will haunt you for the rest of your life." Brook found that the other side seemed to be shaking, and it seemed to have some effect. Brook hurriedly continued, "I came here from hell not to cause trouble for you. I just want to fulfill my death wish so that I can die in peace. Brother, come here and let me tell you my story." Brook continued to threaten and seduce. Alfred had started to tremble since the devil tempted him just now, and when he heard the threat from the skeleton later, his heart beat tight, as if it was about to stop. Unknowingly, he came to Brook's side. When he woke up a little, he couldn't move his legs even if he wanted to leave this place, and he couldn't help but become more frightened. As expected, he is a devil. Even if he is restrained, he can still tempt himself. He is going to die. He is going to die. Alfred was horrified. Brook saw that the young man opposite was moved by his sincerity and came closer to him. He nodded and couldn't help but feel happy when he found that the other man wanted to continue listening. In Alfred's eyes, the skeleton on the opposite side had begun to smile evilly, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. "Hey, brother, I was actually a famous pirate before. Maybe you have heard of it, but you may not have heard of it. Have you heard of the Lumber Pirates?" Brook began to trick the stupid pirate across from him. "Pirate brother, what's your name? How old are you? Have you taken a wife?" Alfred began to feel confused. "What's going on? Why is it different from what I thought? Now I ask myself if I have a family. Do you want to curse me to get married and have children as soon as possible? It's so vicious. I wanted to wish Lord Moria to become the Pirate King, but he actually wanted to curse my dream." Brook watched the silly pirate's expression changing, and his voice became louder. "This melon rind can be eaten hard or not soft. Tell me your name. It's so rude. How can I communicate with you if I don't know your name?" Alfred was startled and replied involuntarily, "Alfred, my name is Alfred." "Okay, Ade." Alfred quickly corrected, "It's Alfred, not Ad. My name is Alfred." "Yeah, Dot. Would you like to hear my story?" "Do not want to." "Okay, Ade, this matter starts from a long time ago." "I said I didn't want to," Alfred tried to explain. "My name is Brook. We used to be a group of happy pirates, right? Me and my companions behind me. Then one day we died." Brook continued, "Death by disease, plague, in this sea of eternal darkness. My friends longed to see the light and did not want to be in darkness forever, so they asked me to come back here from the underworld. I've been drifting here for who knows how long, and I haven't seen any living people until I met you." Brook himself was so moved. Please get my friends out of here. Otherwise, we will never be able to rest in peace. There is something in my skull that can prove my identity. Although my appearance is no longer identifiable, this hair should be able to confirm my identity." Then Alfred, who was at a loss, somehow opened the skull, took out an old reward order, and came to Nandi's room. After explaining, the two came to the captain's room. After knocking on the door and entering, they told the situation to Captain Moria, who was eating food crazily. After listening to what Alfred conveyed to Brook, Moria picked up the reward order in Alfred's hand and looked at it. The Rumba Pirates, Brook the Nose, 300 bellas. It seems that the wanted date was 30 years ago. Judging from the image, it is indeed him. He is an old pirate. Let's go and meet the old-timers. After speaking, Moria brought 2 men to Brook. Brook couldn't help but feel a little happy when he saw Moria coming over. After all, it would be more effective if the captain was the captain on the pirate ship, and he would be able to survive after taking on Moria. Are you Brook? Seeing that the other party spoke first, Brook replied. Yes, I am indeed Brook. I hope, Captain, you can let me go and allow me to take your boat out of this sea. Moria shook his head. I don't believe what you are saying. I need the truth. I need to protect the lives of my crew members. And you should know me. Brook thought for a moment, and it seemed that Moria was indeed a good character, and he remembered that he had gone to trouble the 4 emperors for the transparent man later on. Well, Brook can only tell the truth. Reintroducing me, I am the acting captain of the Lombard Pirates, Bige Brook. I am a person from the Underworld who ate the Underworld fruit and was resurrected from the Underworld. Due to a slight problem during the resurrection, it turned into a skeleton. I am indeed leading my companions to find a way out. Brook whispered with some disappointment. I've been looking for it for a long time. Also, your name, Moria, was found on a pirate ship before. It was empty. There is information and an introduction to your capabilities. Brook told a little lie about this, hoping Moria wouldn't mind. Moria seemed quite satisfied after hearing this and nodded. Well, you can stay in the Black Bat for the time being, but I can't give you freedom yet, and I can't give you weapons. Yeah, no problem, thank you. Brook knew that he had escaped, and he couldn't help but feel confident that this rhythm was about to go out. Nandi on the side quickly said to Moria, Captain. Moria, who seemed to know what Nandi wanted to say, waved his hand, with an imperceptible smile on his lips. Fine. Of course, I have a request. You don't have to use all your strength in the front. After you go out, you must fight with me. If you win, you can leave directly. If you lose, you need to agree to a condition. Brook said nonchalantly. No problem. Happy, then welcome to the Black Bat. 13. Chapter 13 Leave. In the next few days, the Black Bat failed to leave the sea. Over the past few days, Brook repeatedly demanded human rights and freedoms. Since Brook had not done anything dangerous in the past few days, the pirates on the ship discussed it and released Brook, considering that their captain could win for a while and then defeat the skeleton again. A skeleton without flesh and blood is still an old pirate from decades ago. Living in this boring sea life is undoubtedly more attractive. Some pirates who were not afraid of demons began to stalk Brook. Brook hadn't communicated normally with people for decades, but of course he was happy to be able to talk to people, so he started communicating with other pirates. When I found out that it was already the end of the year 1499, and that the Pirate King Roger had been executed a year ago, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful that I couldn't board Roger's ship. Why didn't Roger come to the sea area? Nandi, who was always paying attention to the pointer, was indeed focused on Brook. As an old crew member who has followed Moria since the beginning, he is the bridge between the pirates and the captain. While Captain Moria maintains his prestige, he must pay attention to the wishes of the pirates below for the captain. Nandi was still wary of Brook, and originally wanted to ask Alfred to continue to keep an eye on Brook, but he refused, so now he could only pay a little more attention to himself. Brook, who started talking to a group of pirates, also talked about things that everyone was interested in, such as how he returned from the underworld and how he became a skeleton. Everyone was amazed when they heard that hell and underworld really existed. They were extremely envious of the magic of devil fruit, which can make people resurrect from the dead. There was a pirate who loved drinking and using a sword, and everyone called him the drunken swordsman. I had long heard that Brook was a strong man close to a swordsman, so he proposed to have a spar with Brook. Based on the fact that they don't know each other without fighting, and they also need to fight to regain their fighting consciousness, the two had a friendly exchange. Brook, who was familiar with the fighting intentions, certainly won in the end. The opponent's swordsmanship is indeed very powerful. The more he drinks, the stronger his speed and power become. Of course, he is perfectly restrained by Brook's speed. After the fight, Brook immediately suggested that everyone have a party. After the pirates agreed, Brook even showed off his special skills. He is a real musician. Cheerful music sounded, and the whole ship naturally fell into a party atmosphere. In the captain's room on the second floor where no one was paying attention, Moria watched Brook and his own swordsman fight through the ship window. He couldn't help but nodded, seeming to recognize Brook's fighting and musical talents. In the next few days, Brook mingled with the pirates, and Brook finally felt the joy of being a human being. He could eat hot food, drink his favorite coffee and black tea, compete with swordsmen, and have parties together. After a few days, Brook also learned the information on the ship. Captain Moonlight Moria, 27 years old, a user of the Shadow Fruit ability, one of the supernovas of this era, with a bounty of 800 million Baileys. After witnessing the era of great pirates started by Roger, he began to form a pirate ship. The band of thieves started their voyage from the West Sea. Cadre Navigator Nandi Mai, 22 years old, has a bounty of Dishbelly. He is a powerful navigator. His weapons are a sickle and a short gun. He was the first to join the Moria pirates in the Western Sea. Leo was very loyal, and most of the captain's orders were relayed by Nandi. Cadre Battle Captain Aju, 38 years old, a former bounty hunter, known as the Wine Swordsman with 500 million Baileys, joined his pirate group after being defeated by Moria. Pseudo-Cadre Sniper Alfred, 17 years old, with a bounty of 200 million Bella, Shihai joined the Moria pirates. His talent has appeared in a few months, and he was trained by Moria as a cadre. The rest are basically a few million and little pirates who want to hitch a ride without a reward. This team is not very strong. How come they are competing with Kaido for territory later? Brook cursed. After learning about the situation of the Moria pirates, Brook entangled several cadres, of course Nandi. After all, he and Agio have already become familiar with each other after a few fights. As for Ade, that is Alfred, Brook still calls him Ade affectionately. It seems that he has been avoiding him. After looking for him a few times, he found that Ade still seemed to be afraid of him, so he stopped teasing him. Finding Nandi, who was observing the channel on the deck, Brook asked curiously, "Is this a record guide? Isn't the magnetic field in the sea area here chaotic? Is it useful?" Nandi looked at Brook, then at the guide in his hand, and while recording something, he said, "Well, yes, most of the time the magnetic field is chaotic, but there will be moments when it is normal. Using the beacon island outside the magic delta and the next island as direction markers, and relying on the normal pointing of the pointer for a moment, you can slowly find a route out, but the time will be slower." Nandi looked up at Brook and said, "Thank you for that." Brook was a little surprised and asked, "What? Thank me for what?" The captain said that thanks to your music these days, everyone's mental fatigue has been relieved. The captain guessed that in addition to the chaotic shipping routes and long-term supply problems in this sea area, the greatest danger lies in people, that is, his companions. Nandi glanced at Brook, began to pay attention to the pointer again, and continued, 7. The dark and depressing environment and the long route will crush people's will. Pirates who have come to the sea are more eager to be free and more indulgent. In this environment, they are more likely to go crazy. This is the danger. Brook understood what the other party was thanking him for and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't think about it. I just wanted to have a party." "Forget it." Brook didn't want to explain anymore and asked again, "How long will it take before we can get out?" "If the channel is correct, I calculated the route. There are about 5 days left. If there is any problem that causes the route to deviate, the time will be extended." After Brook got the answer he wanted, he nodded with satisfaction. Thinking about the sunshine, blue sky, and white clouds he hadn't seen for decades, he yearned for it and said thank you. "Please." Brook, who was afraid of disturbing Nandi's observation route, left Nandi's side. For some unknown reason, Mariah was mostly in his captain's cabin and rarely showed up, and Brook couldn't disturb him. Thinking that they still needed to fight after they went out, Brook didn't want to be defeated again, so he found the drunk Agio, and the two started sparring again. Apart from drinking, Agio is good at swordsmanship. There is a would-be swordsman who will not refuse to spar with him. Being able to fight and drink at the same time is so beautiful. 10 days later, on the Black Bat, Nandi felt a slight difference in the wind direction and hurriedly arranged for the pirates. Adjust the ship's position, turn 20 degrees to the left, raise the sail quickly. Seeing that Nandi's tone was more urgent, Brook jumped to the sail more than 10 meters high, put down the canvas, and the pirates below tightened the rope of the canvas. "Hurry up." Nandi's words just came. Before Brook could jump down, a huge gust of wind came from behind. In desperation, he could only hold on to the sail pillars for dear life. Brook drifted in the wind. There was a click, and Brook flew up along with the pillar before he could react. When he was about to get away from the ship, a dark rope shot straight from the sea and restrained Brook in the blink of an eye. Shadow rope. Brook looked along the rope and saw that Mariah had come out of the captain's cabin. The shadow under his feet stretched infinitely and pulled him. Just as he was pulled back to the boat by Mariah, suddenly, a ray of sunlight hit Brook's body. Looking at this ray of sunshine and feeling the scorching sunshine, Brook couldn't use words to describe the feeling at this time, how long it had been. Finally out. 14. Chapter 14. Joining Moria. Brook was extremely excited to see the light again, as if he was reborn from the dark hell. All the pirates are also full of joy of rebirth after the festival. After all, a bright place will bring people a sense of security. After coming out of the magic delta, Nandi also wiped the sweat from his temples. The hardest part of this period was for him. He had to pay attention to the pointer. Even if he slept, he had to get up every hour or two to adjust the course. He felt tired as soon as he relaxed. Then the command helmsman began to go to the nearest island for supplies according to the instructions of the record pointer, and then returned to the cabin to rest. Mariah picked up a big meat skewer from the kitchen and walked towards Brook while eating. He looked at Brook and said with a thin smile, Don't forget, we will have a fight when we get to the next island. Brook calmed down his excitement slightly. I'm already getting excited. I hope you are strong enough to allow me to break through to the realm of a swordsman. After hearing this, Moria nodded with satisfaction, walked and ate the meat skewers, and slowly walked towards the captain's room on the second floor. In the next few days, the Black Bat's normal route was on the sea. Since it left the Dark Sea, there were more and more creatures around at least the food crisis could be solved by relying on fish and sea beasts in the sea. When a water source was about to run out, we finally saw an island called the Black Whale. This is an island that resembles a whale. It consists of two islands connected by a body like a whale and a tail like a whale. Depending on the location of the body, there is a small town. The tail is made up of rocks and beaches. Mariah immediately ordered the boat to sail towards the town, looked at Brook, and then moved to a position similar to the tail. Brook noticed Moria's gaze. When he looked, he saw Moria looking in the direction of the small island. He understood what Moria meant and nodded immediately. When they found the port of Whale Island, the residents of the town were only slightly confused, and then an old man with a white beard stood up. After Nandi expressed his intention, the old man lowered his guard a little. In the Grand Line, although pirates are hateful, except for some cruel pirates, generally speaking, they will not attack the small towns between the big islands. The pirates also need supplies from these small islands, and there are basically no such things on the small islands. What kind of oil and water can be fished out? But when they saw Mariah and Brook getting off the boat and coming to the port, they couldn't help but become nervous again. The former has such obvious characteristics. The bad incident and reward order he put down some time ago are still at home. This is a big pirate with a reward of more than 1 million. What followed was even more terrifying, and I don't know if he was wearing a skull mask or something else. He hurriedly arranged for a younger town citizen to entertain this group of pirates, and he quickly went to tell the townspeople below not to provoke this group of people. After leaving a few pirates to guard the ship, a group of pirates were led by the young town citizen to a 2-story tavern called the Whale. The pirates couldn't help but get excited when they saw the 2-story tavern. As we all know, in the Grand Line, taverns are absolutely indispensable in places that pirates like, so there is a distinction between 2-story taverns and 1-story taverns. The first floor of the pub is mainly for eating and drinking, but if there are 2 floors, there will naturally be some illegal items in it, most of which can be gambling and playing with women, and some even provide illegal drugs. Of course, this kind of thing only exists on small and medium-sized islands that do not have a kingdom system. Naturally, it also exists in big island countries, but they are all secret and illegal. This group of pirates had done a big job with Captain Moria, and naturally got a lot of money later. Then the ship sailed directly to the Devil's Triangle, and some money was naturally still on the ship. Although basically all of them have been exported, they are all on the same boat. Isn't it normal for you to lend me a loan and I to lend it to you? Then when you come here, there is a 2-story tavern. How can you not vent your anger? A group of pirates rushed into the tavern excitedly, and several pirates rushed to the second floor eagerly. They had obviously borrowed money outside the door or had money of their own. The remaining pirates found their seats in small groups and started ordering drinks and food. Brook looked around and saw that there were only 2 tables of guests, a total of only 5 people. Wait, Brook's eyes lit up. I quickly arrived at the front desk of the tavern, where there was a beautiful woman wearing blue clothes. Hey, beautiful lady, I have a request, and I wonder if I can agree to it. The lady standing at the bar smiled gently at Brook. Okay. Brook immediately couldn't help but get excited and said with a smile, Hey, can you let me admire your underwear? Well, yes, as long as you pay enough, the lady in blue said without changing her expression. Brook was stunned on the spot. He agreed so easily. But I have no money. Joe, who was passing by, approached Brook and patted him. I didn't expect it, Brook. You are so lucky. Let's go. Women will only affect the speed of our swords. Wine is our good companion. Ah. After finishing speaking, Agio burped. If Brook guessed correctly, Agio should have already drank and looked back. Sure enough, he was already drunk, and then Brook was taken by Agio to the table where Mariah and several cadres were sitting. Sit down, you can sit with us first. Agio picked up the wine jar and took a sip. Brook sat down and ordered a cup of hot coffee. After eating a little something, he heard Mariah say, Brook, you shouldn't need to go to the second floor to solve your needs. If you don't need it, let's leave. Brook was in trouble and couldn't express it. I wanted to need it too, but I also needed it to be useful, he said helplessly. Let's go then. Several cadres stood up and walked out of the tavern. Some pirates who were interested also caught up with him. An interesting battle would always be interesting. When they walked out of the tavern, they sat at a table near the door for two people. One of them looked at the pirates thoughtfully. Next, Molly and Andy Ajiwad and a few pirates arrived at the location they had chosen. Except for Brook and Moria, the remaining people were far away from the fighting sites. Seeing that Mariah had drawn out his sword and released a shadow, Brook became serious and clenched the sword in his hand. The two people collided immediately. Ding, 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 clang, clang, clang. The battle between the two instantly became intense. Half a day later, with several pirates stunned, the small island was destroyed beyond recognition. The battle ended with Brook falling to the ground and Moria winning. One day later, Brook got up from the bed with a sore waist and backache. He looked around, as if he was on a hotel bed, saw no one around him, cleaned himself, and then went downstairs. When he came downstairs, there was a pirate who was probably waiting for him, but he came over as soon as he came down. Master Brook, the captain, and the others have returned to the ship. They can go to sea after loading the supplies. Although Brook called the other party a little strange, he didn't pay much attention. Then let's go back too. As soon as he walked out of the door, a man in black clothes hurriedly walked in. Without noticing, his arm bumped into Brook, and the pirate following Brook immediately became anxious. You bastard, where are your eyes? The man in black across the street apologized hurriedly. Sorry, it's really a little urgent. I'm really sorry. Brook saw that nothing happened to him, and the other party was so sincere and didn't care. Forget it, let's go. Yes. Brook became more and more curious about this pirate's posture. What happened? Why do you seem to be more respectful to yourself? After the two came to the boat. What? Let me join you. Brook was startled when she heard Mariah's words. Moria's fate is not very good. You are the guy who will be fucked by Kaido later, and it seems that the whole ship has been fucked. Moria continued. You promised me that if I lose, you need to agree to a condition. Brook thought for a moment and had no choice but to agree. Moria and his gang have rescued themselves from the sea of misery in advance. They also want to save Adeaju Nandi from bad luck. If it is not possible, he will escape first. As for Filibuster, hey, let's go a year and a half later. Moria Pirate, join for now. 15. Chapter 15 Doom. Sail up, Black Bat. Moria made a rare appearance on the deck, feeling a little happy. Being able to draw a powerful swordsman into his pirate group was something worth celebrating. Little ones, let's have a party to celebrate the addition of musician and swordsman Brook. Oh, party. The pirates immediately became excited. The powerful swordsman was also a musician, and their life support had been greatly improved. As soon as Brook heard that a party was going to be held to welcome him, he immediately put aside his uneasiness about the future and joined in. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 bring Binks's wine to you like the sea breeze, riding the wind and waves as you please on the other side of the sea. A burst of singing began to sound from the Black Bat. At the port of the town, a man with a cross scar on his face and a long knife in his hand said to the man in black next to him, Don't we need to follow? Durst, who was dressed in black, shook his head. No, the other party's captain is a powerful guy. According to the old plan, we will return to the base. This is a big fish. The two immediately boarded a boat leaving the town. While maintaining the Black Bat's normal course, everyone on the ship was in a happy party. It seems that they are not only celebrating Brook's joining, but also celebrating their escape from the Devil's Sea ahead. Although they can also celebrate and vent in a small town, pirates have more fun on a ship that, as pirates, the sea can give them a sense of security. The banquet started at sea in the afternoon and lasted until late at night, and some of the drunkards began to fall down one after another. Captain Moria returned to the captain's cabin after eating and drinking together for a few hours. Brook discovered that when most of the pirates began to fall asleep, Moria, who had already returned to the captain's cabin, appeared on the deck again. Vigil. Brook guessed in his heart that he had also been a captain. No, an acting captain, so he naturally understood that at sea, no matter what time someone needed to be on duty. Unexpectedly, Moria would come to do this work himself. Brook slowly walked towards Moria and shook his cane. Captain Moria, you can go and rest. If you want to keep watch, I'll be there. After hearing Brook's question, Moria sat down with his tall body. No need, I already slept in advance. Brook felt that it was not good to have the captain work the night shift alone just after joining. Here, I didn't drink much. Let's go together. After finishing speaking, Brook was just about to find a seat and sat down to watch the night with Moria. He didn't even take a step without noticing. There was a boom sound. Brook fell to the ground in response. It hurts. Brook crossed his arms and touched them, then looked down at his feet. Who threw the banana peel? You go back and rest. I can be alone here. Seeing that his arm was fine, Brook wanted to persevere, but heard Moria's firm voice again. Moria saw that Brook had no intention of leaving and wanted to establish some prestige in front of the new crew members. It seems necessary to tell you the rules on this ship. There are only 2 rules on this ship. First, if anyone has any different opinions, he can challenge me. As long as he can defeat me, he will be the next captain. Second, obey the captain's orders. Okay, simple and clear. If I can't beat you, I'll punch you in the face. Brook cursed secretly and had no choice but to go back and rest. When I returned to an independently arranged bedroom, I unexpectedly fell again as soon as I entered the room. I'm drunk. I shouldn't be. I've never been drunk before. Although it can absorb liquid, it can only have a forward-slapped effect. Forget it. Just pretend you're drunk and go to sleep. In the morning when the sun was shining all over the sea, Brook, who was still sleeping in his separate bedroom, was woken up by an extinguished kerosene lamp hanging above his head. After staying for a while, Brook, who looked confused, heard some movement outside the ship. Brook angrily went outside the cabin to see what happened. As soon as I arrived on the deck, I saw a sea monster more than 10 meters long lying obediently on the boat. Joe put away the knife. Fortunately, he was not a sea king. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to solve it. Seeing Brook coming out, he asked, "Why did I bother you?" "It's okay. It's just a sea beast that came to give us extra food." Brook had nothing to say when he saw this. The culprit was going to be eaten, so who else could be blamed? The frustrated Brook, who was thinking about making up for the 2 swords, just came to the sea beast. On Brook's head, a sword wound appeared from the sea beast's body. Brook, who had not come and retreated hastily, was poured with stinking blood. Holy shit, I'm so fucking unlucky. Speechless, Brook could only return to the cabin to clean himself. After coming out, the pirates had already cleaned up the corpses of the sea beasts. Nandi saw Brook coming out and came over and asked, "Is Brook okay? Joe said you were not in a good mood." Brook shook his shoulders. "It's nothing serious, just a little unlucky." Although Nandi was a little strange, he didn't pay much attention and said, "Oh, you should pay attention to yourself. I'll go and get busy." "Is there anything I need to do?" "I don't have it here. Ask someone else." After Nandi finished speaking, he went to explain the route to the helmsman. Brook looked around and found that there was nothing he could do. During a normal voyage, the helmsman and sailors need to be at their posts, and the rest seemed to be relatively free. "Well, let me play a song for everyone to encourage you." Brook immediately decided to give everyone the whole job first. Just as a tune started to play, there was a ding sound, and a violin string struck in response, and the string hit Brook's face. "This is not normal." Brook's voice caught Alfred's attention. "I was observing the sea surface at the observatory while maintaining my spear." After hearing what Brook said, he looked around and wanted to ignore it. Although Brook joined his group, he was really panicked when facing the skeleton. Just when he was about to continue wiping his firearm, he saw sharp eyes, noticed the attack from the sky. "Be careful, sky enemy attack." Alfred immediately warned the people below. A black shadow with jet black feathers and 2 extremely hard claws attacked Brook. When he heard the warning sound from Ade, Brook increased his vigilance. When he saw a black shadow attacking him, he immediately put down his violin and drew his death sword. Revolutionary dance through the heart. Brook drew out his sword at a very fast speed and used an extremely fast slash. After the black shadow and Brook passed each other, they fell directly onto the ship with a dong sound. Brook put away his morning sword and looked back, seeing a giant eagle. Yes, the wave eagle. This kind of eagle should rarely be found in areas below 2 meters, said a pirate with rich experience. Nandi, who was making a chart in a room, heard the noise and walked out of the room, walking over with Alfred, who had already come down from the observation deck. Brook said to the two of them somewhat depressedly, "I should have been plotted. What happened?" Nandi was also a little puzzled. Didn't encounter any enemies during this period of time. "I don't know the specifics. I've fallen twice since yesterday. Something's wrong today. The MY strings actually broke. My instrument is maintained every time it is used. Yesterday it was still in good condition after use, but today it broke, and this eagle suddenly attacked me. I suspect I'm being targeted." Brook told Nandi and the others what happened. After hearing this, Alfred showed a fearful expression, and his voice trembled. This is a curse. This is bad luck." Brook was speechless when he saw Ade, who was trembling again. This kid is too afraid of this. Ade in normal times and Ade at this time are completely different people. Nandi also realized that things seemed a bit serious. If the bad luck would gradually increase, this would be a big crisis. He asked several cadres to report the matter to Captain Moria. 16. Chapter 16 Street Kits. Several people came to the captain's cabin to wake up Mariah, who was still sleeping, and then several people repeated what happened. Moria took his hands out from behind his head, stretched, and said slowly, He. No matter what the enemy is, just deal with it when it comes. Brook, please first determine whether it is a curse. If it is a curse, just deal with the person who cast the curse." After several people discussed it, they could only do this. Moria then ordered the ships to rest where they were. Then there were several unfortunate incidents against Brook over the next few hours. The most dangerous thing was that a Sea King type actually attacked their ship. Fortunately, Brook was very vigilant about his surroundings. This also led Moria to make the decision to return. "Brook, do you have any suspicion? We only stayed at Whale Island for 1 day along the way. If it was an attack, it must have been there." Moria asked. Brook opens the Thinking Palace, a super memory given by the soul. After a while. "Yes, I was bumped into by a person after I left the hotel. That person was sitting in front of the tavern on the first day we went there." Brook recalled. "Captain, let's go directly to Whale Island. This curse seems to be gradually strengthening. I'm afraid it will endanger the entire ship." Nandi suggested. "Return to Whale Island. The whole ship must be alert at all times." Moria ordered. "Yes, Captain." A group of pirates responded. On the subsequent return flight, Brook encountered the most unlucky day in his life, with all kinds of misfortunes happening. Fortunately, Brook and Moria were relatively strong, and basically all the troubles were solved. Finally, after a bumpy voyage, we returned to Whale Island. After fixing the Black Bat, the townspeople in the town were frightened when they saw that the big pirates who left yesterday were back again, fearing that they had offended something yesterday and that they were coming to cause trouble in the town. A group of pirates came to the hotel where they stayed before in the horrified eyes of the townspeople. The townspeople had already informed the mayor when they saw the pirates coming, and the white-bearded old mayor hurried to the hotel. "I don't know, Captain. What's the matter?" Mayor Whitebeard said tremblingly. Hand over the person who lived here yesterday to plot against us." In the eyes of Mayor Whitebeard, the terrifying pirate smiled sinisterly. I don't know who it is." Lime, get out of here." Mayor Whitebeard shouted eagerly to the manager inside the hotel. When the shop owner saw a group of pirates coming to trouble him, his legs were shaking with fear, and he was picked up by a terrifying-looking pirate. "It's Durst. The name on the registration form is Durst." The innkeeper Lim handed a register from his hand to the pirates in panic and said in a panic, "Dest." A group of people looked at each other and expressed their ignorance. Brook remembered the first time he met each other at the Whale Tavern and immediately suggested, "Send a few people to collect information separately and let's go to the tavern with the rest. I think there should be something we want to know in the tavern." Moria also thought that the most important thing now was to know who the enemy was and immediately agreed. "Just do what Brook suggests." Except for a few pirates who went to some crowded places, most of them immediately came to the Whale Tavern. Since we arrived in the morning, there were no customers on the first floor of the tavern. There was only a burly man carrying goods to the kitchen and wine cellar. Seeing a group of pirates come into my store, I was about to pick up my weapons and took a closer look. "Good guy, this is not the one who just came here 2 days ago. Recently, he has been with the world-famous Pirate Moria." He immediately threw away his weapon and said with a flattering smile, "I don't know why Lord Moria came to the shop again. As long as you tell me, I will do it immediately." When Brook saw this tall man being so knowledgeable, he said, "We need clues from the two people who were at the door 2 days ago. As long as you give us the clues, we won't embarrass you. Yo ho 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 ho." The tall shopkeeper immediately replied, "I don't know who it is. If I know, I will tell you." Moria stared at the tavern owner with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Dest, that's the name he used at the hotel." The tavern owner's face froze. Dest. Brook couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this situation. If he didn't use a fake name, that would be his name. It seems you know something. The tavern owner was a little frightened, fearing that he would be implicated, so he hurriedly told Moria and his group all the information he knew. "I don't know him, but he has a certain reputation in this sea area. He can be said to be a pirate or a bounty hunter who specializes in targeting pirates with bounties on his head. It is said that he is the descendant of the devil, and those who come in contact with him will be plagued by bad luck." The tavern owner looked at Moria and his group, swallowed, and then said, "It is said that he will look for targets in the surrounding areas and then attack pirates." Brook and Mariah looked at each other, and then Brook asked again, "Is there anything else you haven't said?" The tavern owner thought for a while, and it seemed like there was nothing more. "I am just a tavern owner. Although I sometimes collect information and make a little money, I don't specifically collect information from one person. Nothing else. I just heard that Durst is usually on St. Kitts." Seeing that nothing could be asked, Brook walked out with Mariah and the others, and several cadres began to discuss. "During our route, I noticed that there were no enemies around." Alfred told the captain and others what he had observed along the way. Brook thought for a moment and analyzed. Since Durst didn't ambush around us, it was calculated that we would come back, and the name was left to us on purpose. Mariah touched the famous knives on both sides and smiled thoughtfully. Interesting. It's strength. Durst can't solve us. Since he wants to put a bounty on his head, he needs our heads. If the bad luck is strong, he can kill us. He understands that bad luck alone cannot solve us, so naturally, he won't come in person. Brook also roughly understood the other party's intention. "So Durst left us a true message. Then he is waiting for us on St. Kitts Island?" "Well, that's about it," Moria responded. Brook searched in his mind palace and found no information about St. Kitts Island, so he asked, "St. Kitts?" Moria was not in the habit of paying attention to this kind of information and turned to look at Nandi. St. Kitts is an island that only became famous a few years ago. Similar to Magic Valley Town and Nassau Island, the three islands are called Pirates' Paradise. The pirates held a large number of hostages on the island, making it impossible for the Navy to carry out the extermination. Nandi introduced the three islands of Mogu Town and Nassau Island are in the first half of the Great Route, and St. Kitts is in the second half. Each island basically has a place called Guardian the islander's existence. They are the ones who control the island. The island guard in St. Kitts should be a guy named Scavenger Well. The bounty is 300 million belly. We still need to collect intelligence for the specific details. Okay, let's decide to go to St. Kitts. Moria decided to arrive. Brook said with some embarrassment, "I'm really sorry that I provoked a strong enemy just after joining. I can handle this on my own." Moria's expression changed after hearing Brook's words, and she walked up to Brook and punched him. Brook was knocked back several steps by the huge punch. Moria said angrily, "What stupid things are you saying? Since you have joined us, it is naturally our business. Since he has taken action against you, he has declared war on us. No pirate will retreat without a fight." Brook looked at Mariah and was a little moved. Maybe Mariah was not a good captain, but he was indeed a qualified captain. Brook stopped being pretentious. Since the other party provoked him, he also wanted to let the other party know how powerful an old pirate was. After seeing that everyone had no objections, Moria began to arrange for everyone to prepare to go to St. Kitts. "Lord Nandi, we found a guide to the island of St. Kitts." A pirate hurried back to the Black Bat and handed Nandi the record guide he had just snatched from a merchant. Nandi, who had put away the guidebook, saw that the supplies and pointers were all in place, and immediately came to the captain's room to report to Moria that everything was ready. Moria walked out of the captain's cabin, faced the crowd with his tall body, and said loudly, "Sail." 17. Chapter 17. The Black Bat began to set sail slowly. After Brook experienced a few bad lucks and found that Brook could handle it, Mariah arranged for several people to take turns to be on guard. First, Nandi and a Jew will cooperate with Brook to solve some problems, and try not to affect the trip to St. Kitts. And Brook needs to be vigilant at all times. After all, bad luck is aimed at him. Moria and Alfred went to rest first, while Nandi, Joe, and a group of crew members controlled the Black Bat. In order to avoid more trouble and try to sail as much distance as possible during the day, Nandi accelerated his sailing speed. After several near misses, the time came at night. Moria and Alfred walked out of the cabin, and most of the pirates left a few who were basically operating the ship to go back to rest. Moria looked at the dark sea and found a place to sit down after seeing that Alfred had climbed up to the observation deck of his own accord. Brook saw this and walked over. There were some things that Brook wanted to confirm. Captain Moria, I wonder if you know hockey? Domineering. Mariah's face was full of doubts, and he asked in confusion. Seeing that Mariah didn't seem to know, Brook explained. A technique on the Grand Line. Roughly, it uses the body's energy and blood to strengthen itself. Moria had only entered the Grand Line for less than a year. He was still very interested in the techniques that the Great Line could use to strengthen his own strength. He asked, Oh, what's the effect? Hockey can be divided into 3 types, the knowledge color, the armed color, and the extremely rare overlord color. Brook introduced to Mariah. Seeing and hearing color can increase perception, detect the number and intensity of enemies, and deduce the enemy's movements. The extreme. It can predict the future and listen to the voices of human beings and even all things. Armed color makes people feel as if they are wearing invisible armor. It can increase attack power and defense. It's extreme. It can destroy the inside of the enemy's body and cause huge injuries. Armed color hockey also has another ability that is very important, which is to use weapons. Color can attack the body of a person with natural abilities. Moria was slightly moved. Brook continued. The overlord color can only be used by those with the qualifications of a king. It can cause a strong mental impact on a large number of enemies, causing them to faint. It can also bring strong pressure to the opponent when facing the enemy. In the extreme, it can cause actual damage to objects. Moria became interested in this technique. How can I master this ability? I don't know the specifics, but I'll give you a rough idea. Brook said, slightly embarrassed. Brook himself could only be counted as sailing on the Grand Line for about half a year, and he had no chance to come into contact with hockey. The only way he knew was the cultivation method introduced in the anime and One's memory. If you want to see and hear sex, you can roughly blindfold your eyes, face the enemy, and walk. You can train your hearing better. It mainly trains your perception. The color of the weapon may involve blood, and then fight. I don't know the specifics. The overlord color is roughly related to bloodline and talent. I speculate that it may also be related to leadership or willpower. After listening to Brook's detailed introduction, Mariah adjusted his sitting posture, and his eyes became brighter. Will there be many people on the Grand Line? This really confused Brook himself, and I don't know if there are bad streets now. Anyway, in 20 years, the New World will be a city with some strength. Brook cursed secretly. Probably the strong men in the New World will know it. After all, I have never been to the New World. Brook wasn't sure. Moria also felt a desire when she heard Brook say that basically all strong people can do it. Who cannot desire strong strength? As a captain, he wants to improve his strength even more. After speculating on the feasibility of the domineering training that Brook mentioned, well, it should be no problem. As soon as he made a little movement, he heard Brook say, Captain Moria, you don't just want to practice like this. The sight color should have no impact on the body, but the armed color does not involve the movement of chi and blood. Speaking of this, Brook couldn't help but complain. I don't know if I can learn how to use weapons, that I am a skeleton without flesh and blood. If you're familiar with it, I feel like there shouldn't be much of a problem. The 2 souls showed their talent in this area before they were fused. Although they had no eyes and ears, they were extremely sensitive in this area. In addition, after the fusion of the 2 souls, this aspect has been strengthened to a certain extent, and they are both sensitive in perception. It's almost the same as seeing and hearing domineering. Brook didn't dare to think about the domineering color, and in the comics, he never showed domineering until later. They can already master the cognizant color thanks to the great WT. Thoughts come back. When Brook saw that Mariah wanted to try the training method, he immediately advised, We haven't reached a safe area now, and we don't know if there are more enemies behind us. If we train rashly, what if? Moria thought about it for a moment, then nodded and gave up the idea of trying it immediately. Seeing that Mariah had temporarily given up the idea of learning domineering, Brook was afraid that it would dampen Mariah's enthusiasm, so he couldn't help but said, If you want to be armed, it's best to find someone who knows how to do it. If you're familiar with it, you can train it at any time. Mariah saw that Brook didn't seem to understand him well, and thought he was lazy? Brook, do you think I'm just lazy and sleeping in my room all day long? Isn't it? If you hadn't said that, I would have really thought that you just ate and slept, and you ate while you slept, otherwise you would have gained so much weight in the back. Brook complained. Seeing that Brook didn't respond to him as a captain, he couldn't live without a positive side, so he explained, I usually train my fruit abilities in my room. Brook was thoughtful after listening. No wonder Mariah eats so much. Because there is no training space on the ship, I keep using the shadow in the room, so I need to replenish my energy at all times. Brook couldn't help but admire him. Everyone who worked hard would eventually succeed. As expected of him, he is about to compete with Kaido and will become the king of the Shichibukai in the future. Brook nodded to Moria. I understand. By the way, here's another suggestion. Our overall strength can naturally dominate the first half of the Grand Route, but it is far from enough for the second half. I would like to suggest that Captain Moria go to the Bubble Islands to recruit some capable people. Whether they are partners or cannon fodder, the competition in the new world will be far more intense than you think. Brook began to really think about Moria and his group. Moria has already discovered this problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted Brook after having a fight in the Magic Delta. Moria nodded and said, No problem. Let's try our best to improve the strength of the cadres. The two of them almost communicated and then became quiet. Brook also began to reflect on himself, had relaxed a little after coming out of the Magic Delta. Even Captain Moria is preparing for the future all the time, and he can't stop just because of a bottleneck. Since you can't pass the realm of swordsmen, you can train the fruit yourself. Thinking about leaving the body and going to the bathhouse, wouldn't it be nice to go on a reconnaissance trip? Isn't the cold air of Huangquan so powerful? It's time to get serious. Brook secretly made up his mind. Brook slowly sat down and slowly closed his eyes. Brook, who was in a soul state that no one could see, also slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, Moria also closed his eyes with tacit understanding. Starting to close his eyes and get rid of distracting thoughts, Brook felt a kind of quietness in his mind and quietness around him. When Brook closed his eyes, the power of his soul seemed to be acting on his hearing, greatly increasing his perception. Invisible ripples began to disperse from Brook's side. Not only did the sounds and images around him appear in his mind, but there was even a sound in the distant sea that Brook heard. In Alfred's eyes from the observation deck, his captain and Brook seemed to be asleep. Suddenly, Brook, who was sitting on the ground, slowly stood up, took out the violin from his abdomen, picked up the crutch in his right hand, and assumed a posture. While Alfred was still surprised, there was a sudden sound on the sea in the distance, and Alfred quickly turned his head to look. I saw a swordfish more than 5 meters long, with a black light all over its body, leaping out of the sea and quickly attacking the black bat. Alfred's heart tightened. This is the first killer of the ocean, the ghost swordfish. It has a body as hard as steel and extremely fast speed. It is the creature that pirates least like to encounter in the ocean. It can be said that this is the natural enemy of ships. Alfred, who had no time to warn him, was already ready to sink the ship. When the ghost swordfish was 10 meters away from the ship, a sound came from Brook. The ghost swordfish slowed down in Alfred's eyes and slowly fell to the sea. A closer look showed that the ghost swordfish had clearly fallen asleep. At the same time, Mariah, who was sitting on the boat, also opened his eyes, looked at Brook, then at the ghost swordfish, and slowly closed his eyes again. A voice came from Brook's mouth. Lullaby Solo Round Dance. Chapter 18. Arriving at Baiquan Town. Brook retreated from the previous state, and his perception became less strong. Are you domineering? No, it probably doesn't count yet. It's just the effect of strong perception. But that's the right state. Brook remembered that state in his mind. After putting away his violin, Brook put the morning sword at his feet where it was easily accessible and slowly closed his eyes. The previous state appeared in Brook again. In the following time, Brook continued to maintain this wonderful state. Invisible fluctuations spread out slowly in circles and dissipated at a distance of 100 meters. If anyone could see it, they would be surprised. Ripples emanated from the body of a skeleton, forming a circle with a radius of 100. No movement within this range escaped Brook's eyes. Relying on this state, Brook solved several minor troubles effortlessly. Moria on the side also noticed something different about Brook. Domineering. Moria had some doubts that he also tried practicing, but it had no effect. Talent. Seeing that Brook kept his eyes closed, it was difficult for him to ask. Finally, when the sea gradually became covered with light, Brook opened his eyes, stood up, and moved his joints. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Brook couldn't help but be surprised. He had just spent the night? Brook calculated the time, roughly from 10 o'clock in the evening to about 4 o'clock, now 6 hours. After about 6 hours, I rested for an hour in between, and I stayed in this state for 5 hours. In fact, Brook got up now, not because he saw the dawn, but because he felt a little tired in his soul. This has not happened since the two souls merged, so it was forced to stop. Seeing that Brook had completed his training, Moria asked with some anticipation. Seeing the domineering look, "No, I feel it's not even close. It's just the advantage brought by a strong soul," Brook explained. Moria nodded and said to himself, his talent cannot be too bad. Can it work? Probably. It is good. Moria nodded with satisfaction and thought for a moment. Tell this to Nandi, Joe Alfred. Brook agreed. I will tell this to Moria because I want to increase the strength of my own pirate group. When the sky completely lit up, Nandi and Joe also came to the deck. After gathering several cadres together, Brook told them about the domineering situation. Several people had different reactions. Nandi's face was full of surprise and anticipation. Joe was full of envy and desire. Alfred, on the other hand, was a little thoughtful. After a few people dispersed, Moria returned to the captain's room, so angry that for those who didn't know, he thought he was going to have a fight with someone. Ade also returned to the room, and Nandi and Joe, after finishing some work, began to practice more or less 7. Brook saw all this. It seems that everyone is getting a little anxious, knowing that they are about to face a new world, and they all want to increase their strength. Well, seeing, hearing, and color is basically no problem. Now we need a way to exercise the fruit. In the original work, he only mastered other abilities after 2 years of fighting at the top, and he has never shown them before. It seems that you need to master out-of-body experience before you can think about anything else. I didn't seem to say how I did it 2 years later, but it seemed that it just clicked, and it suddenly clicked. How can I learn this by myself? Hey, let's meditate. I happen to be a little tired and should take a rest. Next, we spent another day sailing. Near evening, we finally arrived at the small island named White Spring Town, according to the permanent guide. The Black Bats slowly approached the small dock in Baiquan Town. Perhaps because of the proximity to St. Kitts, the people in the town showed a accustomed attitude towards pirates. Stepping into Baiquan Town, Brook also looked a little strange. This town was a bit too welcoming. A group of waiters in tavern costumes immediately surrounded Mariah and his group and began to introduce their own specialty drinks. Everyone, come to our tavern. We have the specialty of this town, whitewater wine. Come to our place. Come to our place. His store is fake. Mine is the real whitewater wine. Joe, who was among the group of people, swallowed and shook the wine gourd on his waist. Well, not much more. Joe nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that there was not much danger here, the pirates immediately decided to separate and collect as much information about Durst as possible. Joe immediately agreed. After seeing that his captain agreed, he immediately turned around and grabbed the first waiter selling whitewater wine to collect information. A group of pirates also began to head to taverns and hotels. Moria also brought Nandi to a tavern. Seeing that people were going to the tavern, Brook began to investigate the surrounding environment. After walking around the town, I found that the town is not big, but it has a lot of people, and most of them are pirates. This is a small town built around a lake. The name of the lake is Baishui Lake. It is said that this lake is completely formed by natural springs underground. With Baishui Lake, there is Baishui Town. This special spring water cultivates a special kind of sorghum, and the sweet spring water makes this town very famous for its drinks. A large amount of alcohol was supplied to the pirates in St. Kitts, and the island was protected by a group of pirates. Coupled with the superior water resources, many pirates will enter the island to replenish the water supply. When approaching Whitewater Lake, it was obvious that someone was already on guard, so Brook gave up the idea of going to Whitewater Lake to explore. I solved a few bad luck problems along the way and arrived near a pub with a lot of people. The aroma of wine wafted into Brook's bony nose, and a noisy atmosphere emerged spontaneously. Brook entered a tavern called Koizumi. As soon as he entered, he saw Joe and several pirates following him drinking. After walking to Joe and the others and sitting down, Brook picked up the wine jar and poured himself a bowl. Brook smelled it first. Yes, it smelled good. Then he looked at the transparent wine and slowly tasted it. It was mellow. Should I say it is worthy of being the wine of Baiquan Town? Brook couldn't help but sigh. I have no sense of taste, but I can still taste such delicious food. If it is stored for a longer time, it will be possible to become a famous wine. Well, it's indeed a good wine. Haven't had such a delicious wine in a long time. Definitely ask the captain to buy more. Joe said drunkenly. A pirate on the side who was also a little drunk laughed and cursed. Who doesn't know that, Captain, you drank most of the wine on the ship? This wine must be strictly monitored by the captain. Seeing that most of the people were drunk, Brook shook his cane. Oh, ho, haven't you all forgotten the important things? How is it possible? We have inquired carefully, but I didn't find out anything useful. Brook was speechless. I called a few people up, paid for the drinks, and went to the hotel we had agreed on to find Mariah. Chapter 19, Gathering Intelligence. With a few drunkards, it took a lot of effort to arrive at a hotel. Entering it, I saw Alfred waiting for everyone in the hall. When Alfred saw Brook and Joe arriving, he immediately came to greet them. I still don't feel comfortable seeing Brook, Alfred, but fortunately I have been together for more than 20 days, and I am no longer as scared as I was at the beginning. Alfred greeted a few people, looked at the drunk people, and immediately arranged for a few pirates to rest in the open room. Brook, Joe, the captain, and Nandi are already waiting on the second floor. Brook guessed that Mariah and the others must have discovered something, so they followed Alfred to a bedroom on the second floor. Entering the room, Moria and Nandi were communicating something, and stopped when they saw that several people had arrived. Did you find anything? Moria asked. Brook was about to talk about his discovery, but a Joe next to him said first. Captain Moria, I inquired seriously, but the other party refused to tell. Brook sighed. Are you exposing yourself that you were drinking without asking? I have discovered that people here are not afraid of pirates at all. Also, there are people guarding the core area of Whitewater Lake, and their strength seems to be pretty good. Moria nodded. It seems that what Nandi and I guessed is right. Moria looked at Nandi and motioned for him to tell the cadres what he had collected. Nandi immediately said to the three people, when we want to collect information about St. Kitts, the residents of the town will enthusiastically tell us. But I hit a wall when it came to getting information about Durst. It's like this in several places. That's right. I'll just tell you, alas, but they won't tell me. Joe, who was a little dizzy, said loudly immediately. Brook suddenly wanted to beat this drunkard down. Moria also nodded at this time and said, from what you said, it seems that this island has long been occupied by pirates or St. Kitts. Brook also showed a clear expression, well, even though he had no face. Sure enough, Brook guessed something when he saw someone guarding Whitewater Lake. It seems that our whereabouts have also been noticed by our opponents. Brook said calmly, well, we have to be ready to fight, but they shouldn't touch us. Moria said with some confidence, this place should be just one of their peripheral economic sources. There are no powerful people on the island. If you piss us off, it's normal for this place to be destroyed. Nandi nodded in agreement. Then what should we do? We don't know who the enemy is. Alfred asked. Oh, ho, if you want information, don't we have it here? Brook laughed. Moria showed an expression of appreciation. He is indeed an old pirate. Pushing the time forward an hour, in a building with a clear pirate logo in the center of St. Kitts Island, a young man with two old-fashioned cowboy muskets on his belt received a call from the South Island. After receiving the call, the gunman immediately told the island's island keeper the news. An hour later, on the top floor of the building, several people arrived one after another. The gunman immediately said to Durst, who was wearing black clothes, Dest, the group of pirates you lured has arrived in Baiquan Town. Durst, who was sitting at the long table, drank some black tea and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the pirates didn't abandon the skeleton. I thought the fruit's ability would have no effect on skeletons with no life characteristics. The young gunman asked curiously, are there really living skeletons? I thought it was a weirdo wearing a mask at the time. When I touched him, I was shocked. The man in red clothes with a long sword and a cross scar nodded his head in agreement. No problem. A sweet yet calm voice came from the top of the table. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman standing next to the leader. The other party is the supernova Bat Mariah, who has a bounty of 800 million. P.S. Moria has never had an official nickname. No problem. I've arranged everything. Sitting at the head, a tall, ferocious-looking man answered. Then he said to the gunman, sitting on the side of the long table, "Notify them so that Nanway Island can let them in without blocking them. Then let Mariah and his gang play a game and announce the prize." "Yes." The gunman responded immediately, then walked out and began to inform according to the leader's plan. In White Spring Town, Moria and his gang were also planning something in the room. 6 hours later, the pirates in the hotel began to gradually leave the room and arrived at the agreed-upon location. "Brook, take Alfred with you to deal with the people in Whitewater like you mentioned. Let's go and deal with the entire town's armed forces. The rest are on alert." "It's the captain." After Moria arranged Brook's mission, he took Nandi and Agio to deal with the pirates in the town. Brook took Alfred and several pirates to Whitewater Lake before encountering a guarded place. After arriving, Brook made a stop gesture. "Ade, please take the two of them to provide support. There don't seem to be many enemies." "Okay," Alfred responded. Brook then began to slowly approach a drowsy guard in front of him. Seeing his unwary opponent, Brook didn't even bother to pull out his sword. He just pointed out his cane and hit it in the head. Before Alfred could react, he saw someone fall down. Brook waved back, motioning for Ade to follow. He continued to walk forward, and with his dexterity and agility, Brook took care of all the people on the periphery. "Pato, luck." One of the more vigilant pirates called out to the outside, and then hurriedly alerted his companions before they came. A black shadow instantly knocked him down. "Notice, there are enemies." There were sounds one after another around, and it was obvious that an intruder had been discovered. Boom! A gunshot rang out from behind Brook. A corpse fell from Brook's side, and Brook retracted his hand that was facing the side. Seeing that Ade behind him had fired, Brook stopped hiding and walked out openly. The people guarding the Whitewater Lake saw a figure coming out, and they all fired at the figure. Boom, boom, boom. Several gunshots hit the figure, and something incredible happened in the eyes of everyone. The other person was completely fine. A man holding 2 guns fired several shots at the figure. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have a chance to hit his vitals." A man close to Brook suddenly began to tremble. "Devil, devil, devil. 1 sword light, 2 sword lights, 3 sword lights." Brook seemed to be on a killing spree, and he was so fast that he defeated the enemies in front of him one by one with 1 sword strike. "Brook, stay alive." When facing the other party alone, Brook heard Ade's words and stopped his movements. Looking at the corpses on the ground and the people trembling under his sword, Brook was a little confused. "Killed yourself?" After waking up from the fusion of 2 souls, he has never killed anyone. Feel the strange yet familiar feeling just now. Okay, a little exciting. The skull slowly approached the guard who was lying on the ground with a frightened look on his face and said sinisterly, Too weak, too weak. Yo ho ho ho, who are you and who is in charge?" The guard's eyes gradually widened and he said tremblingly, Yes, our captain is Weird Force, Axie." Brook went on to ask, "Where is he?" "Here, at the tavern in town." Forgive me, the pirate who fell to the ground begged. Brook slowly put the morning sword back into its sheath and looked around. "Don't worry, I won't kill anyone who has no ability to resist." After speaking, Brook turned around and waved his hand to signal Ade and the others to follow and prepare to leave this deserted place. After taking a few steps, he heard a gunshot from behind him. Brook turned around and saw that Ade had already started to carry his spear and followed him. Brook was about to say something when he saw Ade nodding towards him. "It's done." A question mark floated over Brook's head. Get what? Ade's mind was confused. "What? Didn't you ask me to deal with him?" "Oh no, I asked you to keep up. Keep up? Who asked you to deal with him?" Brook was speechless and said, "Forget it, go back. After all, he is just a little pirate." Brook shook his head, turned around, and started walking towards the tavern street, where gunfire began to fire and became lively. Several people followed silently, and Ade whispered, "Did the pirates in the past never silence themselves? Let's just talk when we get back. Why are we making any gestures?" Brook, who heard Ade's muttering clearly, had the urge to give this kid a blow. He held on to his hat, suppressed his impulse, and walked faster. Chapter 20 Montiawell. When Brook saw Mariah again, it was already in a tavern. "Captain Moria, we found out about a guy named Weird, Axie. He should be here." When Alfred saw Moria, He immediately told Moria the information he found. Weird force. It can't be this guy. Moria looked at a pirate with muscular arms lying aside. Brook looked at the bunch of pirates. Good guys, are you all lying down? Not dead. Brook couldn't help but ask. Hee. It's okay, they're just a bunch of minor characters. Looking around, I saw that the battle was basically over, and some pirates began to clean up the battlefield. This is the favorite part of the battle for pirates. The richer the enemy is, the greater their profits will be. Brook walked to the bar of the tavern, jumped in, found some black tea inside, and started to boil water using utensils. While making tea, he said to Mariah, "Have you asked anything? This usse should be able to give us something useful." Moria also sat on the table and started to eat the food. Seeing Brook consulting him, he shook his head. "No, I haven't had time to ask yet. I don't have time to ask them one by one." Brook took a sip of black tea and showed a satisfied expression. It smells so good, even though I no longer have a nose." After spending time with Brook, everyone has become accustomed to the skeleton's indirect jokes. The only thing we can do is wait until they wake up. Brook picked up a large pot of black tea and walked out, obviously ready to find a place to drink tea leisurely. Nandi walked in from outside, holding 2 buckets of water that he found somewhere in his hands, and said with a sinister smile, Hee, no need to wait. I just found an ice cave and got 2 ice cubes, just in time to wake them up." Moria saw that Nandi was about to wake people up, so he pointed at the huge, strange power in the arms of a group of pirates. Upon seeing this, Nandi walked over directly, moved a bucket of ice water away, and said without forgetting, "Get up and pull." After a bucket of water was poured down, the pirate, who was called Weird Power, shuddered, crossed his arms, and opened his eyes. Nandi was not polite and poured a bucket of ice water over her. Weird force. Usse immediately screamed. The 2 scars at the corners of Nandi's mouth twitched with her smile. Hee, do you want to die or live? Usse, who had 2 buckets of ice water next to him, finally woke up. He heard the vicious pirate talking to him and looked around. The 5-meter-tall monster Moria, the skeleton sitting on a chair drinking something, and the gunman at the door with his hand on the handle of his gun. Nana still didn't understand his situation, and regardless of the injuries from the battle just now, he quickly knelt down and begged. "Adults, if you want to live, of course you want to live. Just say whatever I ask you. If you don't say anything, you should be able to guess what will happen." Nandi recognized the other party and looked at Captain Moria. Moria stood up with a big meat skewer in his hand, immediately putting tremendous pressure on Usse, who was kneeling on the ground. Mariah, who slowly approached Usse, finished the meat skewers in one bite and looked down at the kneeling pirate. Hee, what's your name? Do you know a guy named Durst? Usse showed a regretful expression. He was really looking for trouble. He should have escaped from the beginning. After I reported the information about this group of pirates, I received an order not to stop them and let them go directly to St. Kitts. Unexpectedly, the other party attacked directly. Usse was a little frightened and immediately replied, "Lord Moria, the younger one's name is Usse. I recognize him. I recognize Durst. Tell me the news about Durst and other scavenger guys. If you are caught lying, you should know the consequences." Moria continued to threaten. Upon seeing this, Brook also joined in the torture. "Oh ho, if you lie, I will know it. Lies cannot escape the gaze of the abyss." After speaking, Brook had some ideas, closed his eyes, and focused on Usse. Brook heard strong breathing and heartbeat. Effective. Yeah, I understand. Usse nodded wildly. Dest is Awire's subordinate, known as the Son of Doom, and his full name is Robert Durst. It is said that he is the bad luck man who ate the bad luck fruit, which can cause people to have bad luck. Basically, Durst and a swordsman named Red formed a 2-person team and hunted pirates outside. Usse immediately betrayed Durst's information. "After all, I am not considered a core member of their group. At worst, I can escape this disaster and go to sea immediately." Brook nodded. Her heartbeat changed, but she didn't lie. "You'll..." Moria continued to ask. Yes, Durst is from Awire. Ever is the scavenger. Monty Ever. In order to survive, Usse didn't care so much and continued. Evil stepped on a group of pirates to become the master of this island. It is said that no one can escape his clutches alive, so no one knows his true strength. It is said that Awire once had the combat power to destroy a city by one person. Mariah touched his chin, seeming to be thinking about something. Then his hands touched the big knives beside his waist, and his face became a little gloomy. You'd better not lie to me and tell me all their specific information. Brook opened his eyes, exited the previous state, took a sip of black tea, glanced at Moria, and recalled the information about the scavenger. Moria is still too young. Isn't he just a pirate worth over 6,000 million? Brook took a sip of black tea. Oh, it's hot. Brook was in a hurry for a while, and then clapped his hands in the eyes of everyone. Oh, I no longer have a tongue. After adjusting his clothes, Brook walked up to the pirate named Axie. So this guy named Scavenger is going to deal with us. Axie had been quite concerned about what the Skull-Masked Man said before, and then he was frightened by the suddenly funny masked man. When he looked carefully, he became even more frightened. Apparently, this pirate noticed the difference in Brook, and his voice started to tremble a little. Yes, it should be. I have reported your information before, and the superiors said they don't need to worry about you, and they told you to go to St. Kitts. Axie was already ready to break the pot. Although Awire and the others were terrifying, he had never seen their strength, right? The pirates in front of him were obviously more dangerous now. What's so special about Awire? Moria continued to ask, looking at the situation and preparing for war against Awire. I don't know, since he won the position of island guard among a group of pirates 3 years ago. No living person has ever seen him take action. But there is a rumor that he can't be killed. Axie said and started to waver. Can't be killed, a user with devil fruit abilities. Brook began to feel uncomfortable. Unkillable fruit, natural type? This is a big trouble. If you are not armed, you can't fight. No, I don't know. Axie thought of the crisis before him and overcame his fear of Awire. Also, they seem to have a way with the Navy to get the full bounty, so most pirates like to come here to trade heads with bounties. Nandi took out his little notebook and listened and memorized it. He couldn't help but interject it. With so many pirates, no one tries to take his position? Axie shook his head. Of course there are, but those who challenge him have become the Pele of building St. Kitts. After hearing this, Moria turned his huge body towards the door and stopped at the door. Interesting. Then he walked out of the tavern. A voice came from the door. I'm going back to the ship first, and I'll set off after collecting my things. Chapter 21 Battle Plan. After Moria left, Brucknandy and the others asked St. Kitts in detail about other possible enemies. After learning that being an enemy of the island defenders of St. Kitts meant that the entire island was also an enemy, Brook became somewhat silent. This is the whole island. No, it should be one medium-sized island and 4 small islands. According to the information given by Axie, Awire is located in St. Kitts, surrounded by 4 natural islands guarding the southeast, northwest, and northwest of St. Kitts. They are called Way Island, that is East Way Island, South Way Island, and West Way Island, North Island. After reaching Baiquan Town, you will face the obstruction of Nanway Island. Among the 4 islands, Bayway Island and Nanway Island have cadres in charge. Katai Island is guarded by a woman named Kanali, and most pirates trade there. Nanway Island is a gunman named Billy the Kid, who is said to be a famous fast shooter nearby. The remaining 2 islands are basically populated by pirates who come here. Most of them dock at the East and West Way Islands, and if you want to go to St. Kitts, you can only take a small boat. The island is a famous den for selling money, women, and illegal drugs that IT has said that if you want it, you will definitely find it on the island. Brook couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. There are so many enemies. How long can we fight like this? Although there was a record of solving 1 island at once when he was in the Lombard Pirates, that was the ability of the entire Lombard Pirates, and these were 5 islands. After tying up Axie and throwing him aside, several cadres began to discuss the battle plan. How about we just skip Nanway Island and attack St. Kitts? Nandi suggested. No, if we want to be surrounded, we will only get caught in the enemy's trap. Ade wondered. Catch the turtle in the urn? Brook replied angrily. It's what you think it is. Ade shrank back and whispered. Then what should we do? Attack them one by one? Brook glanced at Ajo, who was sleeping soundly next to him, and said helplessly, No, the pirates on the periphery are not important to Awire, but they are indeed a little trouble for us. If we attack one by one, it will only make us tired to deal with a completely victorious enemy, waiting for work, which will put a lot of pressure on us. Brook went out of his way to be more specific. Nandi responded without stopping, not knowing what he was remembering. Seeing the two of them, Brook couldn't come up with any good ideas, so he could only tell his plan. I have a plan to drive out the wolves and tigers. Alfred raised his hand and whispered. I understand what this means. Who is the wolf? Brook looked at the group of pirates and smiled sinisterly. Yo, ho, 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 aren't all the wolves here? After Nandi reported the plan to Moria and acted according to this method, Moria and his gang started to take action. Locking a group of pirates together and then collecting the gold, jewelry, and other valuables, the pirates began to make repairs in place according to the plan. After solving several troubles caused by bad luck, Brook gradually mastered the laws of bad luck. The impact of bad luck can only be at the level of one's own strength and will not exceed the limit of strength. Normally, as long as you pay attention, you can avoid it, and meteorites will not fall from the sky for no reason. Of course, Brook estimated that if something bad happened during the battle, it would most likely be very troublesome. After discovering that the bad luck would not gradually intensify, Brook also relaxed a little and rested. Of course, Brook found a place to rest by himself, as the pirates strongly requested. Next day, in a large wine cellar, a group of pirates began to be gradually expelled to a port. In the eyes of a group of pirates, the tall Mariah appeared in front of him leading several pirates who were obviously cadres. You bastards, as the defeated, you are all my trophies. But I can give you a chance. Challenge me here, as long as one of you can win, I will let you all go. Or just follow my arrangements, and I will let you go later. Moria spread his arms and said with a confident attitude. The pirates below began to stir. No one who could become a pirate is a fool. Before, a group of people were defeated directly by Moria. Now that the entire pirate group is here, what are they going to challenge? Weird Usse, who was surrounded by several pirates below, understood that the opportunity had come. He betrayed Awire yesterday and had no choice but to go to the dark side. Besides, he had seen Moria's strength before, and he almost killed himself without using the fruit's ability. As long as you don't let yourself deal with Awire. If not, you can just run away. Usse, who was making a small calculation in his mind, immediately asked loudly, I think with Lord Moria's strength, no one here will want to challenge Lord Moria. Usse looked around. Although some pirates were still dissatisfied, no one refuted him and then asked, I don't know what Lord Moria wants us to do. When the pirates saw that the strange force resident on this island was making an appearance, they naturally started to become a little commotion. Some familiar pirates began to gather together and try to guess what they would be asked to do and whether there would be any danger or anything like that. Snap. Give me quiet. Nandi pulled out a short gun from his waist and fired into the sky. Moria's face also looked a little gloomy. Brook also touched his crutches. The pirates below immediately became quiet when they saw this. You don't need to know what I'm asking you to do now. Moria pointed to a large robbed sailboat docked at the port. Those who agree can go directly to the ship, and those who disagree can just stay where they are. The pirates below began to look around, but no one moved for a while. Usse thought for a moment and immediately led some of his men to move towards the merchant ship. When the pirates saw someone hit him on the head, Usse, who was famous on the island, also began to board the merchant ships one after another. Seeing that there were only a few tougher pirates left below, Brook couldn't help but sigh. There are really idiots who are not afraid of death. There are still people who are lucky, but they shouldn't be lucky with us. Nandi put away the short gun and scoffed. Seeing that the plan was almost in progress, Moria turned to Brook and said, Is it okay for you and Agio to take these pirates with you? Why don't you take Nandi with you? Brook glanced at Agio, who was drinking, and said with a smile, Yo ho ho ho, no problem. These pirates are just cannon fodder. We will solve it by then. Mariah nodded and handed Brook a cartoonish little snail wearing a black coat. We'll contact you for details when the time comes. Brook took the little snail and was very curious. Is this a phone bug? Oh, how strange. It's the first time I've seen it. Seeing that Brook was curious about this thing, Nandi introduced it. Since Musi, who is known as the father of the telephone bug, discovered the telephone bug after 100 years of cultivation, the Kupo was finally improved into a small telephone bug that is extremely easy to survive in the past few years. Because of its great convenience, it has naturally become a favorite creature among pirates. Brook nodded, showing admiration. Really, Koopa, it's really amazing, but I only knew there was such a thing before. Open the skull and carefully put the phone bug inside. After adjusting his clothes, He held the crutch and nodded towards Mariah. Then we're off. Chapter 22, Target Westway Island. Brook took Gio and several of his subordinates to the merchant ship called Luck. As soon as he stepped onto the boat, there was a burst of gunfire from the square behind him. The expressions of several pirates on the boat changed, and they looked at each other. Brook stared at the pirates on the boat, while Gio leaned against the edge of the boat holding a long knife and took a sip of wine. Sail. According to the permanent pointer collected from Baiquan Town, the Luck began to sail slowly towards the target island, Shiwei Island. We set sail in the afternoon, and it was quite peaceful all the way. The pirates didn't do anything stupid, and it would be better if there was no occasional bad luck. But that night, Brook, who was sitting on the observation deck and observing the situation with his eyes closed, heard some movement. In the cabin, several pirates had obviously discussed it long ago and gathered together at night. He was holding some weapons such as hammers, wrenches, and wooden sticks from the ship. After opening a few room doors, start lobbying some pirates. How about it? We are far enough away from that monster in Moria. We also have weapons. If we kill the guy wearing the skull mask, we will be free. Several pirates handed over the useful tools they collected to those who joined later. Half an hour later, the pirates on the entire ship were divided into two camps. One group is led by several pirates who have already discussed it before. The leader is a guy named Arsenis Lopez, who has a reward of 800 million yuan. These are the pirates who are clamoring to kill Brook. The other group was led by Axie, the Weird Force, who was previously stationed in Baiquan Town. He leads a group of honest pirates who are afraid of the Moria pirates and advocates acting according to the instructions of the Moria pirates. Of course, all their movements were heard in Brook's mind. The rebels, led by Arsenis Lopez, were trying to win over Aziz in the cabin. How about it, Aziz? Kill them with us. Freedom is only one step away from us. Aziz crossed his arms, stood in front of a group of pirates, and shook his head. You can just go by yourself, we won't hinder you. But if you want to force us, then we are the only ones who have to fight first. Lopez was a little angry, and his voice couldn't help but become louder. You'd better stay out of it. I'll burn the whole boat down if you do. Let's go. After speaking, Lopez led a group of pirates to find the pirates of Moria's group who were guarding them. Aji, are we sure you don't want to join? This is a great opportunity. A pirate carrying two long swords said to Axie. You better listen to me and don't join them. That skeleton guy isn't human at all. He's a real monster. From the cabin to the deck, Lopez and his gang found that the Moria pirates were missing on the entire ship. Where's the man? Where's the swordsman with the skull mask and the flagon? Lopez looked around and asked the pirates around him. No, I searched the cabin and deck, but no one was found. Several pirates responded one after another. Suddenly, a melodious humming sounded from far and near. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho dot ho. The group of pirates gradually became quiet in this strange atmosphere. In the eyes of the pirates, he was nearly 3 meters tall, wearing an afro and skull mask. He was holding a cane in his left hand, humming a weird tune, and slowly walked out of the darkness. Brook looked up at the pirate opposite and said in a sinister tone, Yo ho ho ho, are you sure you want to rebel? I suggest you don't do this. Arsenis Lopez picked up 2 wine bottles he found from nowhere, took off the caps and took a sip. He is alone. Let's all come together. After speaking, a pillar of fire came out of his mouth and attacked Brook. Pillar of wine and fire. Brook immediately reacted when Lopez's pillar of fire erupted. Turn sideways and avoid it perfectly. Do you want to ruin my beloved hair? Yo ho ho ho. When Brook saw a group of pirates starting to rush towards him, he stopped trying to persuade them. Slowly walked towards the running pirates. In the eyes of Lopez and his gang, the man in the skull mask was just slowly walking towards them. But in Brook's perception, the pirate's speed towards him became extremely slow. Pull out the death sword. Attacks the pirates at a speed that ordinary people cannot see. Draw out the sword, 1 sword, 2 swords, return to the original place. Draw out the sword, 1 sword, 2 swords, return to the original place. In this strange situation, the pirates found that they could not attack each other at all. One by one, the pirates were dodged by Brook, and they even hummed happily. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho dot ho. Brook slowly walked up to Lopez, who was holding 2 wine bottles, and was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. What's the situation? A little fear arose in Lopez's heart. A lot of people didn't even touch it. When Lopez and a group of people rushed towards Brook, the pirates led by Usse also came to the cabin door and happened to see this scene. With the scabbard in his left hand and the long sword in his right hand, he strolled among the enemies. But something even more amazing is about to happen. In Lopez's horrified expression, Brook raised his left and right hands the moment the sword was sheathed. Singing nose, sanding, arrow, tail chop. The clothes of a large group of pirates behind him were instantly torn on their chests, showing an X shape. Slowly, the pirates discovered that there was blood spilling under the damaged clothes. The pirates began to howl. Just when Lopez was about to give it a try, he clenched the bottle with both hands and felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he found that he was no exception. There was an X-shaped wound on his chest. "Are you still fighting? I won't hold back next time," Brook said slowly and quietly. Lopez was frightened, and for a moment he understood the gap between the enemy and ourselves. He let go of his hands and was about to throw away the bottle. Just as the wine bottle was about to fall to the ground, cold light flashed from his side. A long knife flew out from the side and accurately held 2 bottles of wine. Dang. Rubbing Lopez's legs, they were nailed to the main mast of the deck. "It's not okay to waste wine." Gio staggered out, walked to the sword, picked up the wine bottle, and took a sip. Facing the skeleton's gaze, Lopez knelt down with weak legs. Seeing that the other party had surrendered, Brook had no intention of taking Lopez's life. He turned around and saw the stunned expressions of the people in Usse at the cabin door and couldn't help laughing. "Hey, since you are all here, let me make my words clear first. Our goal is Westway Island. We just need to go to the island and cause a lot of trouble." Brook looked around and said gloomily, "How messy it is, make it messy for me. Treasures, women, and even men, you can all rob them. Is that okay?" Usse looked at Lopez and saw that the man still had a frightened expression on his face and looked behind him. "Well, everyone is looking at themselves, so they can only force themselves forward." "Boo, Lord Brook, don't you know the strong men on the island at that time?" Brook's skeleton hand pointed at Lopez and Usse and said with a smile, "Since you are so recognized by the pirates, when there is a strong enemy, you will naturally be able to defeat them." Usse couldn't help but feel chilled for a while, and then he listened again. "Of course, yo ho ho ho, the important thing will be solved naturally." Usse felt much more at ease. Anyone who was not blind could see Brook's strength just now, which was almost the same as that monster Moria. Perhaps Awire and the others should be worried. Chapter 23: Arrival. After solving the rebellion, the journey became smoother. It seems that a group of pirates have obtained the exact target. If they can win this battle, they will not only save their lives, but also get a lot of benefits. A moment ago, I was still fighting for life and death, but now it seems that it doesn't matter anymore, whether I die immediately or later, or I survive and get the wealth of an island. Pirates are not fools. In this comparison, of course I choose the latter. So the whole ship seemed to begin to obey Brook's orders tacitly. Fortunately, Brook also has the experience of being a captain, otherwise he would really be unable to control it for a while. I don't know why, but Lopez, who was frightened by Brook, behaved extremely positively. Not only did he help allocate manpower, he also took the initiative to take on the task of guarding this group of pirates. When Brook asked, Lopez said that he was mainly impressed by the strength of the Moria pirates and hoped to join the Moria pirates after the war. For such a trivial matter, Brook immediately agreed. It's not too late for Brook to be happy when someone realizes the task. Then after giving Lopez a few words of encouragement, he went to meditate and practice. According to the route of the permanent pointer, it is probably a few hours longer than going to Nanway Island 7. Moria also started taking action as night fell a few hours after Brook and the others set off, and the Black Bat began to slowly move away from the island. One day after the appointment, a duel will begin on Nanway Island and Westway Island at the same time. And Billy the Kid on St. Kitts Island has just informed the 4 islands of the information about Moria and his gang. Moria's group, who were supposed to rush into St. Kitts and accept the game prepared for them, have already separated and headed for the combat destination. After one day, a large merchant ship sailed into Seaway Island in the evening. Under Agio's surveillance, Lopez led a few pirates to talk and laugh with the person in charge of the Westway Island pier. Then, after agreeing to pay a certain share of the reward afterwards, he began to lead the pirates to transport the goods on the merchant ship. Lopez came to the cabin and saw Brook drinking black tea. He said to Brook in an adoring tone, "Master Brook, it's basically done, it's just that." Brook glanced at Lopez and Axie in a room and said, "Just what?" Lopez immediately replied, "It seems like an invitation to a game came from St. Kitts last night." Invitation card? Brook was a little confused. When Axie saw the opportunity to perform, he immediately rushed to answer. This is the tradition of St. Kitts. If a powerful enemy invades, it will naturally be dealt with by the island defenders. But in order to prove that St. Kitts is a pirate's paradise, the island guards will generally selectively allow some pirates to come to St. Kitts. Axie looked at Lopez and continued. Then the island guards will pay for the rewards themselves for these selected pirates. Even St. Kitts' food, drink, and entertainment will be free by then. So there will be a large number of pirates heading to St. Kitts. The free ones are often the most expensive. Brook played a joke about his past life and then asked, "Then we are the chosen ones in this game. How much we are worth?" Lopez immediately said, "Yes, Captain Moria is worth 300 million belly. And Lord Brook, you also have million Baileys. Including the -million from the other 3 adults, the total is million belly." After speaking, Lopez did not forget to look at Axie provocatively. Brook was delighted. This is million? Although it is not a bounty from the Navy, it is also a kind of affirmation for myself. Be sure to thank you when you arrive. Due to the bounty offered by St. Kitts, Joe and Brook put on a little disguise and came to the town Shiching on Westway Island with a group of pirates carrying goods. This is an island for pirates heading to St. Kitts that in addition to basic facilities, there are many docks and small boats. It only takes 2 hours to get to St. Kitts from West Island. Standing on a pier in Shiching, you can vaguely see a small light gradually lighting up on the sea in the distance. The city that never sleeps on the sea. Don't know how long it can exist. Yo, ho, 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 ho. Brook looked at the sea and sneered darkly. Turn around and disappear into the darkness. After 2 hours, on a 3-story hotel, Brook, Joe, Aquez, and Lopez were all on the roof. Looking at the brightly lit town below, Brook turned to look at a few people. How about it? Are there any powerful people on this island? Joe held the wine gourd and took a sip with a matter-of-fact expression. Brook didn't expect this drunkard to collect information honestly, so the skull turned to Aziz and Lopez. Axie also shuddered and said helplessly, "The managers here will most likely recognize me, so in order not to be exposed, I didn't collect information. But I have contacted the black market sellers and have already ordered a batch of weapons." Brook nodded with satisfaction and immediately made a decision. "When the time comes, we will rob the weapons dealer directly." Brook looked at Lopez again. Lopez straightened his body and said immediately, "Master Brook, I have collected the information clearly. There are now 38 million pirate stars Brother Ball on the island. The pirate double star Brother Barassa has a bounty of 200 million. Lopez twirled his hair and didn't seem to think about it. He took out several reward tickets from behind his back, flipped to the third one, looked at it, and said to Brook, "Mrs. Lily Miles has a reward of Baileys. And also..." Lopez also wanted to continue to introduce that Brook was impatient to wait and grab the reward order. After a cursory look at the information on the first 3 bounty orders, I saw, well, a pair of pirate brothers and a lady, so. Looking down, it's okay. Horse, a horse with a bounty of Baileys. Ate the animal horse fruit and gained the endurance, speed, and strength of a horse. Thomas, too, who has a bounty of million Baileys, is a superhuman spring fruit user. Well, that's spring fruit decades later. Yo ho ho ho, that's interesting. A pirate with million belly. Brook compared himself with a bounty order, and it should be about the same. Although he lost to Captain Moria before, his strength has obviously improved after these battles. Against a pirate worth million belly, he is still a speed user, so he has an advantage. He can fight. Yeah, Lord Brook, Thomas too is called the Dagama among pirates. His pirate group owns a warship or a steamship that has only been officially used by the Navy. It is said that he led the pirate group to seize it from the Navy and even escaped several encirclements and suppressions by the Navy fleet with his extremely high sailing talent. Vasco da Gama. Brook searched his memory. Oh, the famous navigator and adventurer in ancient times. Yo ho ho ho, interesting guy. Although Thomas too is a pirate, he is more like an adventurer. I don't know why he came here. Brook thought for a moment and decided to wait for a while to meet the pirate first. If he was an enemy, he would deal with it as soon as possible. In 1 hour, give me Thomas II's location, and I will deal with him. Yes, Lord Brook. Lopez replied with admiration. Brook picked up the crutch and turned it around, walked to the edge of the floor, and asked Lopez, Lopez, how are your preparations here? No problem, Master Brook. Everything is ready. Lopez gritted his teeth and a spark flashed. Brook nodded, jumped, and his figure instantly disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 24, Thomas II. An hour later, Brook received his address from Lopez. Thomas Tukey spends his nights aboard the warship-turned-yellow pheasant. After getting the address, Brook told Joe and the others to take action in an hour as planned, and immediately set off for the dock. Fortunately, the sky had already been shrouded in darkness, and there were no major problems along the way. Arriving at the secluded location of the dock, Brook recognized the yellow pheasant at a glance. It was a ship wrapped in steel. The bow of the ship was a statue of an unknown bird's head, and the pirate flag was a skull with a bird's beak. It seems that Thomas, too, likes bird very much. Brook couldn't help but cursed. I found a big tree, jumped, came to a suitable position, and sat on the tree. Close your eyes and concentrate. Your perception is like a stretched line, slowly extending towards the yellow pheasant. Well, one took a nap on the overlook. 3 people drinking on the boat. There is someone else here, cooking? No, is he a swordsman? Brook relied on his sense of perception to hear clearly what was going on the ship. After extending his perception, he entered the cabin. There were 2 people in the room, recording something. There is a person whose heartbeat and breathing sound are unusually strong. I said, Thomas? Brook couldn't help but sigh. This ability is so useful. What the hell? It's not good to go directly to detect the soul when it's out of body. It's so troublesome. Brook spat. Then he immediately comforted himself that it was better than nothing. This ability felt like it was approaching the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Well, I will call it domineering from now on. He stood up, moved his arms and legs left and right, and took a deep breath. Although he had no nose, it did not affect Brook's ability to perform these actions at all. After accumulating strength, his eyes flashed, and his leg bones tightened. His whole body quickly turned into an afterimage. The moment Brook emerged from the darkness and stepped onto the yellow falcon, he used his leg bones to dodge and came to the side of the 3 drinking pirates. The 3 crutches were pointed out, and the 3 of them fell down in response. He originally wanted to knock out the pirate who was on the observation deck, but just as he was about to move, a strong sense of crisis hit him from behind. Brook kicked hard, moved a few meters away from where he was, and looked at the place where he had just stood. Oh. Debris from the planks flew. After a loud noise, a figure appeared there, and his arm directly punched a big hole in the ship's plank. Thomas, too. Seeing the man looking at him from a squatting position, Brook looked at a large human-shaped hole directly appearing on the wall of the ship and tried to ask. Thomas, too, slowly stood up. Brook saw that this man was about 2 meters tall, with a rough face, a head of hair as big as the ocean, and his limbs were unusually developed. I couldn't help crying in my heart. I don't know if it can be done in an hour. This is obviously not easy to deal with. Do you have both strength and speed? Brook just wanted to say a few words to see if he could avoid this battle. Spring fist. Thomas, too, who was more than 4 meters away from Brook, stretched his arm directly and attacked him. Brook couldn't avoid it, so he could only pick up the crutch and block it against his chest. Hey, blocked. Brook was prepared to accept the impact of huge power, but he didn't expect. His arms are stretched? Brook looked carefully and saw that the arm had indeed been extended. The fist was still a fist, but the arm had turned into an iron rod. With a whoosh, Thomas II's arm retracted from a somewhat curved iron rod, turned into a spring shape, and rebounded slightly. Stretched directly forward? So it's not too strong. This is using the spring fruit as a rubber fruit. Brook cursed. Seeing that the other parties seemed to have no desire to talk and assumed a fighting posture, Brook clenched some death swords in his right hand. Thomas, too, stared at Brook with smart eyes and slowly squatted down, his hands and feet becoming springs that accumulated strength. Brook found information about the ability of the spring fruit from the memory palace and understood that the spring fruit has the characteristics of long-term storage, strong strength, and fast speed. Can't let him go on. Brook gave up the purpose of using verbal tactics to solve his opponent. Holding the hilt of the sword with his right hand, he kicked off his legs and was in front of Thomas in an instant at a speed that ordinary people could not see. Stab. The morning sword turned into a cold light and stabbed straight at Thomas. Got it. When he was about to come into contact with his opponent, Brook smiled. Okay, there. At the moment when Thomas was about to attack, Thomas's attacked part turned into a spring, and Brook's straight thrust penetrated through the gap of the spring. Not good. Just as Brook was about to step back, his foot slipped. Damn it, Doom. Thomas obviously also noticed the mistake of the weirdo on the opposite side. Spring fist. Thomas didn't care about using his legs to attack, and directly attacked the skull-masked man with a charged punch. As soon as Brook adjusted his body, he was hit by an old punch from Thomas. He had no time to dodge and could only block it with the crutches and swords in his left and right hands. Boom. Brook disappeared from the spot instantly. Thomas looked with his eyes and saw a mark from the position of his punch to the edge of the ship, which was also destroyed by the blast. Judging from the traces, he must be dead, yet he dared to be distracted while fighting with himself. Just as I turned around to take a look at the pirates who had been attacked by the enemy before, I heard a coughing sound behind me. Crack, click. Oh, ho, 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 I almost died. Oh no, I'm already dead. A figure walked slowly from the dust, holding his waist. Brook touched her sternum, and a crack appeared. But he blocked this with his sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten to pieces. Damn Durst. Brook couldn't help but curse. Thomas was puzzled for a while. Was it okay to receive such a punch from close range? Someone sent by a wire? Thomas realized that the person coming was not an easy one, and planned to kill him directly with a deadly move. His legs turned into springs, and his whole body ejected towards the skeleton man. Spring sniper. Brook immediately discovered the attack trajectory with his strong sense of perception. He dodged to avoid the incoming attack, and then struck with a sword at extremely fast speed. Aurora slash. Clang. There was a sound of steel blow. Brook's death sword sparked a spark because of the opponent's speed. Oh. Does the changing position have the properties of steel? Brook took advantage of his opponent's speed before he could reach its maximum, and ducked to keep up with him. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Ding. 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 All attacks were blocked by Thomas's spring transformation. At the same time, Thomas was also amazed. He was able to keep up with his own speed, and the slash was too strong. The 3 swords struck at the same position. Fortunately, he turned the spring in time. Even so, he still felt a huge pain in his waist. Also, the opponent's combat awareness is too strong. Did he instantly find his own weakness that needs to be charged? A pirate with a sword in the cabin before, and the pirate who was almost knocked unconscious by Brook at the observation deck, also approached the edge of the ship at this time. The 2 pirates were unable to participate in such a battle, so they could only stay on guard while holding down the formation. In the eyes of the 2 people, this is an invisible battle, and their eyes are full of afterimages. They can only understand that the battle is still going on by relying on the little sparks when the 2 people meet. After a few sword blows, Brook felt a sense of cutting through iron and steel. Just when he was about to continue, Thomas actually jumped on the spot and bounced into the sky. Chapter 25: The Enemy of the Enemy. Airstrike. Using the elastic force of the spring, Thomas jumped to avoid Brook's pursuit, and then bounced towards the empty ground a height of 7 or 8 meters. Brook thought that the opponent was going to continue attacking him, but he stopped when he saw that the opponent was actually attacking the ground. Then Thomas's legs turned into springs the moment they touched the ground, and he jumped into the sky again at a faster speed than before. Not good. Brook understood the other party's intention instantly. I remember that 20 years later, Bellamy, the spring man, had a trick called Pogo Jump Man that used buildings to enhance elasticity. This is obviously the same intention. Brook reacted, lifted up the sword, and began to step rhythmically. When Thomas descended from the sky again, he quickly caught up with him. Brook, who increased his speed to the extreme, predicted Thomas's landing point, flashed a sword, and attacked the opponent's head. Revolutionary dance assault. The moment it came into contact with Thomas's head turned into a spring to avoid the blow. After escaping the slash, Thomas bounced into the sky again. This time the height was more than 10 meters. Brook saw that his opponent had already accumulated strength twice, and he knew that he had to stop the opponent immediately, otherwise he would definitely lose. My own attacks will be dodged, and I have to predict his dodging points. Brook closed her eyes and focused on Thomas while Thomas was playing the sky. An invisible ripple enveloped Thomas at an altitude of more than 10 meters. He changed his body shape and came down. At this moment, Brook opened his eyes in a state of soul. Looking up, he could clearly feel that the place where Thomas had descended was heading directly towards him. Thomas's legs turned into springs, and he attacked Brook. Brook's perception, no, it should be the domineering power of seeing, hearing, color, and never left Thomas's body from the moment he opened his eyes. He sensed that he couldn't find any flaws in the moves attacking him from the sky. The force cannot be resisted and must be blocked. Brook immediately decided that he had no choice but to take it hard. Air strike, eagle strike. Draw the sword, Nyove. The two people's attacks collided, and everything within 10 meters of where Brook was standing was directly shaken to pieces by the aftermath of the two people's battle. Block, block. Brook, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was immediately stunned. After the two people attacked, Thomas didn't expect that Thomas would immediately use the force generated by the two people's attacks to bounce into the sky again. Airstrike. Brook didn't expect that the other party could continue. I secretly groaned in my heart. The sight color covered Thomas, and this time it was obvious that the height of the shot into the sky increased again. What's attacking you again? Brook sensed Thomas's intentions. Excessive consumption and eager to solve me? I can only dodge. A wave of speed hit him faster than before, and Brook jumped back to avoid the attack. In a big pit, Thomas bounced into the sky again, and then attacked Brook at an even faster speed. 7. This time Brook could only rely on prediction in advance to avoid it, and a bigger hole appeared on the ground. The third time, the speed was faster, and the power was greater. Brook could only barely dodge, and the ground destroyed by Thomas was like earthquakes. Brook, who knew that he would die if he was attacked, a green light flashed in his eyes. The sight immediately covered a distance of 100 meters in radius, and the terrain of the entire combat area came into my mind. Got it. Brook stopped dodging and rushed towards Thomas's yellow pheasant at extremely fast speed. Thomas, who had just bounced dozens of meters into the sky, was trembling faintly, and cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. Holding back the pain, he looked at the masked man and was shocked. He didn't expect the man to be so mean and attack his ship. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his direction, calculated his position, and quickly attacked the masked man, trying to stop him. While Brook was moving forward quickly, Sabaki had already observed Thomas's movements, and his skull face made a proud smile. The moment he was attacked by Thomas, he turned a corner, and the entire skeleton body ran to the side of the ship. A trace appeared on the sea, and water splashed everywhere. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Thomas was originally grateful for stopping the opponent, but he flew up again with the help of elasticity. Just when he was about to kill the opponent, he unexpectedly heard the opponent's laughter. After taking a closer look, I couldn't help but feel dizzy. Yo ho ho ho, you hit me, come hit me. The other party actually ran to the sea while he was bouncing up, and even provoked him. He is a person with abilities, so this attack on the sea will not end. Under the inertia, he had no choice but to bounce towards the ground, and then bounce up again. Brook also ran back to the ground to accumulate power when Thomas lowered himself to the ground. Then the battle situation seemed to change. One's elasticity slowly decreased, and he could only bounce in place. One will run to the sea when the opponent bounces up, and return to the ground to rest after falling. Oh, ho, 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 you can't stand it any longer. Brook continued to taunt. I can spend the whole day with you. Finally, after Thomas gave a final blow to the shore as if to vent his anger, the battle came to an end. The two pirates who had not been knocked unconscious by Brook had been paying attention to this battle since the beginning. Seeing that his captain did not stand up after descending from the sky, he quickly rushed over to check the situation. Arriving at the spot where Captain Thomas fell, the two pirates hurriedly checked the injury. Hoo ho ho, it's okay. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Thomas was helped up by his own men. Looking at myself, I saw that it was okay, that I just lost strength, that as for the wound, there was only a bruise on my waist. But he will definitely not be able to fight in a short time. Seeing that the opponent was out of strength, Brook also stopped his roundabout tactics. He stopped bending over and rubbed his leg bones. Oops, my old legs are almost broken. He stood up and walked slowly towards the three people in the distance. Oh ho ho ho, your strength is really good. I almost got killed. Two pirates immediately stood in front of the captain, one raising his spear and the other on guard with his sword. You, who are you? No, what a monster, Thomas said breathlessly. Due to the use of airstrike, not only was the physical strength exhausted, but the legs and hands were also stretched to the limit. If it were not for the support of others, I would not be able to stand up. Brook straightened his clothes, put his right hand on his chest, and performed the Western Sea etiquette. Please introduce me carefully. I'm the musician of the Moria Pirates, and there's a bounty of 300 million bellies on Brook's nose song. Moria Pirates? Thomas wondered. Moria himself knew that the supernova had become famous some time ago. The other party is not from A-Wire? And you call this a musician with a reward of more than 3,000 million? Is the Navy blind? Thomas complained feebly. Chapter 26 Alliance. No, I don't know when we have offended you. No, Brook said confidently. Then why did you attack us? Thomas became a little angry and got into a fight with someone for no reason. Although it was common on the sea, this was the first time that the fight was so frustrating. We are now cleaning up the island, and anyone who opposes us will be suppressed. Thomas took a closer look at the guy named Brook opposite. The other party called themselves the Moria Pirates. When he thought of the bounty prey that came from St. Kitts yesterday, he immediately understood everything. Are you challenging St. Kitts? Brook shook his head. No, we're just taking revenge. Evil has messed with the wrong people, and he needs to pay the price. What surprised Brook was that the other party seemed to be moved after hearing this. Thomas seemed to be weighing something, then gritted his teeth and said, What you going to do? Brook shook his head, not wanting to say so much to the other party. Thomas was a little anxious. There are so many pirates on St. Kitts. There's no way you alone can win. Ever and I also have old grudges. Maybe we can deal with evil together. Brook couldn't help but feel moved after hearing this. It might not be bad if Thomas, who has a bounty of -million on his head, can join. He originally planned to continue to force the people on this island to St. Kitts again. Brook was about to say something when Thomas continued. Since last night's bonus was announced, many pirates have set out from the West Island. I believe there are already many pirates preparing to hunt you. Brook made his decision immediately after hearing this. Okay, Don. After agreeing to Thomas to join this temporary anti-Ewell alliance, Brook also tried to use the hockey of knowledge to test whether Thomas was sincere in joining. After several questions and no problems were found, Brook also began to tell Thomas about the tactics against St. Kitts Island. We are now launching attacks on the two islands at the same time. Counting the time, we should also start on Nanway Island. I'll tell you the details later. Since A-Wire has prepared a big meal for us, we naturally need to return it. Thomas feebly indicated his status and said feebly, I don't have the fighting ability to help you now, and there should be no one on this island who can threaten you. I will notify my crew to cooperate with your actions, and I can also give you some of the intelligence I collected afterwards. Brook nodded. After solving you, he can naturally solve the rest. I looked at the time and saw that it was almost there. This battle was long or short. IT was indeed extremely intense. Brook turned around and slowly prepared to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something, stopped, and turned back to Thomas. You'd better prepare early. There's so much movement here, someone will definitely come to check. Also, do you have any milk? The three people opposite had question marks on their faces. If someone came, they would naturally guess, but what the hell is milk? I can't keep up with my brain circuit at all. What milk? Don't you know milk can supplement calcium? Brook touched the crack on his chest and felt a faint pain. Have it. Only then did a pirate react. The signal of his captain, he ran back to the ship and brought a few bottles of milk. Brook took the milk and took a look. Well, it's a good brand. The bottle is a Cow's Big Milk can brand. Remove the bottle cap. Golyalu golyalu. I drank several bottles of milk in front of the two of them in one go. The strange thing was that no milk leaked out. Oh, resurrection. I don't know if it's really the effect of the milk or the psychological effect. Brook feels that it's another energetic day, regardless of whether there is any problem with the injury. Squatting down and exerting force, he disappeared from the eyes of the three people a few meters at a time. There was still a faint sound coming from the distance. Yo ho ho ho, the party has officially started. Time returns to Baikwon Town 1 day ago. After Brook left, Moria ordered the remaining pirates to be cleared out. After taking care of the remaining pirates, Alfred couldn't bear to look at a dungeon. Where were the townspeople living on the island? Captain, what about these people? Nandy suggested. It's best if our whereabouts are not discovered by people from St. Kitts. How about killing them all? We are pirates anyway. Ah, kill them all. There is no need. Alfred looked at Moria, hoping he could make a suitable decision. Moria thought for a moment, touched the two famous swords Chiu on his side, and said with a sinister smile, He. I happen to be experimenting with an ability recently, so they can't let me be the guinea pig first. If it succeeds, they can survive. Alfred could only nod.it would be best if the information about his pirate group was not exposed. And this is the best outcome I can get for these townspeople. God, if everyone dies, it's not because I won't save them. Alfred prayed in his heart. Seeing Moria and Nandi leading a group of pirates to the dungeon, Alfred quickly followed them. Open the door for me, Moria ordered to his subordinates. Yes, Lord Moria. A pirate hurriedly took out the key and opened the dungeon door. The moment it was opened, a tall man rushed out immediately, and he saw people rushing out one after another from behind. Boom! Nandi quickly raised his gun and fired. Bloody hole appeared on the first man's head, and he fell down. There was another commotion among the townspeople behind, and several townspeople who had already ran out ran in again. When the people in the dungeon saw this, they were immediately frightened, thinking that the pirates were here to silence them. Suddenly, there were sounds of begging for mercy, curses, and threats. Give me quiet. Boom, boom, boom. Nandi fired several shots with a short gun. Seeing that the dungeon finally became quiet, he looked at Captain Moria. Seeing that it was almost done, Moria stepped forward and said with a sinister smile, I want a guinea pig to do an experiment. If it succeeds, you will all survive. If you fail, Moria pulled out the Jew on both sides, crossed the two swords, and merged together to form a pair of scissors. Seeing this scene, the people in the dungeon began to get confused again, and then a thin woman in the dungeon was pushed out under the threat of several pirates' guns. The frightened woman kept backing up and begging. Mariah sounded upset, but no matter what, he took a step forward and lifted the thin woman like a chicken. Because it was afternoon, the light stretched the woman's shadow extremely long. Moria held the woman in one hand and the scissors in the other, and walked towards an empty room. Chapter 27 Silhouettes. When the door to the room was closed, Nandi and Alfred immediately followed and guarded the door. Moria walked into the room, turned on the oil lamp in the room, and the whole room became brighter, and then looked at his shadow. Shadow Warrior. Under Moria, a shadow the same size as himself emerged from the ground, and Moria threw the woman in his hand towards the shadow. The shadow took the woman with one hand and blocked her mouth. Then he threw away the scissors with the other hand and grabbed the woman's shadow. A long and thin shadow was pulled up by the Shadow Warrior, as if it were a real thing. It sure works, After speaking, Moria picked up the scissors with both hands and pointed them at the junction of the woman and the shadow. One knife click. The woman and her shadow were separated. Moria watched the woman become motionless after her shadow was separated and shook the Shadow Warrior, but there was no response. Failed. After careful observation, well, he's not dead. After thinking for a moment, he threw the woman and the shadow aside and said to Nandi at the door, Nandi, grab another one, a man. After a while, there was a knock on the door. The Shadow Warrior stood up from where he was standing, walked to the door, opened the door, took the shadow, and closed the door all in one movement. Nandi outside the door has long been used to it. When he was on the Black Bat, the captain used his shadow all the time, and he was already used to it. Moria in the room started to repeat the action just now, grabbed it, and with a knife the shadow separated. 7. Although the man fainted immediately this time, the shadow obviously struggled for a while. Is shadow related to physical strength? Moria couldn't help but smile. Interesting. Nandi, go on, catch someone stronger. Moria continued to give instructions. Anyway, it was still early for the voyage, so he could slowly experiment. Nandi responded after hearing this, and went to the dungeon to arrest people again. The people in the dungeon saw that the kidnapped people never came back, and even caused a commotion. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the pirates, it didn't help. Nandi then captured a strong guard on the island, and looked inside when the shadow opened the door, a little curious about what the captain was doing. The Shadow Warrior took over the man who was still struggling, blocked the man's mouth with his shadow fingers, and then in the man's horrified eyes, Mariah scissored. The man fell asleep, but the shadow was still struggling. A strange feeling emerged from Moria's heart, as if he was the master of the shadow, and could order the shadow to do anything. Your shadow belongs to me temporarily, Moria said to the man who fell asleep, and then said to the shadow, I will be your master. Follow my orders. The shadow slowly became quiet, nodded, and followed Moria. After the experiment was successful, Mariah called Nandi in to help, and then asked Alfred to bring the townspeople one after another. Moria doesn't want too many people to know about this special ability for the time being. After all, it's not an ability that will give him immediate combat power. After Nandi entered, he was shocked when he saw that other people's shadows could be manipulated for the first time. Captain, Devil Fruit is really useful. I'll just get one for you if I get a chance. Nandi didn't doubt Moria's promise at all and replied with a smile. Then I'd like to thank the captain first. In the next hour, the citizens of Baiquan Town were cut off from their shadows. It was approaching night, and then a group of pirates and a group of shadows in the darkness slowly boarded the Black Bat. Alfred followed Moria, looked at the shadows in the cabin, and asked uneasy, Captain, are those townspeople really okay? Moria said impatiently, Alfred, when did you become so verbose? I've already said that it will take half a day for them to wake up. When they wake up, it will be daybreak. And I feel like their shadows are gone. Although I don't know what will happen, there must be something wrong. We will have almost arrived at Nanway Island by then. It doesn't matter whether there is any intelligence later. Seeing that Alfred was a little disappointed, Moria said, the shadow will be returned after use. Alfred nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave when he heard Moria say, After all, the shadows of ordinary people are still too weak, Alfred had a slight toothache. It should be said that it was Captain Moria's style. After the next day's sailing, the Black Bat, carrying Moria's group and a group of shadows in the darkness, finally saw an island in the distance. Nandi looked at the sky and shouted, It will get dark in half an hour. The captain ordered us to rest where we are. Adjust your status and launch an attack on Nanway Island in half an hour. Yes, said the pirates. Half an hour later, Alfred tightened the decoration on his body. Nandi was putting the bullets from his musket into his belt. Moria pulled out the scissors on her side and pointed at the blade. Little ones, give it to me. Westway Island in the same sea area and at the same time. Brook just left Thomas's side and headed towards the town at an extremely fast speed. As expected, on the way back, Brook encountered several waves of pirates who came to investigate. Of course, Brook solved them all smoothly, silently. After arriving at the agreed place, I found that the only swordsman Ajio was drinking. Brook jumped to Ajio's side, startling Ajio, who was drinking. Still drinking at this time. I'm preparing for the battle. Ajio put the wine gourd away and responded with a smile. Brook could only nod it. There was no way that was the truth. Had you found out the location of the pirate leader? Ajio nodded and said, That guy Lopez did his best to find out everything. Have you solved the guy named Thomas over there? Brook responded, It's done for now. Where are the remaining two with high bounties? Brook asked, feeling unusually calm. That guy named Centaur is in a hotel near the forest on the island. It's just a walk from the south gate of the small town. I just heard that this pirate runs into the forest every day. Brook nodded and motioned for Ajio to continue. The one called Mrs. Lily is said to have been in a beauty parlor in the city. The two pirate brothers have arranged for Axie and Lopez to solve it. Brook picked up the crutch and asked, Mrs. Lily, leave it to you? No problem. Originally, I wanted to meet that centaur. Brook reminded, Don't be careless. Even if the other party is a woman, the reward is still higher than yours. Be careful. Joe said doubtfully, Roll over. It does not matter. I'll take care of that horse as soon as possible. If you can't handle it, just delay and maybe I'll get there. After speaking, Brook jumped and disappeared into the darkness. You underestimate me too much. Joe shook his head, opened the wine bottle, and took another sip. Chapter 28 Chaos. When Ajio just left for the beauty salon in town, the entire Shiwei Island was boiling at the same time. Fire, put out the fire quickly. A wooden house suddenly caught fire and then quickly burned surrounding houses, and the fire further expanded. The residents and pirates in the city began to look for water sources to try to extinguish the fire. It's useless. This fire can't be extinguished with water. A man who poured water on a burning house discovered the special properties of fire. The surrounding people were immediately confused. Isolate the burning material, an older tavern owner suggested. This is a fire that someone deliberately set. Suddenly, there was a bright fire not far away, and screams were heard. Oh, there's a fire here too. Someone is setting it. A group of people began to panic. No one had made a big fuss here since Awire ruled the surrounding area. The pirate who first discovered that water could not extinguish the fire immediately went to check the surrounding area. He returned to the crowd and said loudly, "It's Wino. I yelled at it seems someone is deliberately causing trouble." A few smarter pirates scattered like hyenas as if they smelled something. The remaining pirates from several different pirate groups headed to another fire point. Before anyone arrived, they vaguely heard someone shouting something. Yes, Arsonist Lopez. He's crazy. Doesn't he know this is St. Kitts territory? Lopez is dead. A few pirates ran in and finally heard clearly. Can't help but change his face. They have all heard of the reputation of Arsonist Lopez. He is a famous lunatic. He was famous for setting fires when he debuted, not to mention the many pirate ships that were burned down. Even towns were burned down. The pirate with a bounty of 800 million yuan cannot be dealt with just a few people. He needs to quickly notify his captain to deal with him. Several people began to scatter. In a tavern, the pirate twin star's younger brother Bar and older brother Barasa were having a drink happily. Bar complained to his brother. "Brother, if we hadn't robbed an extra town, we would have come back yesterday, and now we would be enjoying free wine and women in St. Kitts." Barasa picked up a large glass of rum and took a big sip, laughing and saying, "Brother, it doesn't matter. It's not too late to leave tomorrow. When we get rid of those two who have more than 10 million, the rest will naturally belong to our two brothers, haha." Bar also laughed happily. "Ah, yes, only we can deal with them, Brother Barasa." While the two brothers were drinking happily, a loud shout suddenly came from the door. Captain Barasa, it's not good, it's not good." As soon as the words came, a pirate with some black ash on his face ran into the door. "Oh." Bar put down his wine glass displeased, stared at the pirate and said, "What's going on? You're in a panic. You don't know that Brother Barasa and I are drinking." The pirate who had just entered immediately stood up straight and said to Bald respectfully, "I'm very sorry, Vice Captain Bar. Yes, it's Arsonist Lopez who is causing trouble in the town. There have been several fires." Barasa also put down his wine glass and said doubtfully, "That lunatic Lopez? Who provoked him?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted throughout the town, startling the pirates in the tavern. Barasa immediately rushed to the door and looked out. The whole city seemed to have fallen into daylight. As far as he looked, there were flames everywhere. Barasa couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn Lopez, I'm going to kill you. Brother, let's go find this bastard who started the fire." "Okay, brother." Bar immediately followed him out of the tavern and was naturally furious when he saw this situation. Barasa led a group of pirates and began to search for Lopez in the city. In the northern part of the town, people were panicked by the fire before, and then there was a big explosion, which attracted everyone's attention. Mrs. Lily, who was in the beauty parlor, had also dressed and left, and several pirates immediately surrounded her. With a face full of being wiped out, he yelled, "Which bastard dares to ruin my good deeds? I want to kill him. Captain, it's Lopez. That guy is setting fires everywhere." A pirate who was at the fire scene before said, "Lopez, follow me." At the same time, the entire West Island seemed to be in chaos. The swordsmen of the Thomas pirates, who were holding long swords, had also rushed to the city and found their somewhat panicked friends near the tavern. "We have formed an alliance with the pirates who caused this chaos. Now we're maintaining this chaos." A group of pirates had different expressions. Some were excited, some were confused, and some were unhappy. "We are not pirates. We are adventurers. It is our will to do this kind of thing." The swordsman also knew that doing such destructive things was indeed difficult for a group of adventurous people, so he said helplessly, "Then you don't have to deal with the allies. Go and stop the people who are taking advantage of the chaos. We're all pirates here, so this will be no problem for you." Some pirates looked at each other, could only reluctantly agree. All right. Seeing that his companions had agreed, the swordsman immediately continued, "Then let's show our pirate group logo, and let's go." The location of a large number of pirates from the Pegasus Pirates. "There is chaos in the city. Send someone to the forest to inform the captain." A few people who went to the dock to check didn't come back. Is it related to that? A shrewd pirate immediately contacted something. Wharf Thomas. Several pirates also reacted. "It's possible. there might have been a fight over there before, against Thomas. The more astute person thought of another possibility. Maybe it's for all pirates. It's best to send a few more people to find Captain Marshall. Okay. Can. In a few houses, weird Axie, who had been paying attention to the movements of the pirate Twin Stars brothers, discovered that the Barassa and Bar brothers had already taken action. Immediately began to arrange a gathering of personnel to try to stop the two pirates. The few pirates who had been following Axie immediately dispersed and went to gather people. After a while, a pirate ran over in a panic and said hurriedly, "Axie, it's bad. Most of the pirates are starting to resist." Axie was a little confused and said, "What, why?" "Those idiots quit when they saw that Lopez was going to burn down the entire island. Said that the treasures on the island were promised to them by Master Brook." Axie clenched his hands. His arms immediately swelled up and said angrily, "Damn idiots. Tell them to follow me if they don't want to die. I don't have time to deal with them now. They will pay the price after this is over." Yes. 10 minutes later, a large number of pirates came over with weapons in hand. "Axie, there are some idiots running away and robbing everywhere." Axie sneered. "Don't mind them. Let's go pick up that lunatic Lopez." Chapter 29 Chaos. On a street away from the pirate Twin Stars, the arsonist Lopez led a dozen pirates from his own Fire Pirates group to continue setting fires on the street. "Damn it, Lopez, you're crazy. Do you want to be hunted down by St. Kitts?" A cloaked pirate shouted angrily at Lopez with a pair of axes. "Ah, St. Kitts. Whether it will still be there by then is another matter. But with a reward of 1,000 million, are you sure you want to take action against me?" Lopez held 2 oil bottles in both hands and laughed crazily. The dual-axe pirate, who had a bounty of 1,000 million Baileys, was trembling with anger. He looked at the pirates around him and said to them, "Let's go together and take down this madman. St. Kitts will definitely reward us then." Several pirates who obviously had bounties on their heads looked at each other, and after reaching eye contact, they rushed towards Lopez. "Come on, kill him. Little ones, kill him." Several long guns began firing at Lopez. Boom, boom, boom. Lopez was also shocked when he saw the enemy using firearms. It was not one of those monsters, and firearms were still somewhat dangerous to him. Lopez quickly drank a large mouthful of oil, his stomach churning, and then his eyes gradually became fanatical, his teeth rubbed together, and a spark came out of his mouth. Flame jet. A violent pillar of fire erupted from Lopez's mouth, and he kept waving his hands, and the 2 bottles of oil in his hands were immediately thrown everywhere. Fire barrier. Lopez was immediately surrounded by flames, and his whole body was looming in the flames. The pirates holding spears lost sight of their targets after firing a few shots. "Can't aim, damn it. Ha, if you dare, hit me in the fire." Lopez's arrogant voice came out from the sea of fire. The pirate holding the double axe had just approached Lopez, but was forced to stop by this move and could only say helplessly, "Keep shooting. There's no way he'll be fine in the fire." Lopez laughed indifferently when he heard that the other party did not come in and was fighting on his own. He tightened his fireproof clothing and took out another wine bottle from behind. He drank it in one gulp and then sprayed it directly on several pirates with bounties on their heads. Pillar of wine and fire. The pillar of fire rushed out of the sea of fire and directly hit the double-axe pirate, and then one after another, a total of 5 pillars of fire struck. It seemed that because of the strengthening of the sea of fire, the pillar of fire was a bit larger than before when the merchant ship faced Brook. Several pirates were caught off guard and immediately attacked by the fire pillar, and the flames on their bodies quickly burned. A group of pirates immediately went to try to put out the fire. After a bucket of water was poured down, the flames continued to burn, and several leading pirates had already begun to scream, "No, it can't be destroyed like this." After hearing this, the pirates all shuddered and took a few steps back. A figure slowly emerged from the flames. Lopez, holding a wine bottle in his hand, stepped out of the sea of fire and began to rush towards the remaining pirates. As he moved forward, he threw the bottle of wine into his hand and spit out a mouthful of flames. His hand quickly turned red. The flames covered the surface, and he punched a pirate who had just shot at him. Fist of wine and fire. The pirate who was attacked let out a scream and fell down immediately. Just as Lopez was about to knock down the fleeing pirate next to him, he punched him and suddenly kicked him from the side. Lopez quickly changed his moves, crossed his arms, and the flames instantly rose. There was a bang, and the flames in Lopez's hands seemed to grow stronger. After the 2 fists and feet crossed, The figure connected with each other, performed a graceful somersault in the air, and landed on the ground. Lopez looked over and saw the pirate double star bar with purple hair and slender legs. He couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn, Axie, you really can't believe it. Aren't you just trying to buy me some time?" Barassa, who was one step slower than his younger brother Bar, also came here at this time. Seeing that his younger brother had blocked the lunatic arsonist, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Huh, what a great brother. Lopez, your head belongs to me. Although St. Kitts has regulations that you cannot fight on these islands, if you do such a thing, there will definitely be a reward if you are killed." Lopez was shocked when he saw that not only the younger brother of the pirate twins, Bar, but also Barassa had arrived. He could handle it alone, but he was not sure about the two of them together. He was gradually thinking of retreating, and just as he was about to use the Sea of Fire again to create a chance for himself to escape, a commotion came from behind. Looking back, I felt overjoyed. When the pirate twin stars arrived, Axie had just arrived and led a dozen pirates to this battlefield. Barassa became unhappy when he saw someone coming to rob his wealth. He turned back to look at a pirate next to him and asked, "This is..." The weird Axie, who is resident in Baiquan Town, has a bounty of 500 million Baileys. Barassa's eyes turned cold, and he said to his brother, "Brother, you pick one and leave the rest to me." The ordinary Bar shook off the flames on his shoes and said with a distressed look on his face, "Leave it to me to set the fire, Brother Barassa. These are my beloved shoes." After saying that, he rushed towards Lopez directly. Lopez also focused on Barassa and Bar. When he saw that the opponent was actually attacking him, he immediately pulled out 2 bottles of dark liquid from the strap on his lower back and faced Bar 7. When Barassa saw that his younger brother had chosen arsonist Lopez, he looked unkindly at the weird force who was leading a group of pirates. Barassa waved with one hand, and more than a dozen pirates behind him were also ready for battle. "Weird force, right? Get out of here. This is not your White Spring town. Lopez's head belongs to our brothers." Seeing that Lopez's side was already fighting, Axie didn't want to talk to Barassa. He waved his right hand and led the pirates behind him to rush toward Barassa. When Barassa saw that the other party took the initiative, he was not polite. He snorted coldly and faced Axie directly. "You dare to take action against us, even with a mere reward of 5,000 million yuan. You are seeking death." The two of them fought together in an instant. As soon as Axie fought with the opponent, he discovered that Barassa's fists were particularly powerful, and he was obviously a martial artist who practiced boxing. "My younger brother is good at legs, and my older brother is good at boxing." Axie immediately concentrated his attention. The opponent had a record of 2 brothers working together to kill pirates with a bounty of 8,000 million yuan. Adjusting his breathing, chi and blood surged up. Axie's hands slowly filled with blood, veins popped out, and his entire arm seemed to become thicker. Steel fist. At this moment, Barassa struck with another punch. "Die, dragon boxing!" Barassa shouted, his momentum rising sharply. Steel fist, charged straight. Boom! Axie immediately punched him, and the collision between the two immediately set off an invisible air pressure. 30. Chapter 30 Chaotic War 2. Not far away, Bar saw that the battlefield of Barassa's brother was extremely fierce, and he did not want to fall behind his brother. A pair of long legs attacked even more swiftly. Tiger legs, tail flick. After Bar's straight kick, he immediately followed up with a long-prepared roundhouse kick. Lopez, whose attention was somewhat distracted on the Barassa side, was accidentally kicked by Bar, causing him to retreat a few meters. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lopez stood up with his hands on his stomach and gritted his teeth. A pair of eyes stared at Ball, and his eyes gradually turned reddish. "Damn it, if you piss me off, I'll burn you to death." After saying that, he took a big gulp of the oil bottle in his hand and poured the rest directly into his hands. His teeth tapped lightly, sparks popped out, and his hands were immediately covered in flames. Fire punch. He slid his hands towards his feet, and the oiled shoes suddenly spurted out a stream of flames, pushing Lopez up. With the help of the flame thrust, Lopez, whose speed was increased, punched Bar directly in the face. Bar also reacted quickly and hurriedly kicked his leg forward. Tiger legs kicked. Suddenly, fists and feet were intertwined, and sparks were surging. The two were in contact for less than a second. Seeing an opportunity, Lopez sucked in air from his lungs, and a pillar of fire hit Bar directly in front of him. With a bang, Ball was hit head-on by this pillar of fire, and his entire body was wrapped in flames. Oh. Bar exerted force on his legs and quickly retreated, rolling to the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his body. After turning over several times, most of the flames on his body were finally extinguished. When Bar stood up, the hair on his head had been burned, and his body was covered in red and black patches. Ball looked at himself and was furious when he saw himself in such a mess, but there was indeed a trace of fear in his heart. He glanced towards Barassa and saw that the battle there was evenly matched. He would definitely not be able to defeat his opponent in a short time. He felt the burning sensation coming from his body and thought to himself, "That's the only way to use it." Looking at Lopez, he endured the pain and kicked his leg hard, then kicked Lopez again. Seeing that the other party dared to attack, Lopez was not polite. He sprayed flames from his mouth and placed them on his hands, and the flames in his hands suddenly swelled. Boom! Bang! Bang! The two had several head-to-head contests. When they were fighting again with fists and kicks, Lopez planned to repeat his old trick, accumulating power in his mouth and sucking the burning oil stored in his stomach into his mouth, and he was just about to hit him hard again. Suddenly, after Bar's leg attack, he used his strength to attack the battlefield of Barassa and Axie. Barassa, who was not far away, seemed to have had a premonition in his heart. The strength of his fists also increased, and the speed of his attacks also accelerated. Lopez, who accidentally let his opponent slip away, hurriedly followed him, but the distance was not as fast as Bar, so he could only remind loudly from a distance. Careful! Axie was originally a little overwhelmed by the sudden change of Barassa on the opposite side. After being called out, his peripheral vision drifted and he was distracted. Seeing Ball also attacking him, he was unable to get rid of Barassa in time. This attack. When Bar threw a flying kick and Barassa hit a straight punch at the same time, he could only resist from both sides. Steel fist, iron wall. The color of Axie's two iron arms deepened even further, turning black and red. Turned sideways, blocked the punch with one hand, and blocked the flying kick with the other hand. Boom! There were dense cracks on the ground where Axie was standing, and his feet sank. The eyes of the two Sabal brothers were glaring at the same time. Just when they were about to continue the attack, a sense of threat came from behind Bar. The two men immediately retreated and then quickly came together. A pillar of fire passed by Axie's side. Did you catch up? Lopez wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Vomit. Axie coughed out blood, stared at the two brothers opposite, and said to Lopez in displeasure, "You have the nerve to say that you are a pirate with a higher bounty than me, but you can't even defeat an opponent worth 3,000 million. Lopez also knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to defend himself, so he took out the only 2 bottles of oil on his belt. Just as he was about to say something, Barassa across from him suddenly spoke. "Are you a group? Brother, kill them. That guy dared to burn me." Okay. The two seemed to have completed some exchange. Barassa put on a boxing stand, and Bar put on a kicking stand. "You are finished. The 2 of us together can fight against a pirate with a bounty of $1,000,000. Let's die?" After saying that, Barassa and Bar rushed towards Lopez in unison. Dragon and tiger fight. The 2 men were close to Lopez in an instant, one with punches and the other with legs. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon fist. Tiger legs. Suddenly, he attacked Lopez directly with both fists and legs. After several blows, the opponent's offensive continued unabated. Lopez could only barely resist. Just when he was about to make a move, the oil bottle in his hand was directly broken by the 2 men. He secretly thought something bad, and more attacks fell on him. Axie on the side had just recovered from the stiff state of the previous attack. Seeing Axie being surrounded by 2 people, he knew that he could not let the opponent defeat them one by one, so he gritted his teeth and immediately joined the battle. Seizing the opportunity, he punched Bar, who showed some flaws. Succeeded, dodged it. A sneak attack from behind was actually dodged by Bar. Then the 4 of them stood in a group. Lopez, who had the support of Axie, breathed a sigh of relief and sprayed flames from his mouth to bless his fists. Fire punch. Steel fist. Dragon fist. Tiger legs. The 4 of them fist-fighted and seemed to be at an impasse, but Axie and Lopez immediately realized something was wrong. The combat power of the 2 opponents seems to have remained unchanged, but in fact it has undergone tremendous changes. Their skills seem to complement each other, which makes them slightly weak. Although Axie and Lopez are now considered a team, they have never really fought before, and they are obviously not as smooth as each other in fighting. The subsequent battle changed from the previous four-person attack to two-person defense and two-person attack. Axie felt that he could not continue. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. After dodging an attack, Lopez stepped back. The pressure suddenly increased. "You hold on first." Lopez was immediately punched and kicked by the two people opposite him and said angrily, "Damn, you better hurry up." Axie did not waste any time and adjusted his breathing. The blood in his body accelerated to flow to his heart and then to his limbs. While huge pains surged through his limbs, a powerful force emerged spontaneously. Steel Fist, Secret Technique Collapse. Feeling the short-term powerful force, a stream of blood overflowed from the corner of Axie's mouth, and he directly attacked Barasa and Bar without even bothering to wipe it away. "Lopez, let me do it." Aziz confidently asked Lopez to retreat and then stepped forward himself. When Lopez heard this, he took a leg hit from Bar and stepped back quickly without forgetting to reply. "Give it to you." Chapter 31 Chaotic War 3. Axie instantly used the power brought by the secret method to strike hard against Barasa and Ball. "Well, brother, defend. He can't last long." "Okay, brother Barasa." The two of them immediately made countermeasures after fighting Axie. Seeing that his opportunity had come, and with Lopez pressing down from the side, Aziz let go and launched an intensive offensive. Beat him, beat him. Give me death. Left punch, right punch, uppercut, straight punch. Axie got excited and punched the two of them more than 10 times. Lopez on the side was secretly thinking something was wrong. "Az, be careful. The other side seems to be able to see through your attack. Most of your attacks have been dodged by the opponent." Axie was surprised after hearing this. "How come?" "Huh, have you finally been discovered?" Barasa smiled sinisterly. Brother Barasa and I are brothers, but we are related by blood." Bar also began to feel proud and seemed to have the victory in hand. "Our martial arts are already very suitable, and my brother and I have been together since we were born, and we have long developed a connection of minds. So you have no chance of winning." When Aziz and Lopez heard this almost declaration of victory, they were also shocked. No wonder the other party said before that the two of them could compete with a pirate with a reward of $1 million. Lopez was secretly annoyed. If he had known this, he had to deal with Bar alone before, and he should have dealt with him even if he was injured. "Brother, stop talking nonsense with the dead man and kill him." Dragon and Tiger fight. The two men immediately increased the strength and speed of their attacks. At this time, Axie seemed to have passed his prime, and his physical strength was almost reaching its limit. He was instantly knocked away after being hit by this airtight attack. With a bang, Axie fell heavily to the ground in the distance. Lopez couldn't help but be shocked and immediately attacked the two of Sabal. A pillar of fire erupted from the mouth and attacked the two Barasa brothers, but was naturally easily dodged by the other party. He glanced at Axie out of the corner of his eye and saw that the other person was motionless and secretly groaned in his heart. "Damn it." The next attack seemed to be coming to an end. As the two brothers entered into high-intensity fighting, their physical strength also declined, and their attack speed and strength also slowed down. And Lopez seems to have lost the support of combustion aids, and his offense is not as strong as before. The fierce battle that took place here had already attracted the attention of most of the pirates and town residents, and all their eyes were fixed on this place, either hidden or visible. Several members of the Thomas pirates were hiding in a corner. When they saw the 2 versus 1 on the opposite side, the outcome seemed to be decided. They said to the swordsman carrying a long sword beside him, "Captain, why don't we take action?" The swordsman carrying the long sword was paying attention to the battle situation and said calmly, "If they win, we will naturally help them. If we can't solve the problem even with a small island, how can we deal with St. Kitts?" "Right." He also looked at Lopez, who was starting to be attacked by the two Barasa brothers. As time went on and he was unable to use powerful fire attacks, Lopez seemed to have entered the end of defeat in Barasa's eyes. Barasa threw a straight punch, but Lopez seemed to be unable to dodge in time and punched directly in the face. A stream of blood spilled from the corner of Lopez's mouth, and he wiped it with his hand. "Haha, are you an arsonist? This island has been destroyed like this by you. How much do you think Master A-Wire will reward us?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge kick from behind, and a mouthful of blood spurted out with his embarrassing steps. Barasa struck with another punch. He. I guess your head is definitely enough for our brothers to enjoy on the island for a long time." Then it seemed to have entered a moment of massacre, with punches and kicks attacking Lopez's body one after another. A stream of blood spurted out, and the ground, Lopez's body, and the two brothers' clothes all showed the brutality of the battle. The Thomas pirates and Pegasus pirates not far away. The townspeople all had a result in their hearts. It's over, let's go. Thomas's swordsmen turned to leave. This is an attack by the Moria pirates, and it has nothing to do with our Thomas pirates. Besides, we also sent people to stop the villains who took the opportunity to rob. Ended. This is what most of the people watching thought. It's over, brother, deal with him. Yeah, brother Barassa. After saying that, the two people quickly separated and stood next to Lopez, accumulating strength. Bar made a direct run-up and hit Lopez with a flying knee. Barassa on the other side also made a run-up and was ready to elbow Lopez. Dragon Tiger fight Dragon soaring. Dragon and Tiger fight Tiger leap. When Lopez, their target, was about to be attacked by two powerful moves, he grinned. Yes, it's over. He pressed the corner of his mouth hard, and a tiny flame splashed out from the corner of his mouth. When the flames fell on the blood of the broken fireproof suit, the flames seemed to have encountered, oh, I don't know, it should be an object more powerful than oil. Death in a sea of fire. Crack, crack, crack. The flames burned Lopez's entire body, and then quickly ignited the blood and sweat on the ground. Oh. Huge flames immediately covered the entire battlefield and attacked Lopez's two brothers. When they were about to attack the target, they discovered that Lopez suddenly spontaneously ignited. They were startled and immediately put away their moves. I wanted to leave here immediately, but I didn't expect the flames to burn from the ground immediately. I couldn't avoid it, and a flame covered Barassa's legs. There was a bright red color on Barassa's trouser legs, and this color immediately ignited the whole person. Da-da. A scream came from Barassa's mouth. Barosha on the side just wanted to try to save his brother before he stretched out his hand, but Barosha hid. Oh, there's something wrong with this fire. Go, brother, Ron. Bear heard that Lee was caught in a dilemma. One was his brother, and the other was his own life. Listen to my brother's screams. After struggling with his brain, he just made the decision to escape from here first and come back later to avenge his brother. The burning man standing motionless not far from Ball said tremblingly, "Come on, it's too late, die." Boom. A breeze blew by, and the flames jumped in all directions. Diane Barr's horrified eyes. Several flames were swayed left and right by the wind and struck directly towards Barr. Da-da. The pirates outside were also shocked by this sudden change. The Thomas pirates, who were just about to leave, stopped immediately when they heard the sound and looked back. Oh, is there another chance? The battlefield covered in red flames made it impossible to see how the battle was going. But with another scream followed by another scream, everyone understood who was winning. The swordsman of the Thomas pirates immediately motioned to the pirate next to him to inform the crew to come over. He led several people to the unconscious Axie and stood on guard. The Pegasus pirates not far away wanted to take the opportunity to harvest heads, but when they saw that the Thomas pirates were actually guarding the arsonists, their expressions changed immediately. Let's go. The Thomas pirates are also a rebel group. Several clever pirates around him also fled immediately. Chapter 32 Chaotic War 4. As the flames burned, it seemed that there was nothing to burn, and the flames gradually extinguished. The pirates of the Thomas pirates also entered the devastated battlefield here, with all kinds of rubble, charred corpses, broken marks, and crackling sparks. Cough. A low sound was heard by the pirates nearby, and a cry of surprise rang out. He's alive. Lopez is not dead. He's alive. Ship's doctor, ship's doctor. Several pirates rushed over immediately, looking at the dark body standing in amazement. Then everyone from the Thomas pirates quickly carried out emergency rescue for Aziz and Lopez. Push the time forward slightly for 10 minutes to the west near the center of the Western Acropolis. Lady Lily Miles, who has a bounty of 600 million Baileys, leads more than a dozen pirates under her command to prepare for the chaotic center. Seeing that most of the city had been engulfed in flames, the aggressive Mrs. Lily became even more angry with Lopez and couldn't help but walk a little faster. When they reached an ash-stained street, Mrs. Lily suddenly stopped and shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! 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 A burst of arquebus fire came. Although Mrs. Lily reminded them in time, a few unlucky ones were still hit and immediately fell to the ground, covering their wounds and screaming. Mrs. Lily had just dodged the first wave of gunfire, and while the ambushers were changing bullets, she jumped several meters high. With one hand, he whipped his waist, and a slender leather whip was pulled out. The speed was so fast that the skirt of his body showed its seductive spring color. Dancing. Clap, clap, clap. A dense whip attack was directed towards the ambush people. The pirates who were caught off guard by this sudden attack each received a whip on their hand, which was so precise and powerful that most of the pirates dropped their firearms due to the pain. Gore. Oh. A swallowing sound came from the shadows. Should I say that she is worthy of being rewarded with a bounty of 66 million yuan? Wine swordsman Ajio walked out slowly with a wine gourd on his waist, a sword in one hand and a wine bottle in the other, and drank a few mouthfuls of wine from time to time. Mrs. Lily saw that she was obviously a disgusting drunkard. She immediately showed a disgusted expression and kicked the stone beside her. Apparently, she was unwilling to even use the whip. The stone attacked Ajio with a fierce attack. Facing the next attack, Ajio didn't seem to notice that when the stone was about to attack, the person suddenly disappeared. No, it was a person who fell. Any luck? Disgusting drunkard. What a dirty way to hide. Mrs. Lily laughed in her heart. Ajio slowly opened her eyes and stood up unsteadily. What came into her eyes was the slender slit skirt, and she still teased herself in her heart. It's a pity that Brook isn't here. Seeing that the drunkard on the other side had not been killed by her, Mrs. Lily waved her hand to the back, beckoning her subordinates to come forward. Several well-dressed pirates immediately drew their weapons and attacked Ajio. Oh, you're so underestimated. After taking another sip of wine, Ajio, who burped, put the bottle on the ground and drew out the long sword with his right hand. Facing the pirates attacking him, he calmly dodged and blocked at will, and occasionally struck with his sword. In the eyes of others, that in just 10 seconds, several pirates were stabbed by the staggering drunkard. Lilliput clenched the whip in his hand. He had indeed underestimated the enemy before, mainly because he was misophobic, and he couldn't be a small person, so he had to do it himself. But the hand shown by the other party was enough to attract his attention. Mrs. Lily didn't want to talk nonsense to this guy who was obviously an enemy, and regardless of whether there were still men fighting, she directly struck the drunkard with another whip. Dancing. Dense whip shadows came towards Ajio, who had a long sword in her right hand and a scabbard in her left hand, relied on her flexible movement to get out of the attack range of the whip. The person who was fighting with Ajio before instantly let out a scream. Ajio's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed vicious. Without further ado, he ran directly towards Mrs. Lily with excitement brought by alcohol. When Mrs. Lily saw her opponent attacking at extremely fast speed, she immediately changed her tactics, and the whip struck directly at Ajio like a flexible snake. When the whip was about to come into contact with Ajio made a body twist that normal humans could not do. Not only did she avoid the attack, but she also attacked Mrs. Lily at an undiminished speed. When he got 2 meters closer to Mrs. Lily, her eyes immediately woke up from the confusion and became unusually calm. A straight slash. Firewood. The fast knife skills slashed down. Seeing that this beautiful and frozen female pirate was about to die under her own knife, Ajio was extremely excited. Whip Shadow Tang Rao. Mrs. Lily flicked her whip, and the several-meter-long whip immediately returned, hitting the long knife from the side, and immediately wrapped around the long knife like a long snake. When she was about to attack Mrs. Lily's figure seemed to become a little thinner, and she barely escaped the attack. Oh. Seeing that the long sword was entangled, Ajio turned her right hand, lashed hard, and attacked Mrs. Lily again with the long whip. Cut the weed. Just when she was about to cut the person in half, Mrs. Lily's thin waist moved back, and she avoided the attack again. After dodging the second move, Mrs. Lily used her arms to pull Ajio's leader towards her. Whip leg furious dance. Dang. Block, block, block. He kicked Ajio several times in a row, who was being held down by the long whip. Ajio was also helpless. What could he do if he was not paying attention and his weapon was restrained? It was impossible to abandon the sword. He was a swordsman and could only resist a few moves. When she was kicked up and pulled back again, she pointed the scabbard of her left hand at Mrs. Lily. While hitting the opponent's leg, he pushed hard and turned his body backward. As the whip rapidly expanded and contracted, the sword suddenly turned red and hot, and he broke free instantly. Cook wine. Ajio, who broke free from the restraints, quickly took a few steps back, stood up unsteadily, glanced at the long knife that was dimming rapidly, and smelled it. It seemed to have some kind of fragrance. Throwing away the scabbard with his left hand, he picked up the gourd and opened the lid of the wine and took a sip. His eyes immediately fell into confusion again. Staggering towards Mrs. Lily. You seem to know some dodge skills. Coupled with the flexibility of your long whip, it can handle most swordsmen. Seeing that her special nature was noticed by the other party, Mrs. Lily waved her long whip and threw it away. But it's no use to me. Joe nimbly dodged the attack of the long whip and then said slowly, because my swordsmanship is also gentle. Take materials. Joe, whose eyes became more blurred, pointed at the flaws of several whip techniques with his long knife. Get water. With his left hand, he poured the wine gourd into his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of wine towards the long knife. The long knife became sharper. The long whip even slipped out when it wrapped around the knife. Make music. A small section of the long whip was chopped off. Step by step, she approached Mrs. Lily. Mrs. Lily began to panic and retreat while waving her whip. Fermentation. Joe's long sword slowly began to turn red and hot. When she was about to get close to Mrs. Lily threw the long whip in her hand, attacked Joe, turned around and tried to escape. Steamed wine. Joe drew her sword and struck Mrs. Lily with her long knife. When approaching Mrs. Lily, Joe clearly saw that Mrs. Lily's figure had become half thinner, and she dodged the long-charged sword. After the sword strike, Joe put away his attack, turned around, put the knife on his shoulder, and took a comfortable sip. Good wine. Ah. A scream came from Mrs. Lily's mouth. She thought she had escaped the self-inflicted blow. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she immediately felt a severe burning sensation in her waist. The whole person collapsed directly to the ground, motionless, obviously dead. The fiery red flame flashed from Mrs. Lily's waist. The soft waist was directly split into two sections, and bursts of burning aroma could be heard from the separation. After finishing a sip, Joe glanced at Mrs. Lily and took a disdainful sip. Your dodge speed is far different from that of a certain skeleton. Joe, who burped from wine, touched his head and asked confusedly, by the way, what is our battle plan? Chapter 33, Chaotic War 5. This is on the road to the West Acropolis Forest. An afterimage that could not be seen rushed towards the forest by kicking a few meters. After Brook left Jew, he hurried to the hotel called Green Residence, which was a location Jew told him. But after arriving at the hotel, controlling the two pirates in the room, and learning that Marshall was in the forest behind the hotel, Brook could only continue on his way to the forest to find the centaur. Afraid that the battle plan in the city would change, Brook opened the meter range of Shenwent's domineering to the extreme and searched for Masur in the forest at an extremely fast speed. Finally, at a location near the water source, an unusual place attracted Brook, and he slowly stopped. The domineering atmosphere of the sight and knowledge covered it, and a clear pattern was introduced into Brook's mind. A horse was slowly chewing something on the ground at the water source. Not far from it, a huge tiger-like creature was slowly approaching it. Brook moved closer slightly and took a glance. A black horse nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a pair of suspenders on its lower body. The suspenders were not placed on the forelimbs, but were tied to the abdomen. It was eating grass with its head lowered, which looked a bit nondescript. Behind it, 15 meters away, a 6-meter-tall white tiger is hiding behind the bushes. The moment the black horse lowered its head, the white tiger rushed out and rushed directly towards the black horse. Then in the blink of an eye, the huge white tiger flew back to the bushes. Looking at the black horse, one of the horse's legs was still raised high. Apparently, it was a kick that had just knocked back the white tiger. Brook couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. If it hadn't been for the domineering power of witnessing, he wouldn't have seen when the dark horse took action. Do you have the speed, agility, and strength? It seems a quick fix is needed. When Brook saw that the white tiger seemed to be retreating directly, he was about to attack Masir directly. The black horse suddenly raised his head and looked towards him, and a sound of horse braying sounded. Ba, ba, ba. The people over there. No, should be said to be inhuman creatures. When are you going to see it? Brook was shocked. Had he been discovered? Was he a perceptive opponent? Seeing that he had been exposed, Brook no longer hid and walked directly out of the darkness, slowly approaching to a distance of more than 20 meters from Marshall. In Masir's eyes, a flash of surprise also flashed. He did smell something that did not look like a human being approaching, but he did not expect it to be a skeleton. A living skeleton? The tall black horse suddenly changed. From the horse's head to the horse's body and limbs, it slowly turned into a black-haired man about 2 meters tall. It was also the first time for Brook to see a person with animal abilities, and he was really surprised to witness the whole process. Yo, ho, ho, ho. Is this an animal fruit? It's interesting. On the opposite side, Marshall put the loose straps on his shoulders, showed his strong teeth, and smiled at Brook. Eely. Hee. Do you want to trick me? I know you can't eat a second devil fruit. Also, I don't want to try that taste a second time. Marshall began to take a defensive posture towards Brook. Is it really a devil fruit ability user? Speak directly. What do you want from me, bah? Brook complained in his mind as he heard that the horse's cry was particularly unaccustomed. Do devil fruits have such a big impact on animal-type ability users? This horse laughs, and he was eating grass just now. He was eating grass. After suppressing his distracting thoughts, Brook directly stated his intention. I want to ask you a favor. Monsieur looked towards the direction of the town. The firelight illuminated the entire sky red. He scratched his messy black hair and said in confusion, Help. You are responsible for the chaos in the city. Since you have such ability, why do you need my help? Yeah, don't you have the attitude of asking for help? Monsieur's legs were slightly bent. Seeing that this battle seemed unavoidable, Brook also held the hilt of the death sword with his right hand. Yo, ho, ho, ho. You have to help me with this. Thomas from the dock has already agreed. When Monsieur heard this, he also understood the movement coming from the direction of the dock not long ago, and he was even more sure that the other party was not a good person. Humph, no matter what the reason is, now that you know my secret, I can only shut you up forever. Monsieur didn't hesitate anymore and just kicked off his legs. In an instant, his legs turned into horse legs. The huge explosive force left a mark on the ground. Then his left leg and right leg quickly started running on the ground, and the distance of 20 meters was instantly shortened. When he was about to approach Brook, he shot out his right hand, and his fist directly turned into a hard horse's hoof. Pegasus fist. Brook had already shrunk his sight color when Monsieur attacked him, directly covering Monsieur's body. When a punch was about to hit him, he ducked and easily avoided it. He still complained about this punch in his heart. Why don't you call it Tianma Meteor Fist? If you call it Tianma Meteor Fist, I'll leave on my own. Seeing that one of his attacks had been dodged, Monsieur immediately transformed his left hand into a horse's hoof. The legs closed in, and the left fist was thrown out. With a bang, it hit there. Apparently, Brook dodged again. Then Monsieur swung his right fist. His speed seemed to become faster, and his power became more powerful, and his footsteps continued to approach. Left punch, right punch, left punch, right punch, faster left punch, stronger right punch. Brook was immediately forced back step by the fierce punches. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and he hit something. Suffered bad luck. Giant Winsbaki paid attention to Monsieur, but he didn't notice him when he was forced to a big tree. It seemed that at this time, Monsieur also discovered the fighter plane, and his strength and speed increased again. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Brook was very embarrassed when he heard the name of the opponent's move. You must know how domineering you are. It's still a high level. When he was about to be attacked and had no way to retreat, Brook twisted his waist and fell to the left. When he was about to land, he raised his cane and made an astonishing arc, narrowly avoiding the killing move. 30 degrees skeleton standing. Boom. Brook, who had just finished speaking, fell directly to the ground. But just now, the huge tree that Brook was leaning on was directly smashed into pieces by Monsieur's dense fist shadow, and its debris was scattered wildly. Just as Brook was about to kick his leg hard, Marshall found Brook, who had fallen, and kicked him directly. At the critical moment, Brook used his crutches to push towards the tree stump with half a meter left behind him, and his whole body slid 5 or 6 meters. He turned over and stood up, directly drawing out the death sword. I was caught off guard just now, and the battle has only officially begun now, Brook said in a cold voice. Chapter 34, Chaotic War End. Brook began to advance rhythmically, and when he was 3 meters away from Monsieur, he stabbed out the long sword in his hand. Revolutionary dance through the heart. In the somewhat dark forest, a faint light lit up. The clever sword energy stabbed towards Monsieur with a cone-shaped faint shadow. Brook couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He could already attack from invisible sword energy to something tangible now. It seems that even if there is no life and death battle, it will be a matter of course for him to enter the realm of swordsmen. On the opposite side, Mossier was still confused when facing this attack from a distance of 3 meters. Suddenly, when this sword-shaped shadow pierced straight towards him, I was really startled. Swordsman? Chopping. Mossier was frightened by this sudden attack. The shadow of the sword came to his waist in an instant. Facing this powerful slash, he could only choose to turn his body into an animal. Under the body of the animal, with strong defense, a strong impact came from the abdomen. Mossier's whole person, no, it should be half a person, was directly knocked back 7 or 8 steps. Boom. Mossier knelt on one knee and covered his abdomen, which was already bleeding, with one hand. Fortunately, the injury is not too serious. He was not as powerful as the increasingly famous swordsman he had seen before. At first, I was scared to my knees by the man with the eyes of an eagle. Marshall looked at the fist-sized wound on his abdomen, gritted his teeth, and stood up, glaring at Brook angrily. Oh ho ho ho, I thought you would lose the ability to fight with this blow. That's right. Animal-type ability users are indeed the type that can withstand beatings. Marshall's eyes gradually turned red, and he said angrily to Brook, Damn, you pissed me off. After saying this, Mossier's body gradually changed. His height began to lengthen, his head turned into a horse's head, and his forearms turned into horse legs. In Brook's eyes, this guy was a living monster in his previous life. Fizz. A horse hooted. The 3-meter-tall body ran directly towards Brook. The strong body brought a huge sense of pressure, and he was close to Brook in an instant, and his 2 shiny black hooves moved up directly. Brook's domineering aura directly covered Rima Surto's body. When Marshall raised his arm, he felt his intention. Left. Brook, who was on guard, dodged beautifully when a left hook came. Leg strike. Brook immediately jumped back when Marshall raised his leg. As expected, a leg attack came, and Brook slashed out with his sword. A sword wound immediately appeared on the horse's leg. Marshall's next attack was basically given insight by Brook. Not only did he avoid the attack without any damage, he also gave him a less serious counterattack. Seeing that he was completely suppressed by the skeleton man, Mossier knew that he was invincible and had a strong intention to retreat. After being injured by a feint, he immediately retreated, and his whole body turned into a dark horse. Using all 4 legs together, he actually threw Brook away and started running away. Take the first step. Run at top speed. Brook, who was originally excited to fight, was enjoying the pleasure of seeing and hearing the domineering force, but unexpectedly Marshall ran away. This is a duck that has got its mouth? No, a horse that has its mouth. How could it be possible to let him run away like this? Brook immediately followed, and when he got close to the horse, he made a large-scale, low-power sword move directly to the large area where he was. Wine bottle, dance, rainstorm. Countless sword energies were flowing horizontally, and Mossier's position in front were immediately attacked by countless sword waves. Countless small wounds appeared on Mossier's body. Seeing that he could not break away from Brook's pursuit, he had no choice but to stop. Surrender, I surrender. Mossier raised his hands, and the entire body of the horse changed into a human form. As a marshal who has been able to survive 10 years on the Grand Line, he understands that on this sea, one must know the times and things, and know how to advance and retreat. This is the secret to staying alive as an old pirate. Since the opponent dares to cause trouble on Westway Island, he must have a certain degree of confidence. Of course, the most important thing is that he cannot defeat him and cannot win. When Brook saw that the other party was out of combat mode and no longer hostile, he smiled and said, Smart, don't worry. As long as you fight for us, we will naturally let you go. You? Only then did Brook remember that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he put away his morning sword and straightened his clothes. I am the musician and swordsman of the Moria Pirates, Nose Song Brook. Moria Pirates? The supernova bat Moonlight Moria, who became famous some time ago? Well, yes. What do you think? Do you choose to continue fighting with me, or do you choose to do us a favor? Mossier quickly moved his hands, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Don't dare, don't dare. How dare I go against those monsters? No matter what you want me to do, I agree, but I just don't know if I can. Mossier became a little embarrassed. Brook was a little displeased. This guy was a little ignorant, and he dared to make conditions. He couldn't help but speak in a slightly louder tone. Just what? Mossier replied with some hesitation. Can you please don't tell anyone about me eating grass here? Mossier covered his forehead with his right hand to hide his embarrassment. Brook burst out laughing. Hey, oh, what? I thought it was some big deal. It's no problem for such a small thing. Don't worry, I won't talk about it everywhere. As he spoke, Brook walked up to Marshall, patted his shoulder, and asked in a low voice, I'm really curious, isn't it delicious, yo-ho-ho? Monsieur's face turned red instantly, and he immediately defended himself. No, it's not what I want to eat. It's the habit brought about by the devil fruit. When Brook heard this, he immediately remembered that people with animal abilities would indeed be disturbed by their abilities, causing people to unconsciously get closer to the habits of animals. Nodding, Brook was about to say something when he suddenly remembered that he had planned to make a quick decision and go to support Geo after finishing the matter. I patted my brain, and in the excitement of the moment, I actually forgot about it. Damn it, I actually forgot that fighting is still happening in the town. I wonder how they are doing. Katoris, you can still move. Monsieur was confused by this sudden title and nodded subconsciously. Okay, let's go directly to the city. After Brook finished speaking, he immediately urged Marshall to follow him. Centaurs. Only then did Monsieur react. Well, do you have any opinion? Monsieur shook his head quickly. No one is stronger. Even if you call me a birdman, I have to recognize you. Let's go then. Brook and the horsemen began to rush towards the center of town. Chapter 35 joined the alliance. Seeing that Marshall was keeping up with him, Brook slightly increased his speed, stretching the distance beyond his control. Brook was also afraid that the other party would regret and run away directly. Now was the time when manpower was needed, so naturally the more the better. At first, Marshall could barely keep up with Brook, but as soon as Brook increased his speed, he found it difficult and started to think a little more carefully. If he could outrun the opponent in terms of speed, he could just escape, go back to the ship, and then escape out to sea. Do it when you think of it. Monsieur slowly began to increase his strength and speed, who knew that the distance between the two people would not change at all. There began to be some competition in my heart. The two legs turned into horse legs while running, and the speed immediately increased a lot. Brook initially became wary when he saw the other party using his abilities, but who knew that the other party was actually chasing him. Interesting. Want to compare speed with me? Brook was not polite, and his two skeletal legs began to move rapidly. When Monsieur saw that he was being distanced again, he simply turned into a dark horse and raised his limbs. The distance began to gradually become closer. Gradually, the speed of the two people began to equalize. Brook couldn't help but be secretly shocked, had no reservations about his speed at this time, and the opponent actually evened it out. 1 minute later, Brook started to fall one step behind. Monsieur couldn't help but be secretly happy. Okay, you can just run away. My limbs moved even harder. Brook, whose legs were a little weak, saw Marshall running faster and faster, and he seemed to be unable to catch up. Suddenly, he had an idea and strengthened his legs. With a whoosh, Brook landed firmly on Marshall's back 7. Monsieur, who was still feeling so proud, suddenly felt his back sink. He was startled, thinking that the skeleton man could not run away, and actually killed him. Looking back, hey, this damn skeleton actually sat on him. Yo, ho ho ho. It is indeed an animal-type wild horse fruit. It can run for such a long time at such a fast speed. It has really good endurance, Brook said, tightening his legs and swaying as the horse ran. Seeing Marshall looking at him, he tightened the handle of the crutch with his right hand. Please take me on the next ride. You probably don't mind. Monsieur glanced at Mongjian and immediately turned around and ran towards the town. Damn it, you dare to ride on me, but I only allow women to ride, and all men deserve to die. Monsieur cursed secretly in his heart and then thought about the opponent's strength. Well, skeletons can't be counted in the men's category. Then, as if to vent his anger, Monsieur began to run desperately. Seeing that Marshall's speed could actually increase, Brook couldn't help but secretly sighed. What a great vehicle. This is the location of the south gate of the Western Acropolis. The city gate and the city were extremely distinct, with bright firelight on one side and darkness on the other. Some residents living in the town began to flee outside the city. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. You are so fast. It took me more than 20 minutes to get there before, but now it only takes less than 10 minutes to get there. Then the cries of the galloping horses began to get louder. Quickly open, a pirate with a keen eye warned loudly. The scene immediately became chaotic, and men, women, and children all moved around to avoid it. Wow, wow, wow. In the chaos, a little girl was rushed into the middle of the road by the turbulence and was crying at a loss. Look, that's it. Demon, Skeleton? When Brook arrived at Nanminki on a galloping black horse, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Run quickly, the devil riding a black horse is coming. In the middle of the road where no one noticed in the panic, the little girl who was alone was squatting down and crying. The horse's rapid speed arrived in front of the little girl in an instant. In the eyes of others, the little girl who collided with the devil was certain to die. Just when the horse was about to hit the little girl, the horse braked suddenly and stopped its progress. I said you can rest assured, I am professional in this regard. Va? Brook dismounted tremblingly, supported the horse, and made a vomiting motion. Oh ho ho ho, the experience is very bad, very bad. Fortunately, I have no stomach anymore, otherwise I will definitely die. Brook looked around and found that most people showed fear, and some even started to tremble. He came to the little girl who was squatting on the ground and crying, and lifted the crying little girl up with one hand. Who is it? Whose child is this? It's so irresponsible. Are you just abandoning it here? The little girl being carried by Brook was so frightened by the terrifying skeleton man in front of her that she howled. It's so pitiful you're crying like this. Hey, be good. Wow, 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 Mom, I want Mom. This is obviously caused by you. At this time, everyone present was complaining in their hearts. A woman stood up tremblingly, suppressing the fear in her heart, but her eyes were extremely firm, and she walked in front of Brook. Please, please give me my baby back. Brook turned his head with a click. A green light flashed in his eyes and said sinisterly, Is this your child? Yes, it is, the woman said tremblingly. Too careless. The woman was startled. Then the little girl was lifted over by Brook. Oh, ho, 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 the child is going to jail. What? The woman took her child in surprise. Thank you, sir. Brook waved his hand to signal the other party to leave. Among the unobserved crowd, a faint light flashed, and Brook noticed something abnormal. He turned around and found nothing. Ship Captain, you? An exclamation came from behind the crowd. Mossier turned the horse's head and found that it was a subordinate of his pirate group. The whole horse began to change, performing a great transformation into a living person in front of everyone. Ah, it's you guys, Mossier said to several pirates. Captain, leave this island quickly. That bastard Thomas actually united with some pirates to launch a rebellion on the island. The island will definitely face a counterattack from St. Kitts. One of the pirates immediately reported the current situation to Captain Marshall. Oh, well, your information is out of date. Several pirates had doubtful expressions on their faces. The rebellion on this island is not Thomas, but the guys behind you. Several pirates' arms went numb for a moment, and they slowly turned their heads, only to see the man in the skull mask who had just rode the captain over slowly walking over. Several people instantly gathered around Marshall, raising their weapons and being on guard against Brook. Hey, can I ask you, how is the battle situation in the city now? The vigilance of several pirates became a little more intense. That, I'm not done yet. Our pirate group has already joined the rebellion. A bunch of question marks floated over several people's heads. What happened? Why have we become accomplices of the rebels? Chapter 36, After the War. After Mossier introduced the current situation to several people, he immediately spoke to several of his subordinates, and after leaving only one person behind, they all dispersed to gather the members of the Pegasus Pirates. Master Brook, you can ask him anything. He is Tom, who is in charge of purchasing in the city. Mossier pushed out a slightly well-dressed pirate. The pirate named Tom immediately smiled respectfully and flatteringly. Yes, sir, I'm happy to help if you have any questions, no matter how small. Brook nodded and asked directly, How is the battle situation in the city? Sir, we have a complete victory. Arsonist Lopez and Weird Axie killed the two pirate Twin Stars brothers, but Lopez seemed to be a bit seriously injured and was already being guarded by the Thomas pirates. It is said that a swordsman named Wine Swordsman, Joe killed Mrs. Lily. Brook couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Yes, not bad. Wait, kill. Only then did Brook react. Yes, I killed my opponent. Brook covered his forehead and cursed angrily. Damn it, are these idiots? The battle plan. Marshall and Tom looked at each other. Then where are they now? Tom responded immediately. It is said that Thomas's people took them to the dock, and now the dock is controlled by the Thomas pirates. Tom glanced at his captain without trace and added, They control the dock, and all the ships can't leave here. Oh, it seems there are some smart people in the Thomas pirates. Let's go. Let's go too. After saying this, Brook motioned for Monsieur to follow him. This was a solitary seedling, so he couldn't let him run away. Marshall also understood that Brook would not let him go easily, and after telling Tom to take the pirate group to the dock to find him, he followed Brook. Tom looked at Captain Marshall's desolate back, couldn't help but sigh. Well done, Captain. Bah. After saying that, he gave himself a mouthful. Pier location. The members of the Thomas Pirates and Agio led the pirates who came here on merchant ships before, guarding many ships and blocking the pirates who tried to attack the dock. The ship's doctor of the Thomas Pirates was busy treating Lopez's wounds. How about it? Axie, who was wrapped in gauze and had regained consciousness, asked. It's not a big problem, just get some burning medicine. His body seems to be special and has extremely high fire resistance. There was a sudden loud noise at the pier, and after the smoke dissipated, Brook and Marshall appeared at the pier. Just as the pirates were about to make a move, Agio, who was holding a wine bottle and filling it with wine, immediately waved his hand towards Brook. Yo, Brook, here. Brook looked at Agio, holding the wine bottle in his hand, and walked over unkindly. He resisted the urge to draw his sword at Agio. How come you all killed people? We will be short-staffed later. Agio shrugged indifferently. I didn't stop. Even if they wanted to, there was nothing they could do. There are still some pirates worth less than 3,000 million on this island, so I'll just use it. Oh, forget it. Brook looked around and asked, what about the remaining prisoners of war? Agio pointed to the inside and outside of the town. They're all on the island. Brook gritted his teeth. Never mind. Pointing to Monsieur, who was standing not far away, he continued. This guy's pirate group will be here soon. Please make arrangements. Where's Thomas? Resting on his boat. Brook nodded. I was exhausted this night, running here and there. Looking back, I felt like they had done nothing. It seemed that Thomas had something to say to me before. Let's communicate first. After speaking, he motioned for Monsieur to follow. Before leaving, Brook did not forget to tell Agio. Hold a dock. Boarding Thomas's Yellow Falcon, Brook discovered that there were 7 or 80 people on board. Many pirates on the ship gave way, and it was obvious that Thomas had clearly explained the matter to the crew. A swordsman carrying a long sword came forward. Master Brook, Captain Thomas, and the others are in the infirmary. Brook nodded and motioned for the other party to lead the way. Following the swordsman to the infirmary in the cabin, he opened the door and saw a man covered in gauze lying on the bed. Thomas and Aziz in a room immediately stood up to greet them. Brook waved it off. How's the injury? The ship's doctor in the room heard this and introduced. There's nothing wrong with the 3 of them. Captain Thomas and Lord Axie just need to rest for a while. It's mainly just to lose strength. Sir Lopez, because of his special physique, won't be a big deal. Brook nodded and patted Axie on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Brook then looked at Thomas and Aziz. So when will you 2 regain your ability to fight? Thomas glanced at Axie and saw him nodding. It will take about a day to regain combat capability. A day? Brook thought for a moment. Oh, ho, we may be a little pressed for time. Monsieur looked suspicious and asked, what exactly do you want us to do? Brook was a little embarrassed and said, oh, didn't I tell you? Sorry, we are taking revenge on St. Kitts now. Mazer was a little surprised, even though he had vaguely guessed it before. Is it just us? Where is Lord Moria? Seeing that both of them had doubts on their faces, Brook began to formally tell them the Moria Pirates battle plan. Our previous plan was for 2 people to each lead a team to attack 2 islands. 7. Then the pirates on the island were driven to continue their attack on St. Kitts. Brook looked around and said helplessly, I think the plan is half-failed here. Axie's expression looked a little innocent. Sorry, Lord Brook, we didn't expect the enemy to be so powerful. Brook said a little ashamed. This is my mistake. I will communicate the situation here to Captain Moria later. Thomas gestured to the injuries on his body and then asked, what about time? When should we act? Brook turned to look at the ship's doctor. The extent of your injuries, roughly? It's best to spare 2 days. The doctor calculated the time a little. Okay, I think the people on St. Kitts have discovered what's going on here. The time doesn't matter to us anymore. I'll probably discuss it with Captain Moria at a specific time in 2 days. Brook then turned to look at Thomas. You seem to have some information you wanted to tell me before. Thomas nodded. It's true that I know some of Awire's secrets. Chapter 37, A-Wire's Secret. Brook also wants to know as much information about A-Wire as possible. Several people immediately found places to sit down in a room. Brook even took out the teacup and black tea from the skull, found a pot of hot water, and started brewing it. Seeing Brook's attitude of letting you talk in detail, Thomas also began to tell Brook the information he had collected about a well. Not long ago, a good friend of mine was hunted to death by A-Wire and the others. I originally wanted to avenge my friend. As I slowly gathered intelligence, I was surprised by A-Wire's identity. Brook became a little more excited and took a sip of black tea. Mossier continued. According to the intelligence I've collected, a well was once a naval admiral. Brook paused for a moment and said doubtfully, Navy. Yes, I have recorded A-Wire's deeds in detail over the past few months. This information all shows that a well was once a Marine. After that, I conducted a detailed investigation into the information about the admirals in the years before Elwell's debut. Finally, I discovered a Commodore similar to a well in a previous newspaper. No wonder you can get a full bounty from the Navy on the island of St. Kitts. While Brook was a little surprised, he secretly compared Moria and a well. At this time, Moria should probably be able to defeat a lieutenant general. It is said that the lieutenant general who looks like a well is named Alf. He was called the Butcher of the Navy by the pirates at the time. At this time, Mossier couldn't help but speak louder and said in horror, Butcher of the Navy? Are you talking about the vice admiral from 5 years ago? Wasn't he executed by the naval government? Thomas nodded. Yes, that man. Alf, who belongs to the Hawk faction, believes in the principle of killing. The pirates who once massacred an entire island, including a large number of innocent people, were reported by the Navy. It was later reported that Alf had been tried and executed by the Navy. Brook took another sip of black tea and said lightly, It seems they kept Alf. Thomas nodded again. According to the information I collected, this is indeed the case. 2 years later, a well appeared on the sea as a supernova. Every time the enemy who went against him was basically annihilated. Later, he used a strong attitude to kill all the competitors in the Battle of the Island Keepers on St. Kitts Island. In addition, he later formed a team to hunt pirates. At that time, he cleared all the pirates in this sea area. So later pirates gave him the title Scavenger. Brook put down the teacup and thought for a moment. Well, judging from the situation, it is indeed possible that he is from the Navy, Marshall said. Brook shook his head and said, No, it could also be someone from the government. Thomas asked, A world government? Brook nodded. Mossier asked in a panic, Then, do we need to deal with people from the world government? Brook smiled. Haha, the government will not recognize such people who are hiding in the dark as their subordinates. It just solves the problem that he will be targeted by the world government. Mossier became even more panicked. I have been on the sea for more than 10 years, but I am cautious if I am directly targeted by the government. Thinking about the days to come makes me shudder. Seeing that several people seemed to have lost their confidence, Brook smiled and comforted them. Hey, don't worry that we are pirates anyway. If we are afraid of the world government and the Navy, we shouldn't go to sea at all. Brook then turned her head to Thomas. So what's his strength? Where's the fruit? Thomas shook his head helplessly. For example, he was already close to a lieutenant general at that time, and he did not eat devil fruit at that time. Basically, no one has ever seen the devil fruit abilities he used after becoming a pirate. Everyone who has seen it is dead. Brook tied up his crutches and stood up. So the devil fruit's abilities are still unknown. Okay then, just rest first. I'll go and communicate with Captain Moria first. After speaking, Brook slowly walked out of the room. Brook found a quiet place by himself, fearing that bad luck would bring any unnecessary trouble. He opened his skull and took out a snail wearing a black cloak. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu, bulu bulu. The lifeless snail suddenly became somewhat similar to Moria's snail head. He, is it Brook? Yes, Captain Moria, how are you doing there? Brook is still quite interested in this phone bug. He can feed it with just a little water and food. He wonders if the functions of the phone in his previous life can be improved. The battle on my side has just ended. They are all small characters, and they are all under my control. Brook calmed down and replied with some embarrassment. Sorry, Captain Moria, we had a little accident here. The battle plan is only half completed. Oh, why are there powerful enemies on your side? Brook touched his crutch. They are not too powerful. There are 5 pirates with some abilities, but now there are only 2 left. Fortunately, these 2 are considered the 2 strongest among the 5 pirates. So, maybe we won't have enough manpower by then. The Moria-shaped snail paused for a moment, seeming to be thinking about something. And I got some information from a pirate. What information? It's information about Ewell on St. Kitts. Oh, Moria asked. Based on a large amount of evidence, we speculate that Olwell may have been a vice admiral in the Navy. Now it's possible that it's a secret agent under the world government. Moria didn't seem to care. Navy. Yes, Commodore from a few years ago. Brook was slightly worried. Then, Captain, will our subsequent battle plan remain the same as before? We are the offensive side, and the other side is defensive. I am afraid that if we attack St. Kitts Island with just our manpower, we will fail. Moria seemed to have decided something, and even the image of the phone bug became extremely firm. It seems we need to revise the plan. I will leave for Westway Island in 1 day. I have developed a new ability before, so there is not much problem in terms of manpower. Brook guessed what it was and nodded. Then I will wait for your arrival on Seaway Island, Captain. Moria also nodded. Then to be more specific, just wait until I come over here before deciding. Click. Chapter 38 Battle of South Island. After finishing the call with Brook, Mariah put away the phone bug in his hand. The huge body stood up and walked towards the door of the room. As he approached the door, the shadow opened the door and then disappeared under Mariah. Walking to the deck, I saw Nandi staring at the island. Moria looked around, looking at the mess that was destroyed by the battle on the entire island. An hour ago, Nanway Island. On the observation deck of the town port, an observer suddenly rang the alert bell next to him. Ding, 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 ding. Then he immediately shouted to the guards below. Be alert, there is a pirate ship ahead. After informing the observer below, he picked up the telescope and looked towards the pirate ship. On the canvas on the ship, a pirate flag embroidered with a skull with 2 wings fluttered in the wind. Yes, it's Supernova, Bat, Mariah. The guards below immediately began to notify Pell, the deputy of the island's manager. Lord Pell, Moria's ships have appeared within the range of our Nanway Island. Well, did it show up? Then just follow the order issued by Mr. Well. Don't stop them, don't take action against them, let them go to St. Kitts like this. The guard who had just come in to report immediately stood at attention. Yes. Then he quickly ran to deliver the message. Standing on the observation deck, Alfred felt a little strange looking at Nanway Island. I took a telescope and watched it carefully several times and said to Nandi below, Nandi, there seems to be something strange on the island. Nandi looked up at Alfred. What's wrong? What's weird? There doesn't seem to be any intention to attack us on the dock over there. Alfred looked over there again to confirm. I'm already prepared for the bombardment. Nandi quickly walked towards Moria, who was standing at the bow of the ship. Captain Moria's island does not appear to be preparing to attack us. So we now. Mariah touched the famous sword at his side and smiled sinisterly. Since they won't attack us directly on the sea, then of course we will go to the island. Publish this to increase your vigilance and launch an attack as soon as you get to the shore. Yes. All the pirates responded one after another. As expected, the Black Bat sailed smoothly to the dock of Nanway Island. Moria stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the small island called West Acropolis. The lights are not too bright, but it is extremely lively. This is still an island managed by the subordinates of St. Kitts Island. Is that already the case? Then how prosperous St. Kitts Island, known as the Pirate Paradise, will be. Moria couldn't help but sigh. Then the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. This is what makes it worth destroying. A desire for destruction that had been suppressed by Moria since childhood swept over him. As the ship approaches the dock, young men, capture this island for me. Europe, kill. For Lord Mariah. Boom, boom, boom. From the observation deck on the Black Bat, 3 short and quick gunshots were fired. At the dock, there were already some guards on alert. In the eyes of the pirates, 3 pirates in captain uniforms fell down. Ship captain. Several pirates nearby quickly pounced on the captain, who fell to the ground. Then many pirates jumped out of the Black Bat and swarmed towards the people on the island with weapons in hand. Kill them. The people on the island have also begun to react. Unexpectedly, someone actually dared to directly attack the island belonging to St. Kitts. Some of the pirates who stayed briefly on Nanway Island and the guards who had been guarding the island all had expressions of disbelief. With the sound of Alfred's 3 gunshots, it seemed as if the battle was about to begin in the dark night sky. The sounds of gunfire, shouts of killing, fighting, and screams came and went. At this time, Pell, the deputy of Nanway Island, had also received the report from his subordinates. Pell, who was wearing a black suit with a short gun on his waist, couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, the administrator of the island, Billy the Kid, was preparing for the game in St. Kitts. In addition to the bounty game sent from St. Kitts last night, most of the powerful pirates on the island have already gone to St. Kitts. Pell couldn't help but panic. Damn Moria, instead of going to St. Kitts Island, he came to attack Nanway Island. Come to me quickly and send a telegram to Mr. Billy on St. Kitts Island to tell them that the Moria pirates did not go directly to St. Kitts. They are launching an attack on Nanway Island. Yes. Ding, 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 ding. The guard who had reported to Pell immediately went to the telegraph room. Come, prepare a small boat for me. Then notify the guards on the island to stop them, as well as the pirates at sea. Tell them the game is officially on. Yes. A female secretary wearing beautiful clothes stood behind Pell and responded. The war on Nanway Island seemed to have reached fever pitch in an instant. Some pirates who were blinded by money, and the guards who stood on the island launched a counterattack against the Moria pirates. Nandi had also jumped off the Black Bat and rushed to the front. Nandi, holding a knife in one hand and a short gun in the other, was able to move among the enemies with ease and seemed not to worry about being attacked by someone stronger than him. This is a kind of trust Nandi has in his captain. Nandi has always believed that as long as he meets someone he cannot deal with, the captain will naturally appear to deal with the enemy he cannot deal with. Boom, boom, boom. Hidden in the darkness, Alfred is like a hunter. A gunshot rang out and a man fell. But he seemed to have received some order. After taking 3 lives at the beginning, he only wounded people. Get out of my way, don't block my way, Moria's head belongs to me. A strong man holding a giant axe pushed aside the 2 people in front of him and strode towards the center of the battlefield. Boom. Ding. The giant man who was advancing suddenly raised the giant axe in front of him. This is a shot from Alfred. He was actually blocked by this giant man. This was the first time someone blocked Alfred's shot since the battle began. Get out of the way, get out of the way. It's Big Axe Signs with a bounty of 800 million on his head. This is a pirate with a bounty of close to 1 million. We can definitely stop the Moria pirates. Big Axe Signs glanced at the direction where the bullet had just been fired. He said to a subordinate holding a long sword beside him, You go over there. The gunman who places black guns everywhere should be in that position. You let me deal with him. The pirate with the long sword in his hand turned around and walked straight to Alfred's position without saying a word. Chapter 39 Battle of South Island 2. Big Axe Signs looked at Nandi, who was extremely active on the battlefield. Several pirates standing in front of Signs were pushed away by him. Get out of the way from me. Boom, boom, boom. Signs just dragged his giant axe and charged towards Nandi. In this way, Signs ran rampant and directly broke out a path in the dense battlefield. 7. Death to Lao Tzu. In a short period of time, Signs rushed in front of Nandi, raised his huge axe, and struck Nandi. Level off hilltops. Seeing that the huge battle axe was about to hit Nandi, on the dark ground where no one was paying attention, a long rope-like shadow was as flexible as a snake, and it wrapped around the giant axe Signs in the blink of an eye. Shadow beam, dark snake. Moria looked at the black bat, which had no survivors, and then turned to look at the battlefield again, smiling crazily. Let's go out, Shadow Army. Then, in the darkness of the cabin, dark shadows appeared one after another. Following Moria's order, a figure jumped off the black bat and began to support the Moria pirates. Oh, what is this? Strange monster. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of gunfire struck at the Black Shadow Army. No, it's useless. Shooting is useless. Some pirates began to panic, and a few pirates who did not believe in evil drew their long knives and slashed at the Black Shadow. A knife strike was like striking the air. After the shadow was divided, it immediately returned to its original shape. Damn it, there's no use using a knife. Then the group of pirates were immediately surrounded by the Shadow Army. It just entangles the enemy. Moria saw all this in his eyes and thought to himself, do shadows also have the property of being invulnerable? Still unable to reach the physical strength of before, can only restrain and harass enemies. Better than nothing, the only option is to use the human wave tactic. At this time, Giant Axe Signs, who was entangled in the shadow, adjusted his breathing throughout his body, and then his energy and blood surged up, and his whole body seemed to have grown in size. Break it for me. Then a harsh friction sound sounded, and the rope transformed from the shadow was pulled thinner. With a snap, the shadow broke as Signs exerted his strength. Boom. A gunshot was heard, followed by a bloody hole in Signs' right arm. Not far ahead, Nandi held up his short gun, and a stream of green smoke came out of the barrel. You bastard, how dare you sneak up on me? Signs gripped his axe angrily. Just as he was about to make a move, the shattered shadow next to him slowly transformed into a 5-meter large human form. Signs then became wary of Shadow. A pirate next to him holding 2 long swords and wearing a captain's uniform said to Signs, Giant Axe, leave that guy to me, and you go deal with that Shadow. Signs with the giant axe looked at the man with 2 swords next to him. 32 million ivory kints? Small roll. Okay, I'll leave that weak guy to you. After speaking about the giant axe, Signs raised his giant axe and struck the shadow more than 5 meters high. Crack the mountain. The sharp axe blade seemed to be covered with a stream of silver air as it flew, striking straight into the tall shadow. The powerful sharpness brought by the giant axe instantly broke through Moria's shadow. There was a pirate next to him who had witnessed everything and couldn't help but exclaimed, No, it's useless. The shadow will recover. Signs grinned, stretched his legs like a cannonball, and rushed out of the crack in the shadow. Stupid guys, do you think I'm like you? I can't even figure out what my opponent's abilities are, yet I still want to hunt others. The whole person quickly rushed to Moria on the black bat. He. Do you want to attack me directly? Moria stood on the bow of the ship, pulled out the famous sword beside him, split it in 2, and turned into 2 big swords. The whole person jumped down. With a popping sound, a burst of dust appeared where Moria was standing. Big Axe Signs was also very fast, and he was in front of Mariah in an instant. When approaching Moria, a special secret method made his arms grow larger again. Split the mountains and break the waves. The powerful force wielded a huge axe and struck Moria directly. Moria calmly picked up the 2 big knives in his hands. There was a loud clang. Moria's 2 broadswords steadily blocked the attack of the giant axe. There was actually not much difference between the 2 in terms of strength. Seeing that Signs couldn't solve it with 1 move, his opponent immediately retracted his axe and executed a roundhouse slash. Second form. With the momentum of the spin, Signs' axe blade seemed to be splitting the air. Moria closed his eyes when he saw the other party attacking so quickly. Convert the physical strength usually saved by swallowing food into powerful arm strength in both arms. Secret technique, flying wings. Mariah opened his eyes suddenly, and his whole arm was covered with veins. Boom. After a loud noise, Signs' giant axe and Moria's sword collided. The competition between the 2 was actually not much different. After a brief pause, the offensive suddenly changed. Ding ding dong. The light of the sword and the shadow of the axe. Waves of airflow impact. Traces appeared on the ground. The battlefield where fighting was originally taking place was instantly cleared by the 2 of them. It's interesting. How about it? How about you join us? I can consider becoming a cadre for you. The corner of Signs' mouth cracked, showing a look of disdain. We are of the same level of strength. Are you kidding me? Moria couldn't help laughing. But the smile only lasted for a moment, and Moria's eyes suddenly changed. Shadow Jiaoqia. Not far behind Signs, a black figure held a huge pair of scissors and slashed behind him. Signs' reaction was also sensitive, and he immediately discovered the shadow scissors the moment they struck. Immediately dodged forward with a lunge. Although Signs tried his best to dodge, he was cut by the sudden attack. A wound immediately appeared on Signs' back, and blood was pouring out. I was secretly glad just now. Moria in front immediately took up the offensive. Jiaoqia. Moria also picked up the scissors and used the same trick as Shadow just now. Signs gritted his teeth and raised his giant axe to block. Clang. The collision between the 2 instantly stirred up a flow of air. Mariah's mouth cracked, and he continued. Shadow Jiaoqia. The shadow behind immediately continued the previous attack. Puff. A new wound immediately overflowed with blood. Signs realized that this was not possible and fell into the entanglement of the shadow, and immediately tried to escape from this disadvantage. Cut randomly. Shadow random slash. Moria then divided the scissors into two large knives and started a crazy slashing mode with Shadow at the same time. Signs was immediately in trouble. The wounds on his body gradually became more and more numerous. The injuries were not serious but dense. I surrender. Signs reluctantly blocked Mariah's powerful attack and begged for mercy with difficulty. 40. Chapter 40 Battle of South Island End. Seeing this, Moria began to slow down his offensive until it stopped. You're on the same level as me. Why don't you fight? Moria sarcastically said. No, stop fighting. Signs said breathlessly. But there was a secret curse in my heart. This damn monster actually used 2-on-1 tactics. It was so damn shameless. Since you have decided not to continue fighting, please put down your weapon first. After hearing this, Signs threw the giant axe directly. Anyway, if you can't win, it doesn't matter whether you have weapons or not. Seeing the goal achieved, Moria began to look around and pay attention to the battlefield. Alfred didn't know when he had gotten rid of the people cells it sent out before. Gunshots began to ring out on the battlefield again. The battle between Randy and Ivory Kent was also very lively. Of course, the most important thing is Alfred's sniper support. As the Shadow Army entangled a large number of enemies, and many pirates had nothing to do with them, slowly disappearing into the darkness, the battle seemed to be gradually tilting towards Moria's side. Seeing that there were no powerful enemies on the battlefield, Moria didn't want to delay any longer. The bundle of snake shadows. The huge shadow more than 5 meters high gradually became slender and slowly turned into a snake-like rope. It quickly shuttles across the battlefield like a snake shadow, specifically selecting those with strong combat capabilities to carry out restraint attacks. The concealed and fast snake shadow immediately produced huge results. One by one, the pirates who performed well on the battlefield were tied to Moria. Some clever pirates saw that Big Axe Signs had also surrendered, and they immediately gave up resistance. Some of the more tenacious pirates were knocked unconscious by Moria's sword. Immediately afterwards, a massive rout occurred. The souls of each pirate group were captured one after another, and most of the pirates also lost their desire to fight. Jingle, jingle. When the first pirate threw away his weapon, it immediately caused widespread imitation. Surrender, surrender, we surrender. Nandi walked towards Moria. How's it going, Captain? Moria put away his weapon nonchalantly and said with a smile, Take away all their weapons and lock up those who deserve to be locked up first. Some powerful guys, please pay special attention and separate them. Tomorrow we will slowly prepare the rest of the island. As soon as Moria finished speaking, the whole person disappeared in place, and the place where Moria stood just now turned into a shadow. At this time, on a small boat near the shore, Pell, the deputy of the administrator of Westway Island, led 2 of his men and began to sail away from Westway Island. Mariah, who had just finished talking to Brook an hour later, was standing on the Black Bat. Go and notify Nandi and ask him to speed up the progress. Yes. A pirate near Moria responded quickly and then hurried to find Nandi, who was cleaning up the subsequent battlefield. Moria followed a subordinate to a dungeon. The cells hold pirates with bounties on their heads. Molly, what do you want to do? Let us out quickly. A pirate near the dungeon door noticed Moria coming in and asked hurriedly. Moria stood in the middle of the dungeon. I just want you to fight for me. After the battle is over, I will let you go. Huh? You don't want us to go to St. Kitts to die with you, do you? A pirate holding a book sneered. The dungeon suddenly became noisy. Bang. The pirate who just sneered just now was shot away by a shadow behind him. Your life and death are now in my hands. And I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. You don't have to listen to them. The pirates in the dungeon gradually became quiet. He looked at Mariah with a livid face. I will take something from you now. You don't have to listen to my orders. Then this thing will never be yours. One pirate asked tremblingly. What? You will know soon. Then Moria not only cut off the powerful pirates on the island, but also spent 2 hours to kill all the soldiers who had surrendered. Looking at the fainted people lying on several pirate ships, Alfred couldn't help but shook his head. I'm notifying everyone to rest. I'll arrange for people to keep vigil. I'll capture all the people on the island tomorrow morning. Yes. Nandi immediately passed on the order. The next morning, a faint ray of sunlight slowly broke through the sky. This is a pirate ship close to the Black Bat. A ray of sunlight slowly approached a pirate who was sleeping soundly on the deck. Then when the sunlight touched his flesh and blood, a scream resounded through the quiet dock. Damn, help me. The pirate who woke up from the severe pain looked at his hand, which was slowly turning into ashes, with a look of horror on his face. The sleeping pirates nearby were awakened by the tragic screams. Looking at this horrific scene, confusion immediately arose. No, don't come over. You don't come over. The pirates, who didn't understand what was happening, backed away in horror. The pirate who was hit by the sun's arm panicked and bumped left and right, and then without paying attention, he fell into a sunny place. Then a horrifying scene appeared. The pirate's entire body slowly turned into ashes, leaving only his clothes falling off. This scene was seen by the pirates on the ship and Alfred, who had just heard the noise and rushed over. This. Alfred was a little surprised. At this time, a man who was acquainted with the pirate who had just turned to ashes slowly came closer, probably trying to find out what the reason is. With a pile of ashes on one hand, what happened before happened again? The entire arm illuminated by the sun slowly turned into ashes. Alfred immediately discovered the problem. He couldn't help but yelled loudly, "Be careful, it's sunlight, don't be exposed to it." The pirates who heard this immediately hurriedly retreated. 7. Alfred immediately turned back to look for Moria. Dong 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 dong. A rush of footsteps came to the door of Moria's room. Alfred was about to knock on the door. The door opened automatically. Seeing that no one came out, Alfred walked in and realized that it was the shadow that opened the door just now. After looking around, I found that Captain Moria had his eyes closed. "Lord Moria, there is something going on outside." Moria slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What?" "A pirate whose shadow you cut off died. Those pirates whose shadows you cut off have fatal weaknesses." Moria was a little confused, and his voice was a little shrill. "Oh, what weakness? People whose shadows have been cut off are afraid of the sun. If they are exposed to direct sunlight, they will turn into ashes." Moria felt confused at this time. It should be impossible to be afraid of the sun. When your shadow leaves your body, the sun cannot cause harm to you. Moria stood up immediately. "Come on, let's go out and take a look." As soon as they reached the door, Nandi, who heard the noise, rushed over. "Captain, what's the matter? There seems to be something going on outside. Let's go and take a look together." After Moria finished speaking, he took Nandi and Alfred to the ship carrying the pirates. 41. Chapter 41 Aggregation. "Damn it, Moria, what did you bastard do to us?" Shadow, where did you take my shadow?" "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." The panicked and frightened people on the pirate ship began to shout when they saw Moria's arrival. Moria's face began to look unhappy. "A bunch of corrupt dogs can only howl here. If you are not convinced, you can attack me directly." Several grumpy pirates immediately rushed towards Moria. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots were fired, and the pirates who attacked Moria fell to the ground. Who else? Moria couldn't help but laugh. Although most of the pirates' eyes and expressions showed dissatisfaction, they had no weapons in their hands at the moment. They couldn't win with weapons before, and now they dare not resist anymore. Moria looked up at the brightening sunlight in the sky, looking at the group of pirates hiding in the shadows again. The hand pointed at an unruly pirate. "Bring him out to me. Put it under the sun. I want to see it for myself." No. The pirate pointed by Moria suddenly became frightened and begged loudly for mercy. Please don't let me go. I'm willing to surrender." Moria looked at Nandi and gave him a look. Nandi understood instantly and immediately walked over to the pirate and lifted him up. "No, don't do this. Let me go, Moria, let me go." As the sun gradually approached, the pirate was filled with fear, as if death was right ahead. Damn. Well, Moria, you deserve to die. Asshole, I'm going to kill you." Then, in Moria's eyes, the pirate screamed and turned into ashes. Moria rubbed her chin. Will sunlight have devastating effects on people who have lost their shadow? The shadow doesn't have a very strong effect. It can only act as a diversion. And those who have lost their shadows can only fight at night. What about shadows in the sun? Thinking of this, Moria controlled his shadow warrior to go to the black bat and capture a black shadow. As expected, the shadow came, and the sun became slightly dimmer. It seems that the strength and speed have greatly declined. It seems that the Shadow Army does not have much effect under the sun. Moreover, the current strength of the Shadow Legion can only be used to deal with some miscellaneous soldiers. It seems that future battles should be held at night as much as possible. Moria, who discovered Shadow's shortcomings, immediately analyzed this ability. Nandi will show the pirates in the dungeon the cost of resisting us. Alfred is ready to hunt the entire island. Let's try to sail out to Shiwei Island in the afternoon. Yes. Nandi and Alfred responded together. How about you just help us fight once and I will return your shadow to you? Of course you can leave like this, as long as you don't mind living in darkness forever. After witnessing the huge consequences of the missing shadow, the pirates' faces were full of anger. Signs, the giant axe, squeezed behind him. Moria, can I believe what you say? The shadow will be returned to us later. Moria glanced at Signs and said nonchalantly, Your shadow is nothing to me. Okay, we promise you. Moria received a satisfactory reply, nodded, turned and left. With the departure of Moria, chaotic fighting seemed to have begun across the entire Western Way Island. The sounds of fighting, the roar of guns, and finally the screams and begging for mercy. Afternoon. At the end, there was a large piece of cloth covering the pirates who boarded the ship with their shadows cut out. Sail. Moria looked at the 3 large ships and 2 small boats behind the Black Bat and nodded with satisfaction. This is the combat power of the entire island. Seeing the members of his own pirate group operating the ships on the 5 ships, and then looking at the empty people on the Black Bat, I couldn't help but sigh again in my heart. Sure enough, we should attract more people. The sky gradually darkened. On the pier of Sui Island, the observer of the Thomas pirates was observing the situation on the sea with a telescope. When the telescope swept across the 3 o'clock position, the pupils couldn't help but shrink a little. After observing it carefully, he immediately notified his companions. Go and inform Captain Thomas and Lord Brook that a small fleet has appeared on the sea. The front is led by the ships of the Moria pirates. Then the pirates who were observing at the dock with the overlooker immediately ran towards the Yellow Pheasant. And Brook, who was close to the dock, had already heard the words of the overlooking hand by virtue of his knowledge and domineering attitude. At this time, he bumped into the pirate who went to report. When he first came out, the pirate was shocked. Go directly and notify your captain to come over. Yes, Master Brook. Remember to call Monsieur too. Okay. The pirate wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Brook's retreating figure. Master Brook was really terrifying. He was fine during the day, but when he suddenly appeared in front of him at night, he was so startled that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed secretly in his heart, then quickly turned around and went back to the ship to find his captain. Brook wandered onto the pier. Looking at the Black Bat that was getting closer, I felt an inexplicable sense of security in my heart. As the Black Bat approached the dock, Joe Thomas and Marshall led the cadres of their pirate group here. Bang! With a loud noise, the Black Bat arrived at the dock. Just when everyone was attracted by the ship, the huge figure appeared in front of everyone as if in an instant. Did the Kajamusha come here under the cover of night and then change his location? Give them a kick as soon as they arrived? Pretty good idea. Brook showed a look of understanding, even though he was a skeleton. Everyone's reaction was also what Brook expected. Thomas and Marshall both showed shocked expressions. Both of them are speed experts. Mariah suddenly appeared, but they didn't notice anything. This was completely teleportation. Captain Moria, let me introduce you. Brook tapped the ground with her cane. Moria shifted his gaze to Brook, nodded, and motioned for Brook to continue. This is the captain of the Thomas pirates. Bailey Thomas, too, has a bounty of $1 million. The information on A-Wire was provided by Thomas. Mariah smiled at Thomas and forgot to smile at him, although this smile looked scary. The other person is the captain of the Pegasus Pirates, Masir, who has a bounty of 900 million yuan. Moria nodded towards Masir, who was standing behind him, indicating that he already knew him. Moria looked at the 6 boats that had entered the dock one after another and said to Brook, Then let's enter the comprehensive preparation stage. Yo ho ho ho, okay? 42, Chapter 42, The Scavenger. One day before Moria came to Nanway Island, after the battle between the two islands ended. On the island of St. Kitts, the island that was originally in joy became slightly abnormal. Listen, have you heard? This is a tavern. Although there is something wrong with the atmosphere on the island, it cannot stop the pirates from drinking, farting, and bragging. Everyone on this island should know it. Several pirates sitting on the bar counter began to exchange information. A pirate with a bullet hole scar on his face and a dragon tattooed behind the bullet hole, forming a tattoo of a dragon playing with a pearl, took a big gulp of wine and said with a smile, don't worry, you know what will happen to the pirates who have challenged the authority of St. Kitts in the past few years. Lord Owell will get rid of them all. Bullseye, what nonsense are you talking about? A pirate with a hatchet on his waist looked around and lowered his voice a bit. This is the first time that two islands have been captured by others since Aywire ruled this sea area. And it is said that after the news came, the officials on the island did not go to retaliate. The one named Bullseye, who had a dragon tattooed on his face, was slightly dissatisfied. Damon, you are too cowardly. Don't worry, Master Aywire will solve everything. The pirate sitting on the other side wearing a white captain's cloak took a sip of wine. Haha, this time it's a formidable enemy. It's a supernova whose first bounty reached 1 million. Bullseye retorted, glaring one eye. White Dove, Master Aywire was also a supernova back then. Baijiu, wearing a white cloak, replied calmly. The new stars this time are different from the past. They are all powerful monsters. And to be able to stand out among the new stars and become a supernova is conceivable. Baijiu glanced at Bullseye and continued. With your strength of 6,000 million, it's better to hide as far away as you can see them. Bullseye couldn't sit still and slammed the bottle on the bar. You only have a reward of 1,000 million more than me. How about it? If you don't accept it, let's have a fight now. Damon, who was sitting aside, quickly stood up and started to break up the fight. Baijiu still said calmly. Doflamingo, who has gradually dominated the dark forces in the North Sea, has also begun to set foot in the Grand Line. The swordsman who has already become famous in the Grand Line, Eagle Eye Mihawk, is a challenge that no one dares call a swordsman. And the successor known as Ghost, descendant of the Devil Barret, for some unknown reason started to cause craziness on the Grand Line. Bullseye and Damon gradually became quiet as they listened to what Baijiu said about these monsters, with a little fear in their eyes. Several eyes also fell on Baijiu, and the whole tavern seemed to be quiet. As a supernova with the same name as the previous ones, Bat Moria, you won't just fail here and sink into the sand. There were several swallowing sounds in the tavern. Baijiu drank the wine in front of him in one gulp, stood up, waved his hand, and walked out of the tavern. This scene doesn't just happen in this tavern. There are many smart-minded guys on this island. On top of the clock tower, the tallest building on the island of St. Kitts. In a bright conference room, Aywire and several of his cadres were here. It's all your fault, Durst. Don't you think about it when choosing prey? Billy the Kid complained to Durst angrily. My Westway Island was destroyed like this. Durst shrugged, expressing his helplessness and apology. It's not Durst's fault. Owell, who was sitting in the upper hand position, said with a cold voice. Damn pirates should be immersed in the bottom of the sea at my feet. The more impatient Billy Boy asked quickly. Lord Owell, what should we do now? Attack them or wait for them to come? Aywire's eyes were cold and his tone was sinister. We'll wait here for them to come. Durst on the side rubbed his chin and began to ask questions. Then what if they continue to attack the remaining two islands? The two islands are of absolutely no use to me. Go inform our people on these two islands and ask them to come to St. Kitts. Let the remaining pirates on the island fend for themselves. Durst said somewhat sadly. Will this increase their military strength? It is said that the Moria guy seems to use a move like Shadow Army. Aywire's face showed disdain and sneered. It's just a weak ability that IT can only serve as a miscellaneous soldier. The pirates gathered on the island now are enough for them to eat. Owell seemed a little tired and stood up. Okay, that's it. You guys will inform me. Those who should be vigilant should still be vigilant. After speaking, Owell left the conference hall directly and returned to his room, followed of course by his secretary Kanali. Kanali said in an unhappy tone as soon as she entered the room. Evil, what do you want to do? The order the government gave you is just to control these pirates here. Aywire glanced coldly at Kanali, who followed. Please call me Lord Aywire. And what I want to do? I don't need the government to tell me what to do. Kanali's face turned red, and she seemed to be angry with Avril. You want to rebel against the world government? Averil's expression softened slightly, and he smiled at Kanali. I have no intention of rebelling against the government. What I am doing now is also the task entrusted to me by the government. What? Averil's expression was a little sarcastic. The order the government gave me was to clear the sea area of pirates. There are more and more bastards here, and I can't stand them anymore. The desire to tear them apart bursts out from the bottom of my heart. What I have to do now is, of course, do what I have done before. I am a scavenger. Kanali's expression changed, and she looked at Awire with complicated eyes. Do you want to take the opportunity to kill all the pirates here? Awell laughed crazily. Isn't it normal for the Navy to kill pirates? Kanali took a step back. I will report what you are doing to the government. Humph. Awire snorted and sat on his throne. He didn't have the intention to look down at the kingdom at his feet, which only stayed up until night. He slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that the other party was no longer paying attention to him, Kanali took a direct step and left the room. Chapter 43. This is on the third floor of a restaurant on Nanway Island. The flickering candlelight on the long table illuminated the figures one after another. Moonlight Moria sat in the top position, with Nandi and Alfred standing behind him. Sitting on the left are Brook, the Nose Song, Marshall, the Centaur, and Brian, the bandit leader. Sitting on the right are Spring Man, Thomas II, Big Axe Signs, and Ivory Kent. The people sitting here are all pirates with a bounty of 3,000 million, and except for Brook, they are all captains of the same ship. Of course, there were more or less one or two pirates standing behind each seat. If you add in the pirates worth less than 3 million, the pirate bounty on this island is close to 000 billion. This was considered an incredible force in the first half of the Grand Line. Although many pirates were forced here by Moria, Brook looked around and felt that the atmosphere was really depressing, so he immediately spoke, breaking the silence. Everyone, we are all in the same boat now. I wonder if you know anything specific about Awire and his gang. Thomas looked around and took the initiative to speak. Let's not talk about the pirates on St. Kitts now. I don't think everyone knows the specifics of Awire's strength. You can only know that it is very strong. I think the swordsman named Red is probably the one who is inferior to Awire. According to rumors, his tactics are very powerful. Brook touched his crutches and thought to himself, there shouldn't be much problem in dealing with this swordsman by yourself. Next is Durst, the misfortune man of the Doom Fruit. I think Mr. Brook, who has been affected by Durst's ability, should know best. Brook nodded. Well, yes, he should need to touch it with his hand to activate his ability. Being hit by his bad luck ability will cause bad luck, but it will not exceed his own strength. Brook added. Thomas continued. Kanali is said to be Awire's secretary. Her combat ability is unknown, but her management skills are very good. Then there's Billy the Kid, who wields 2 traditional cowboy muskets and has unrivaled draw skills. At this time, Alfred, who was standing behind Mariah, narrowed his eyes slightly. He was known as an extremely talented shooter, and meeting such an opponent made him extremely excited. And as for other pirates, there are probably at most 2 or 3 with a bounty of around 1 million. After hearing this, Moria looked around and grinned. Then Avell and his gang will be handed over to our pirate group. I leave the pirates on St. Kitts to you. The faces of the Moria pirates present were not very good. What I thought was a carnival party has now turned into a life-and-death fight, and no one will be happy. Brook seemed to sense that the pirates had little confidence, so he couldn't help but lie. Don't worry, pirates are not all idiots. I think there are quite a few who try to seize the throne of Awire. We are not here for these islands. After solving Durst's misfortune, we will leave here. Brook suddenly discovered that he was just here to solve a bad luck ability. But why did he suddenly want to go to war with several islands? When Brook was confused, Thomas asked, So what's our battle plan? Brook moved his gaze to Mariah. Mariah opened the corner of his mouth to reveal a set of fangs. Defense is not my style. We will attack directly tomorrow night. Brook nodded. Now that Moria has decided on the general direction, the details need to be discussed by his subordinates. Seeing that Mariah didn't seem ready to continue speaking, Brook thought for a moment. We are only 2 hours away from St. Kitts, so we still need to take necessary precautions to prevent the other side from attacking. Another point is to attack at night. I don't think Awire knows that we have already instigated most of the pirates. So I propose that the Thomas pirates go to St. Kitts first. Not only can they collect intelligence first, but they can also cause chaos in St. Kitts if necessary. Brook looked at Moria and asked the captain's opinion. Not bad. Moria nodded and thought to himself. It should be said that Brook is indeed worthy of being a captain, and he has shown extraordinary talent in this regard. Seeing that Captain Moria agreed with this plan, Brook turned to look at Thomas opposite and continued. Of course, it's best for me to follow him first. After all, as a skeleton, I'm very concealable. Big Axe, who was sitting under Thomas, laughed. If you go there, it might have the opposite effect. Brook looked at the giant axe in confusion. As far as I know, when a user with the power of the Doom Fruit is close to the target, the fruit's ability will be strengthened. Brook felt a headache. As a person who was hit by the power of the Doom Fruit, he understood the troubles of this fruit. Mariah smiled at Brook. Then, Brook, just stay here. Brook could only nod helplessly. Then make a decision and send the Thomas pirates to St. Kitts. Thomas showed a look of understanding. Brook glanced at the remaining people and cursed secretly. There was nothing we could do about it. The remaining people had their shadows cut off by Mariah. Only the Thomas pirates really wanted to cause trouble for Elvire. Thomas, you try to get as many gunpowder shells as possible first, and then go to St. Kitts as soon as possible. It is best to go around Dongwei Island. Thomas looked back at his two cadres. Seeing that the cadres all nodded, he turned back to Mariah Brook and said, Okay, no problem. Then he made a gesture to the two cadres to prepare first. Then the remaining people will join us when the time comes. Moria said when he saw that it was almost done. Then that's it, you just go down and get ready. The war officially starts tomorrow. Then Thomas, the centaurs, and the giant axe all left the room. Nandi, Alfred, and Ajo, who were standing behind Moria, sat at the table. At this point, Brook suggested, When the time comes, we'd better make a quick decision and directly carry out the beheading operation. After all, the other party is a member of the government. If it is delayed for a long time, unexpected things may happen. Moria nodded in agreement. Then let's allocate our opponents as well. Nandi suggested. Brook said first, Leave the swordsman named Hong to me. Originally, Ajo wanted to reluctantly accept this opponent, but when he saw Brook accepting it first, he could only say, Then let me handle it, Durst. Alfred said unceremoniously, The gunman is mine. Nandi could only shrug and said he would take care of the rest. Moria stood up with his strong body. That's it, thought we won't stop here. After saying that, Moria disappeared directly into the room. After hearing Moria's words, his eyes gradually became filled with confidence. Brook suddenly thought of something and said to Nandi, By the way, Nandi, find me all the guys who can play music, then I will lead them in a boat. Nandi looked at Brook and nodded. 44. Chapter 44. The next night, Moria saw that some brainless pirates came here to provoke them during the day and understood that the other party was determined to defend. He put on his black coat, clipped his weapons, and walked out of the room. Nandi, who was guarding the door, immediately came over. Let's go, let's go. Then one after another people followed the team, heading to the dock. Brook, Alfred, Ajo Arsonist, Whaley, Centaur, Giant Axe, Ivory, and the bandit leader began to disperse to their respective ships. Show your flags. We are coming to St. Kitts Island. Moria stood on the Black Bat and looked at the 7 or 8 ships following the Black Bat. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of conquest in his heart, and said with a confident smile on his face, Sail. 2 hours later, several ships stopped one after another in the unnoticed darkness not far from St. Kitts. This isn't a pub in St. Kitts. Thomas changed his costume slightly and communicated with people in the tavern with his swordsman Wesley. Soon after, Thomas and Wesley walked out of the tavern, looked around cautiously, and then quickly hid in the darkness. Thomas whispered to Wesley while paying close attention to the surroundings. They've pretty much done what they were told to do. Willis replied quietly as he walked. They have spread the rumors, and the things Master Brook needs have been collected. Looking at today's reaction, I think the effect is pretty good. Rumors are spreading around the island now. I think some careerists may be unable to sit still. Thomas quickened his pace a little. That's good. Fortunately, time is tight. There are only 2 pirates on this island with a bounty of about 1 million. If it were a few days later, I think there might be more pirates on this island. Boom. Thomas felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Head? Clang. When the crisis came, Thomas's entire head immediately turned into a spring, and then a huge force came from his forehead. Thomas's entire head twisted half of his body due to the huge force. Willis on the side immediately pulled out his sword with a song sound and stood on guard in the direction of the shooting. Thomas turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Who?" A slight sound of footsteps came from the front. "Thomas, why don't you take your own risk and get involved in this muddy water? I never thought that you, known as the Dagama of Pirates, would join Moria's camp." Thomas looked forward, and the expressions of the two people who appeared changed slightly. Billy the Kid, Red? Thomas's heart and blood began to race, and he was ready to fight. "When did you start following me?" Billy the Kid smiled disdainfully. "Since when? We have noticed your pirate group since you first set foot on this island." Thomas's expression changed greatly. "Originally, we didn't care at all if you were causing chaos or something here, but you actually planted explosives in the town. This is not possible, but we have worked hard to build this island." Thomas's legs began to turn into springs, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. "What about my people? Haha, if it falls into our hands, what do you think will happen?" Billy the Kid left the corner of his mouth cruelly. "Damn." Thomas's spring-loaded legs popped out instantly. The whole person was like a ferocious cannonball, hitting Billy the Kid. The moment Thomas disappeared, Billy the Kid quickly drew out the twin guns on both sides. Boom, boom, clang, clang. The two shots hit Thomas accurately, but they were blocked by Thomas's steel in advance. Just as he was about to hit Billy Boy, a red sword light flashed next to him. Boom. Just when Thomas thought he could succeed with one blow, he felt a sharp stinging sensation on his head. Facing the stinging sensation, Thomas knocked the opponent 4 or 5 meters away. When he looked up, he saw a swordsman named Hong, dressed in red, pulling out his long sword and standing in front of Billy the Kid. Thomas was secretly shocked. Are all those who use swords monsters? He actually blocked his own impact like this. The swordsman in red looked at the long sword with red blood in his hand and smiled coldly. Interesting, Steel. At this time, Willis, the swordsman of the Thomas Pirates, followed, seeing that the 4 of them were about to start a battle. Boom, boom. Bursts of shelling came from the port. Port location direction. When the soldiers guarding the port discovered the fleet that was not far from the port, they hurriedly issued an order for bombardment. But it is a pity that the first artillery attack points are at the farthest visibility position. With the fleet so close, the first round of bombardment missed it all. Damn it, are you all blind? You didn't realize until the enemies came here. A figure who appeared to be an officer was furious at the soldiers. I'm sorry, Dot. I've carefully monitored the surroundings before, and it's true that I didn't find any enemies. The figure who looked like an officer hesitated to speak when he found a soldier next to him. With a snap, the whip in his hand was thrown directly into the soldier's face. If you have anything to say, just tell me. The soldier cowered and hesitated. Before, there seemed to be a little noise in that direction before, but when the light from here shone through, there was only darkness. The officer swung the whip again and yelled angrily. It is impossible for such a fleet to come here silently. I'll take care of you later. Give me a point to aim at and fire. Then the angle of the turret was adjusted, and it barely hit the edges of a few ships. As several pirate ships gradually approached, various bright flags were clearly visible. Inform Sir Awire that the enemy is not just the Moria pirates. Silver Axe pirates, Pegasus pirates, Flame pirates, and Axa pirates are all here. As the port approached, pirate ships began to line up. There are also some pirate groups with a bounty of less than 3 million, and they are also coming. Damn, are they all crazy? The officer was a little angry. The combat power of the opponent far exceeded his own estimate, and with the opponent suddenly appearing at such a close location, the large number of forts originally deployed had no effect at all. With a loud rumble, the first ship approached the port dock. On the Black Bat, Brook couldn't help but sigh. Captain Moria, your ability is really useful in the dark. Shadow can be regarded as the most powerful ability in the dark. Brook recalled the huge black screen formed by Moria's shadow warriors in front of the ship before, and couldn't help but nod it. Really? Then I will prepare. This is the first real war in decades. Yo ho ho ho, I'm getting excited. 7. After Brook finished speaking, he jumped off the boat and ran towards a small merchant ship from the sea. Moria saw that a ship had entered the dock to enter the connection battle, so he stopped talking and directly gave the order for a general attack. Let's make a scene then. Young men, rush for me. 45, Chapter 45 Battle of St. Kitts. The sound of shelling at the port seemed to break the calm sea. The whole town suddenly became noisy. The Moria pirates suddenly attacked. The Moria pirates have breached the port defenses. A large number of pirates have joined Moria's camp. As the news gradually spread, the pirates enjoying the carnival party on the entire island were awakened. Go and kill them. Some pirates picked up weapons and rushed to the port. Quick, get out of here. Some pirates seemed to have caught wind of something and quickly move away from this place. This is an underground boxing ring near a bar. As the sound of shelling sounded on the island, a large number of people began to pour out of the boxing ring. Just as the crowd was crowding, suddenly the crowd behind them let out a scream. Get out of the way, everyone, get out of the way, it's the Eagle. A tall figure immediately appeared in everyone's sight. Wearing boxing shorts, with fighting bandages on his arms, a superb bodybuilder, and an afro, he has a distinctive image, and he is immediately recognized as the Eagle Kirby, the 10 consecutive champion in the underground boxing ring in St. Kitts, Drimodo. Yeah, so many people are looking at me, but I feel so embarrassed. Komodo touched his afro and laughed loudly. I'm not looking for trouble with Mariah just because of A-Wire. The main reason is that I am particularly unhappy with his nickname. I am an eagle, and eagles eat bats. Isn't this normal? A woman with a sexy figure in a professional suit standing next to the Eagle Drimodo immediately retorted. No, we just took A-Wire's money. Komodo's expression did not change. Yeah, why don't you tell this kind of truth in front of so many people? Everyone present felt ashamed and complained one after another. You admitted it to yourself. Well, now that we've collected the money, what needs to be done must be done. After speaking, he winked at his professional agent. Then his legs instantly burst out with huge power. Komodo jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters, and then he ran as fast as on the ground on the tall building. Komodo's entire body quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only a series of destroyed holes on the wall. Not far from the battlefield near Billy the Kid, Red, and Thomas, a large number of pirates surrounded a giant man with a ferocious face and rushed towards the battlefield. Along the way, everyone who saw this group of pirates gave way. When this group of people left, the sound of discussion immediately started. Yes, the cruel one, my. Shoo. Damn it, do you want to kill everyone? Don't say that name. The name of this madman, the brutal one, cannot be uttered. P.S. There are so many names that I can't even remember them, so. The guy who wanted to call out his name before remembered that the madman who once killed the entire town and immediately retreated into the crowd. I didn't expect that the brutal man would come to join in the fun. The whispers of discussion started again. It's so exciting. There are quite a few big shots gathered on this island. Let's make a big fuss like this. A group of people immediately put a distance of 3 or 4 meters away from the guy who was talking arrogantly. Immediately afterwards, the people of St. Kitts began to disperse. Some followed many pirates such as the Eagle and the Cruel to join the battle at the port battlefield, and some began to look for shelter. As the first ship broke in, the dock city became slightly chaotic. Take aim at the people on the boat. A large number of guards on the island aimed their guns at the ship, intending to directly kill those who came down. A dark figure jumped to the ground. Boom. Several gunshots came directly. The bullet then passed right through the figure. While the guards were surprised, figures jumped off the ship one after another. A guard screamed in horror when he saw the appearance of the fallen man. Yes, Moria's shadow army. Captain, what should I do? The guard beside the officer asked. Lord A-Wire has told us the characteristics of the shadow before. If the shadow is held back, the shadow will not be very lethal. As the shadows drew closer, the guards began to draw their weapons and engage in hand-to-hand combat. The war between the shadows and the guards on St. Kitts Island has reached a stalemate. One side cannot be killed, and the other side cannot get rid of the entanglement of the shadows. Of course, as time goes by, the immortal shadow army will surely win. Boom. There was a loud noise. A cloud of dust rose up on the battlefield, and a burly figure appeared on the battlefield holding a huge blade in both hands. It's Moria. Moonlight Moria has joined the battlefield. AI, where is Master Awell? Why hasn't Master Awell appeared yet? Some noisy sounds of panic began to appear on the battlefield. Quiet, gimme quiet. Master A-Wire will naturally appear when needed. Let's aim at Moria and shoot for me. Moria, who took the initiative to jump into the battlefield, seemed to speed up the progress of the battle. A large number of pirates on the ship also began to jump off the ship and into the port dock. A fierce war started in an instant. At this time, on a small boat, a team wearing cloaks and carrying large and small bags left the battlefield from a hidden path. Moria relied on his huge body, powerful strength, and weird shadow to kill a bloody path. Moria, who wanted to fight all the way out of the port, suddenly felt tight in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis hit him from the side. A man wearing shorts and an afro instantly appeared next to Moria. Then he directly kicked Moria directly from the side. Fortunately, Moria had sensed the crisis before and had taken precautions in advance. The whole person instantly changed positions with the shadow that had been released. Then he saw the shadow being blown away by a sharp leg wind. "Ha, Moria, you need to defeat me first before you go there." Moria originally wanted to attack the man with the afro, but a figure flashed out from behind. With a flash of cold light, the axe blade brought a silver whirlwind towards Gamoto. Gamoto also has strong combat experience. He crouched down to dodge the axe blow. Seeing that the opponent had avoided his attack, Giant Axe Signs grinned at Moria without caring. "Ha, Lord Moria, just go forward and leave this guy to me." Seeing that his opponent was blocked by Signs, Moria nodded and continued to move forward without saying a word. On the way forward, Nandi approached Moria and said solemnly, "We have found the information Thomas left for us. That guy Brook has already gone to find what he wants. Brook has given me something to look forward to." Nandi nodded, indicating that he had the same expectation. But there was no chaos on the island, and I think that Thomas Guy's plan must have failed. It doesn't matter. As long as we reach the island safely, the balance of victory will already be in our favor. Moria looked at the tall building in the distant town, and the clock made of brass-color material was ticking. The war has begun. Chapter 46 Musicians. "Dormini, Moshi, everyone, can you hear me?" Most people in the central town of the entire island were startled by the sudden sound. "What sound? Who is it?" One resident pointed to a location with a loudspeaker. "The noise there." Then there was another burst of laughter from the loudspeaker. "Yo ho ho ho, hello everyone, I think everyone can hear it. Next, I will lead the makeshift Brook band to play a song for everyone. Ding ding dong." Then there was a sound of adjusting musical instruments on the radio. "What the hell? Who wants to listen to you playing music at this time? Quick, whoever goes, turn this thing off." People who did not join the battlefield complained. This is the radio and telegraph station on St. Kitts Island, and IT is usually used to receive telegrams and also controls some of the broadcast equipment on the island. In the past 10 minutes, Brook came here with a team. Perhaps Awire and the others did not expect that anyone would attack this kind of place, so there were not many enemies in this place. Brook took out the guards in this place with almost no effort, and then a team of more than 20 people entered the radio station. Brook walked to the operating table and began to configure the equipment based on the information Thomas had collected previously. "Yo, ho ho ho, let's start tuning our instruments." "Okay, Master Brook." Immediately, everyone took off their cloaks and then took out their beloved treasures from large and small bags. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here. If you see what these people take out, you will definitely be confused. A group of people brought drums, tubas, trumpets, violins, harps, and even a mouth organ and bamboo flute. More than 20 people miraculously formed a small concert. After a burst of jingling noise, Brook also connected the St. Kitts broadcast equipment. Only a few decades ago, these new devices were really difficult to operate. Brook wiped away the sweat on his head and cursed in his heart. I picked up an electric guitar that had been prepared nearby and adjusted it a few times. "So is everyone ready?" Some people nodded, and some people made okay gestures. Brook raised his hand. The entire venue fell into silence instantly. Then the following is played by Brook's improvised band. 7 Sins of Hell, Anger. Zheng zheng zheng. Boom, boom, boom. A strange but not unpleasant tune resounded throughout the town. At first listen, it is completely different from the current mainstream music and can even be said to be alternative. But after playing for half a minute, people who heard the music gradually became immersed in it. On the pier, Brook's voice just sounded on the radio. Moria immediately ordered people to put on the prepared earplugs, and he plugged both ears honestly. Although I also wanted to see what Brook said mysteriously at that time. But at this time, he still followed Brook's advice during the battle. As the song progresses, from the initial impatience and disgust, most people in the town begin to immerse themselves in the beauty of the music. The battle on the entire island seemed to be slow. But as the song gradually reached its climax, something unexpected happened. Some pirates' eyes flashed a faint red light as they listened. For some reason, the strength in the battle also increased a bit, and the whole person seemed to become slightly excited. Standing on the highest point of St. Kitts Island, Awell listened to this beautiful music and watched the whole city immersed in killings, and a sense of angry excitement arose in his heart. But this feeling also flashed through my heart and was suppressed by a wire. Turning to look at Durst, whose eyes were slightly red, he shook his head in displeasure, raised his hands, and a rope emerged from his sleeves, wrapping around Durst's neck. Durst was choked, and his breathing became rapid. Des, go and deal with the guy playing the tune. That guy should be the skeleton who was affected by your ability before. Durst was reminded by Awell, and there was a hint of clarity in his eyes. Then the rope returned to Awire's sleeve, as if it was alive. Durst bolted away from the radio station. When the music reached its climax, the eyes of the weak-willed people on the entire island turned red, and their brains seemed to be filled with anger. Two pirate groups who were preparing to go to the battlefield met on a street. Who did I think it was? But it was you, bastard. Damn it. Who are you calling a bastard? I'm talking about you. You guys, chop him to death. The two pirate groups, who had some grievances in the first place, seemed to be affected by the music, and were inevitably driven by angry desires to fight. This situation is happening on a large scale in urban areas. The power of music allows people to release the anger in their hearts. The usual small conflicts seem to be infinitely magnified. The battlefield on the dock also seemed to be affected by the music. Some pirates who were not very strong and had weak willpower were covered with angry desires. Some people even slashed at the people on their side after fighting the shadows. Damn, this music. The devil's voice. Quickly, destroy the loudspeaker for me. Block your ears. With the sound of several gunshots, the angry music slowly died down. But the anger in the pirate hearts had no intention of stopping. Moria witnessed everything in front of him with his eyes. Although he had earplugs in his ears, he could still hear some faint sounds. This voice faintly stirred the desire in my heart. Is it interesting? Is it a piece of music that opens the door to evil in people's hearts? Looking at the pirates in his own camp behind him, some of them had faint redness in their eyes, but they still had sense. The angry music seemed to be a stimulant for his side. Charge me, uncle, and break through this line of defense. Moria was the first to bear the brunt. He picked up the double blades in his hands and rushed towards the enemy like chopping vegetables. Then a bloody path was formed with corpses lying in various directions. Zheng zheng zheng. Zheng zheng zheng. Snap. A crisp sound came from the electric guitar in Brook's hand. The electric guitar in his hand seemed to be unable to withstand Brook's strength and collapsed. Oh damn, this guitar doesn't fit at all. Oh, I don't have any hands anymore. Yo ho 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 ho. Durst stood in the distance and looked at the crazy skeleton below with some anger, and there was a little bit of happiness in his anger. Fortunately, I caught up, otherwise I might have continued to be affected by this weird music. Since your excellency is already here, come out. There is no way to kill him from such a distance. Brook suddenly looked up in Durst's direction. Chapter 47, Fruit of Misfortune. Has it been discovered after such a long distance? Durst was shocked that it seemed that the guy opposite him was not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he had already been hit by his own ability. Now that he had been discovered, Durst no longer hid his traces and slowly walked out of the dark corridor. He had an ordinary appearance, but his clothes were still the same as last time. This was Durst's first impression on Brook. Are you still so cautious on your own territory? It seems that I am getting serious. Brook looked at the team behind him and couldn't help but shook his head. Without his own leadership, the Hell movement would not be able to proceed at all. What's more, the eyes of the dozens of pirates behind them are full of bloodshot eyes, and their physical strength has obviously reached the extreme. This kind of music is very mentally and physically draining for ordinary people, and they are also affected by the music. Brook slowly put down the electric guitar in his hand, took out the violin hidden in his belly, and said to the pirates in the band, "You are no longer needed here. Yo, ho ho ho, you can rest assured and have a good sleep." Brook now assumed a playing posture. The crutch in his hand swung a sword flower and placed it on the violin, and then a beautiful sound sounded in the room. Lullaby, Moonlight Solo. Dang! A most beautiful sound came from Brook's violin. Boom, boom. 2 shots rang out. Brook's body shook slightly, and there were 2 bullet holes in his clothes. The violin in Brook's hand continued to play unaffected. In less than 5 seconds, 20 people fell to the ground one by one and fell asleep. Your battle is over. Have a good sleep. This was just a few minutes before Brook's music stopped near Thomas and Billy the Kid's battlefield. The cruel man, who was supposed to go to the port station, seemed to be affected by the previous music, and he began to become extremely angry. Not only did he start massacring the pirates he met, he even went to the back and started massacring all his own subordinates. This was the pirate who was most affected by Brook's hell movement. His eyes had already turned red, and his hands had turned into sickle-like forelimbs. Wherever he passed, there were stumps and broken arms, and blood splattered everywhere. From the tragic screams to the silence that followed, the cruel one couldn't help but laugh crazily as he looked at the beautiful scenery he had created all over the ground. "Ha, die, just die to me." The brutal man didn't seem to be satisfied yet, as his 2 eyes turned into compound eyes, scanning the entire area and distant locations. The corpses all over the ground and the frightened people hiding in the distance appeared in the eyes of the brutal people in 3D form. As if he had no interest in weak people, the cruel man cast his gaze further away, and then his nose twitched, as if he smelled something. As if to confirm something, the brutal man stretched out 2 green tentacles from his head, swaying from side to side. Finally, as if he had confirmed something, he grinned in the direction of Thomas's battlefield, and jumped into the sky with his legs, and then the brutal man disappeared into the night sky. And when Brook just took out the violin and was about to play, Durst was already running towards Brook quickly. It seemed to Durst that Brook was once again preparing a sinister tune on the steel. Then, 20 meters away from Brook, he pulled out the 2 guns from his waist and fired 2 shots at Brook without much aim. The 2 bullets seemed to be affected by some mysterious influence and hit Brook's body directly. Just when Durst was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the skeleton on the other side continued to play the music as if nothing was wrong. Seeing the people behind the skeleton falling down one by one, Durst was startled and hurriedly stopped and moved back. He put the gun back into his waist with both hands and quickly plugged his ears. Snap, snapped. The violin in Brook's hand broke with a sound. Looking at the violin in his hand, Brook's eyes shone with caution. This is a violin that has been with me for many years. Although it is patchy, I still like the sound quality and feel. However, in just a few days, the strings had broken twice. Damn Doom. He slowly put away the violin and stared at the ordinary man Durst. You pissed me off. With its song sound, Brook pulled out his morning sword, and the sight and color covered the whole place. After taking 1 step or 2, Brook began to speed up and quickly headed towards Durst. When he was 10 meters away from Durst, Brook was about to raise his sword and stab him, but suddenly his foot slipped and he fell directly to the ground. There's no way you can defeat me. Brook stood up quickly, touched his leg, and looked down at the ground. He didn't know when there was an extra oil stain. I didn't notice it when I came here before, and even the sight and smell covered the whole place, but it seemed to be ignored by the bad luck. At such a close range to the Esper, has the fruit's ability increased so much? In just a few minutes, the instrument had broken its strings twice, been hit by random gunshots, and now had slipped again. This is already considered bad luck 4 times. Brook looked around, clenched the sword in his hand, and started walking towards Durst step by step. Durst began to slowly back away while shooting at Brook. These are 2 new revolvers with 5 cylinders. Although the accuracy is not very high, these defects are not a problem at all in Durst's hands. Durst, who was ridiculed by Billy the Kid for his casual shooting skills, just attacked Brook casually. As long as the general direction was correct, the trajectory of the bullet would hit the unlucky Brook for various reasons. At this time, Brook's power of seeing and hearing was at its maximum, and the trajectory of the attacking bullets was completely discernible by Brook. If you sway slightly from side to dodge, or slightly adjust your body to swing up and down, the bullet will pass directly through the gaps in your bones. Your attack method is too simple, and as long as I am more careful, your ability will seem to be weakened. At this time, Durst was not affected by Brook's words. He quickly ran with his legs and tried to leave the radio station. At the same time, he changed the magazine while running. Damn. Brook's movements also sped up a little. This guy doesn't want to be confrontational with me at all. Unexpectedly, something would appear to block Brook inexplicably during the pursuit, causing Brook to be unable to catch up with Durst for a while. Brook, who was a little anxious, sped up, but when he was about to catch up with Durst, his left leg bone sprained. There was a bang, and Brook fell directly to the ground. Chapter 48 First Victory. As Brook fell, a bullet hit Brook's head directly, and the hard skull was scratched by the bullet. Brook looked around and found that the terrain did not have much impact on him, and he immediately thought about how to deal with his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he squatted down, corrected his leg bones, stood up and kicked a few times. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Brook thought to himself, "Your abilities are too shameless." Durst laughed and taunted while shooting at Brook. "Ah, this in itself is a type of my strength. Sometimes battles are won by luck. Your misfortune is my good fortune. So you guys who are influenced by my ability will never be able to defeat me." Brook nodded in agreement. "It is true that your abilities are incomprehensible, but your physical strength should be a breakthrough." Durst disdainfully pushed out the spent magazine of the revolver and replaced it. "Oh, have you been discovered? It is true that if I keep using my powers, my physical strength will not be able to keep up. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" Brook thought for a moment and came up with a temporary solution. "I guess your ability requires you to see the target with your eyes in order to activate the opponent's misfortune. Otherwise, it's just random misfortune. Since you won't fight me head-on, I can only retreat first." "Oh ho ho ho, after all, there are opponents everywhere on this battlefield. There is no need for me to fight with you here." After Brook finished speaking, he began to move in the opposite direction of Durst. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Durst did not follow him to stop him, so he began to increase his speed. Before Durst could react, the opponent was about to abandon him and find another opponent. He couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. The task given to him by Master Awire was to get rid of this skeleton. The other party's guess was correct. His ability needs to touch someone first to activate his ability. He must be in his sight. Otherwise, it will be random misfortune 7. If the skeleton is within his sight, he can still kill him. But if he is far away from him, he will have no way to deal with him. Seeing that the other party really wanted to escape from him, Durst quickly followed the other party. With a thought in his mind, a wave of bad luck immediately entangled Brook. Then, a cannonball fired from nowhere hit Brook. When the cannonball hit, Brook noticed it immediately. He jumped and struck directly, cutting the cannonball in half. The two halves of the cannonball were cut neatly and then exploded with a bang on both sides of Brook. A plume of acrid smoke covered Brook. Seeing that Durst had indeed followed him, Brook immediately turned around and slashed through the smoke. A faint sword wave with a ghostly light struck directly and quickly towards Durst. Durst was so shocked that he couldn't help but scream. This sword wave was deflected and did not hit me. It seemed that it was his language. No, it was his ability that caused the sword wave to deflect slightly at the critical moment, carrying a strand of Durst's hair with it. While Brook was slightly surprised, he quickly approached Durst without stopping. He directly launched a fierce attack 2 or 3 meters away from Durst. "Fall." Sure enough, as the words rang out, Brook slipped directly to the ground. Durst immediately drew out the short blade behind him and struck directly at Brook. Brook rolled forward and blocked with his sword. Then Durst immediately jumped back, and while Brook was still lying on the ground, he put some distance between him and Brook. Brook jumped up and quickly ran towards Durst when he saw that the other party started to distance himself from him again. Brook couldn't help but curse secretly. This fucking guy wants to kite himself. Then Brook immediately prepared to leave as before. The battle situation presented a dramatic scene for a while. Brook wanted to escape, and Durst immediately followed up to stop him. Brook closed in on Durst and immediately pulled away, pretending to be a kite tactic. Seeing that the battle situation seemed not easy to resolve, Brook, who was a little anxious, suddenly had an idea. Although the other party's abilities are abnormal, they still follow the basic rules. You cannot create objects out of thin air to attack those who are hit with bad luck, and the methods of bad luck attacks are also reasonable. Then you can. Brook then began to pursue and escape tactics in a rhythmic manner. Pedal, pedal, pedal. The leather shoe stepped on the ground, making a clicking sound, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid, forming a faint and regular tone. The nasal cavity without a mouth and nose began to hum a cheerful tune. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. The entire battle scene also entered a relaxed stage in an instant, occasionally sending out a sword energy, not forgetting to cause damage to Durst. I'm bored. After a while, Durst was immediately irritated by Brook's humming sound. Dislocated jaw. It seemed it was due to osteoporosis caused by old age. Brook's jaw twisted to the side with a click as Durst spoke. But Brook's voice did not stop. How come? How can you still make a sound? Hey, yes, how can I still speak? Brook teased subconsciously. Oh ho ho ho, it turns out that the dead one here has only bones left, and it has no mouth. Brook's voice then began to hum. The clicking of leather shoes and the humming of his mouth seemed to be playing a piece of music. Damn it, aren't you immortal? Oh ho ho ho, I have lived for 100 years. According to my estimation, there is no problem in living for another few hundred years. This is eternal life. Brook prodded Durst with words. Durst seemed to be affected by the previous humming, and there was a jealous look in his eyes. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. I have been alive for hundreds of years. When I sail on the sea, Roger is still a noob. As the humming continued, Durst somehow felt a huge sense of jealousy over this little thing. Jealousy gradually filled Durst's brain. Damn it, you should give me your fruit. Curse you, curse you, curse you. Looking at Durst, who was not too far away, with a fierce look in his eyes due to jealousy and blue veins on his forehead, Brook showed a proud smile. A teleporting Brook disappeared directly from the spot. When Durst looked around, trying to find Brook, the tip of a slender sword pierced out from the heart in his back. The 7 sins of hell, jealousy, solo. A mouthful of blood gushes from Durst's mouth. You. Brook pulled out the morning sword directly, flicked his right hand, and the blood on the sword spurted out. The sharp and smooth morning sword was played by Brook in a sword trick. He raised the crutch in his left hand and the morning sword in his right hand to where he could see it and slowly inserted the crutch. Dang. I am a musician who is called a nose singer. Durst, who was standing next to him, fell to the ground with a bang. Battle of St. Kitts. Songbrook versus the Son of Doomtest. Victory. Chapter 49. Respective opponents. The battlefield of the port dock, stimulated by Brook's music, accelerated the outcome of the battle. Moria, Nandi, and Alfred had already rushed out of the port and were heading towards the town. On the way to the clock tower, the tallest building on the island of St. Kitts, Alfred heard several different gunshots. For a moment, Alfred stopped, closed his eyes, and listened carefully. There seems to be a fight on the captain's side. Alfred pointed in a direction that was obscured by a large number of buildings. Is it Brook? Moria asked. No, it shouldn't be. I heard a few rapid gunshots. It was the sound of an old-fashioned rotating gun, a typical cowboy musket. Moria instantly understood what Alfred meant. Billy the Kid? Alfred, can you handle it? Alfred touched the spear behind his back, and a strong sense of security swept over him. Field's new rifle has a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. Although this gun has been used for a long time and is about to be eliminated, I use it very smoothly, so I didn't change the weapon. Captain, no problem. Moria looked at Alfred and patted Alfred on the head. Go and get that gunman's life from me. Alfred avoided Captain Moria's head-touching attack and immediately began to move towards the direction of the perceived battlefield. Before leaving, he waved to Moria and Nandi. After taking care of my opponent, I will come to find you. As Alfred left, Moria and Nandi continued to rush towards the clock tower. Captain, I don't know why, but Elver didn't take the initiative to attack us. Nandi asked Moria while running and panting. Judging from the other party's past experience, it is not difficult to see that this guy completely regards life as an ant. Now this island is filled with dirty pirates in his eyes. It doesn't matter how many or how little they die. Moria looked up at the big clock ticking in the distance. I think he is standing at the highest point admiring the killing feast. Moria glanced at Nandi, who was a little unable to keep up with the speed. We have to speed up. Dio, we have to wait for them to finish off all the enemies and come over to watch our excitement. Nandi felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Captain. It was me who slowed you down. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll catch up. After speaking, Moria directly waved his hand and lifted Randy up. Then he exerted force on his legs and reached the maximum speed in an instant. After a while, the two of them were not far from the clock tower. Just as the two were about to continue on their way, a crescent-shaped attack wave suddenly hit the two of them. Moria, who was struck by this sudden attack, turned sideways, threw Nandi away, and then punched the waveform attack with his right hand. There was a bang, and then the waveform attack dissipated like smoke. Should I say that I am worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of 1 million? A beautiful figure came out of the shadows and spoke in a soft tone. As a big shot, you shouldn't be able to fight with a little girl like me. Kali. It's Kanali. Kanali's tone was slightly raised, protesting Mariah's disrespect for her, while cursing secretly in her heart. The damn government actually asked me to cooperate with that lunatic A-wire. How could I possibly be able to deal with this kind of monster? How about that? That guy A-wire is waiting for the new king's challenge at that place. That's too long-winded. Shadow Thorn. The shadow under Moria turned into a sharp arrow and stabbed towards Kanali. Kanali's figure immediately became thinner, and she was so light that she avoided Mariah's attack. Hey, it's interesting. Moria was about to continue the attack, directly deal with his opponent as quickly as possible, and then go to find A-wire. Nandi behind him interrupted Moria with a voice. Leave the captain to me as my opponent. This is something we have already discussed before. Moria withdrew her hands from her waist and saw Nandi's firm eyes. Understood. Nandi drew out his long knife and reached for the short gun at his waist with his left hand. Then, this beautiful lady, you shouldn't mind letting me communicate with you. Hee. Of course there is no problem. Kanali couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Moria said nothing more, and then ran directly around Kanali to the clock tower, and in order to hurry up and reach the destination, he directly used the Shadow Rush method. Shadow Rush method, relying on the dexterous speed of the shadow, it ignores the strangeness of the building and quickly rushes to the destination within the furthest controllable range of Moria. Then Moria performs a shadow replacement technique on it, and then cancels the shadow's ability, allowing it to return the shadow to your feet and follow the above operations again to create a powerful rushing effect. P.S. The author just used it to show the word count. You can skip it completely. In a few back and forth, Moria came directly to the bottom of the bell tower, just as Moria was about to use his shadow to go directly to the top of the bell tower. A figure jumped down from the 80-meter clock tower. When Moria discovered and took precautions, the figure first descended at an extremely fast speed, and when it was about to fall to the ground, it instantly stopped its fall and then stood on the ground safely and intact. Moria narrowed his eyes and looked at the undamaged ground, feeling secretly shocked. Does it have the ability to fly? Looking at the man carefully, he had an unusually tall height of nearly 4 meters. Under his cold expression was a face covered with scars, and his long black hair was tied together with a piece of cloth. Moria looked at the man's waist and hands. Without weapons, are you a good fighter? You must be Moria. A cold voice came from the man's mouth. I am Mariah. I don't want to kill unknown people. I will give my name. A-wire slowly rolled up his sleeves and showed a crazy smile. Remember, the one who killed you was the scavenger, Monty Ewell. Moria directly drew out the famous sword Hugh at his side and ran directly towards A-wire. Then come try it. Then the two engaged in a tentative attack, and Mariah's broadsword struck directly on A-wire's fists. With a bang, the entire ground showed a cracked shape, and a puff of dust rose up from the destroyed ground and enveloped the two of them. The first battle between the two turned out to be evenly matched in terms of strength. Moria and A-wire both had excited red lights in their eyes, and they said at the same time, "Come again." Chapter 50, The Swordsman in Red. At the same time, in the farther direction near the bell tower. Billy, go deal with that weak swordsman. Leave this iron spring guy to me. The swordsman Red, who had a cross scar on his face and was dressed in red, said coldly, "Asshole, are you looking down on me? Isn't it just steel? My bullets can penetrate it." Hong's face remained unchanged, but her tone softened slightly. "No, I'm just a little interested in this guy. Please, I'll leave the swordsman to you." Billy the Kid then smiled a little proudly. Since you asked me, of course I will satisfy you." Then Billy the Kid ran directly in the distance. Billy Boy is very clear about Hong's strength, and his life is in danger near his battlefield. When he was about to escape from his own shooting range, Billy the Kid shot Wesley directly. This shot was full of provocation. Wesley himself was also a strong swordsman, and his attention was always on Billy the Kid. In response to this gun attack, he directly used the blade to deflect the bullet. "Captain, let's deal with this guy together first." Thomas shook his head and touched the aching marks on his head. "You get out of here and hold down Billy Boy first. This guy across from you is extremely dangerous." Then that captain. "It doesn't matter. Even if I can't defeat him, if I want to escape, no one can catch me." Wesley thought that his captain was a man who had escaped from several naval sieges, and then Wesley turned around and chased Billy the Kid. "The troublesome guys are finally gone, so come on, I hope you can make me happy." Hong raised the long sword in his right hand to his eyes. His eyes, reflected by the sword's surface, were slightly blood-red and fierce. He didn't know whether it was reflected by the clothes on his body or the color of the sword itself. Thomas didn't want to be polite to the other party. He turned his legs into springs and charged forward. Spring sniper. A huge impact came from his feet, and Thomas's whole body turned into a cannonball and rushed toward Hong. Slash. Seeing this sharp and extremely fast attack coming, Hong calmly struck out with a horizontal slash. A blood-red sword wave slashed towards Thomas. Thomas dispelled the slashing blow with one punch, and then used the remaining strength to attack Hong again. After Hong made a slash before, the power on the long sword didn't seem to be exhausted, and it hit Thomas's fist directly. Clang! The collision between the long sword and the steel fist made a huge sound. The two of them were in contact for less than half a second before Hong kicked Thomas directly in the abdomen. Thomas was hit by this leg attack, and his whole body instantly rolled back. Then he used the force to pull away a distance, and his legs charged up again, but this time they were not attacking Hong. Spring jumping man. Thomas disappeared directly on the spot, and then bounced around with the help of the surrounding buildings. Pointless trick. Hong seemed a little impatient, and placed his left hand on the handle of the knife, the muscles of both arms bulging slightly. The two legs stood still and did not move, but his arms began to wave quickly. The glowing red blade began to slash randomly towards the surroundings. Slowly, red sword aura came out from the swing of the sword. IT shot out from the action. 1,000 feathers slash large shot. One after another, the sword energy directly struck the surrounding buildings, making clanging sounds from time to time, which were made when the sword struck the steel. Thomas, who wanted to use the spring to jump back and forth to accumulate strength, took a slash and then jumped. He stepped on a wall with one foot and fell directly with one foot. The entire wall collapsed, and his center of gravity was lost. Stable, it fell directly. Fortunately, just when he was about to fall to the ground, his hands turned into springs, and then his hands and feet bounced Thomas up again. Turning around to observe the environment, he couldn't help but be shocked. Not only did he step on the buildings around him, they made pits one by one, but they were also chopped into pieces by invisible sword strikes. A drop of cold sweat flowed from Thomas's forehead, and he couldn't help but scream secretly in his heart. This guy is probably stronger than Brook. Brook has also used a large number of slashing moves like this before, but they didn't reach this level of power at all. Do you want to use air strikes against this guy? No, it's not necessary. I just delay him. The previous music suddenly cut off. Someone should have launched an attack on Brook's side. Since the guy Hong is here, the one who went to Brook's side shouldn't be too strong. As long as I hold this guy back for a while, Brook's side should be able to take care of his opponent. Having made up his mind, Thomas saved his energy and decided to start a delaying tactic with Hong. The whole person started to jump and jump quickly towards Hong. Continue, Hong said, still expressionlessly. Spring punch. The moment he was close to Hong, his whole body jumped back. His legs were compressed to the extreme, and his whole body bounced towards Hong. His right arm turned into a spring, and his fingers spread out, trying to catch Hong. Hong, who was about to be caught by Thomas, turned sideways to avoid Thomas's grasp, and then made a cross slash with the long sword behind Thomas. Two dings directly drew a cross of blood marks on Thomas's body. Hiss. Thomas used the remaining speed of his sprint to bounce away and touched his back with his hand. The viscous liquid began to slowly overflow from his clothes. When he put his hand in front of his eyes, he saw that it was indeed bleeding. Chop iron. Ha, I'm a real swordsman. Cutting iron is normal for me. Thomas wiped the blood from his hands, and his expression became serious. Looks like I'm getting serious. At the same time, Thomas noticed that the atmosphere around him seemed to have become a little quieter, and his eyes began to become fierce. His legs and hands were pressed on the ground, and then his whole body bounced up, a little faster than when he attacked Hong before. Since you are a swordsman who can cut steel and iron, I will retreat first. Spring escape technique. With one flick, Thomas was directly away from the range of more than 20 meters from Hong. Then he flicked again and jumped directly to a distance of 60 meters. He wanted to flick again, but a great sense of threat came from the right. A black shadow flashed and appeared directly on Thomas's right side, and two sickle-like things struck Thomas directly on the waist. Springing. In an emergency, Thomas directly turned his entire body into a spring. With a bang, Thomas was directly blasted back to the ground by the black shadow. The black shadow in the sky seemed to be dissatisfied with the attack just now. He fell directly and waved his arms towards Thomas again. Thomas, who had just stood firm, found that the shadows were attacking again, and the intensive attacks made it impossible for him to escape from this place. Thomas immediately launched a defensive posture, not only against the black shadow attacking him, but also against Hong, who was running towards this side. The figure wielded two scythes and launched an airtight attack. Thomas could only barely block, and then the battle between the two immediately showed a scene of clanking and sparks flying. As Hong got closer, the pressure on Thomas's whole body became huge. Hong, who arrived here, stopped and looked at the two of them, looking at the figure with a fierce red light in his eyes. A brutal one? Chapter 51 Guns and Swords. Shouldn't you go to the port? Hong asked the brutal man. But the brutal man didn't seem to hear it at all. His hands turned into sickle-like forelimbs and continued to chop Thomas. Hong looked at the brutal man's bright red compound eyes and angry face and had some realization. Is it the music from before? When I heard the music before, I felt a slight feeling of anger, but I suppressed it. I didn't expect it to have such a big impact on the brutal person. A worm whose brain was engulfed by anger. Hong didn't seem to want to talk to the cruel person anymore. The long sword was directly inserted into the scabbard. His legs were slightly bent, and he made a gesture of drawing the sword, closing his eyes and breathing slowly. Thomas, who was standing aside, saw from the corner of his eye that Hong was preparing for a killing move, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. For a moment, his blocking speed slowed down. Looking at the white marks on his body caused by the guy on the opposite side, he couldn't help but curse. Are you blind, you bastard? Turn your head and look over there. That guy's posture is obviously preparing to kill both of us. But the brutal man on the opposite side didn't seem to care at all, and his attack on Thomas had no intention of stopping. Damn it, you just don't want to live anymore. But I still want to live. Thomas tried to break away from the brutal attacker, but failed to break free after several attempts. As Hong accumulated strength, he seemed to feel that he was almost done. Then he opened his eyes suddenly and pulled out the long sword in the scabbard with his right arm. The moment the long sword was drawn out, a huge red sword wave struck directly at the two of them. Draw the sword and cut with blood in one word. The huge sword wave was extremely sharp. On the way to the two of them, it seemed that even the air was cut, and slight white waves were raised on both sides of the sword wave. Seeing that Thomas was about to be cut in half by this powerful slash, his eyes were filled with despair. Just when Thomas was about to be struck, a figure rushed over from the ground. The thin and tall figure flashed the cold light in his right hand and attacked directly in front of the red sword wave. Then the powerful sword wave pushed the figure deeply back 1 meter. The sword wave was then provoked by a figure. The trajectory of the attack changed, and the entire sword wave passed directly along the position 1 meter above Thomas's head. Boom. A 3-story building behind him was cut in half by the sword wave. The upper half of the building collapsed directly to the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. The figure slowly stood up straight, and the sword was slowly inserted into the cane. Singing knows sanding. Fish picks the tail. P.S. Brook's singing sanding is just one move. I don't want to think of other move names, so I borrowed it. Dang. Ho 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 ho, luckily I caught up. Brook turned his head and looked at Thomas. Had noticed Thomas was in crisis from a distance before, but fortunately he rushed over quickly. After looking at the insect monster with 2 sickle forelimbs and 2 tentacles on its head, Brook said to Thomas, "Leave that swordsman to me. You should be able to deal with this little bug, right?" Thomas had just stepped back from the edge of death. Although he was still shocked and confused, he suppressed the panic in his heart and nodded through gritted teeth. Brook immediately turned his head and looked at the swordsman, who had just made a powerful slash. "You are Hong. You are indeed worthy of being a true swordsman. Did this kind of slashing attack surprise me? Humph, that move of yours made me excited too." Hong slowly inserted the sword in his hand into the sheath, his eyes filled with a warlike look. "Are you Brook, swordsman? Oh ho ho ho, that's it. If I want to defeat you here, then I will be a swordsman." The green light flashed in Brook's eyes, and he said excitedly, "Do you think of me as your whetstone to become a swordsman? Come on then." Hong directly pressed the hilt of the sword with his left hand, and a section of the blade came out, with a red light shining slightly. "Then you're welcome." Brook immediately took an attack stance, and the battle was about to begin. At the same time, Willis, who was chasing Billy the Kid, finally closed in on his opponent. Looking back at the fierce battlefield in the distance, I couldn't help but worry about Captain Thomas. "Damn it, you bastards, stop running away." Willis, who wanted to deal with his opponent as soon as possible and rushed back to defend the captain, cursed at Billy the Kid. Haha, are you a fool? As a gunman, do you want me to fight you in close combat? Billy the Kid said as he fired a shot at Willis. Boom. Clang. You are a good guy. There are not many guys who can block my bullets in a battle. Billy the Kid observed the surrounding terrain. As a gunner in the alley of the street, this position gives me a huge advantage. The most important thing is that I am far enough away from the battlefield of the red guy. I'm going to get serious. You guys just fall under my gun. Billy the Kid's eyes gradually became calm. He had shot Thomas twice before, and then shot Willis twice. There were still 8 bullets in the 2 guns in his hands. Billy the Kid calculated to himself. Billy Boy's eyes were fixed on Willis. His hands began to become extremely stable. Then he raised his brow slightly. His hands turned into afterimages and fired 2 shots directly at Willis. Boom, boom. The bullets were fired at the same time. No, there should be a slight difference of 0.1 seconds, and then the bullets turned into a straight line and shot towards Willis. Ding. Puff. The pain coming from his shoulder made Willis quickly hide towards the side house. He had obviously missed the bullet, but he had no trace of the other bullet. How could the other bullet suddenly hit his shoulder? Willis, who has not yet understood how this attack hits him, is a bit confused. Looking at the situation, the guy opposite him is very powerful, and he may not be able to kill him. A swordsman like you wouldn't think of hiding like this until dawn. Billy the Kid mocked proudly. Since you won't come over, then I will go over by myself. Then Billy the Kid slowly approached the side of the house where Willis was hiding with both guns raised. At this time, Willis gritted his teeth and stood up, raising his sword and preparing for a sneak attack when Billy the Kid appeared in his sight. But when Billy the Kid walked into the distance, he stopped 6 or 7 meters away from where Vitus was hiding. He slowly raised the revolver in his hand and pointed at a sign made of iron directly in front of him. Boom. A gunshot came directly from Billy the Kid's hand. There was a clang, and the iron pillar in front of him burst into flames, and the bullet reflected directly onto Willis's right leg. Oh. The pain forced Willis to squat down and cover the gunshot wound in his leg with both hands. A stream of blood slowly overflowed the entire palm of his hand. At this time, Billy the Kid walked over directly, pointed the revolver at Willis's head, and the corners of his mouth began to slowly curve, with a look of victory on his face. Die. Boom. Chapter 52, The Gunner's Showdown. Boom. Just a second before Billy the Kid fired, there was a spark in the distant darkness. Just as the bullet was about to hit Willis's head, a bullet from the side accurately hit Billy the Kid's bullet. Billy Boy was shocked when he saw that his attack was blocked by others. He jumped back and immediately hid himself in the darkness. The bullet I shot was actually able to hit me from a certain distance. The other person was also a powerful guy. Did the bullet fired from the 2 o'clock direction come from the east? Billy Boy thought to himself, and then moved his position so that he could better observe the situation to the east and shoot at Willis. Alfred, who was in the east direction, was panting slightly. After leaving Captain Moria, he rushed here quickly. Seeing that the swordsman of the Thomas Pirates was about to die under Billy the Kid's gun, he quickly shot a bullet and saved Willis. After a moment of breathing, he slowly approached Willis's position and stopped 30 meters away from Willis. If you go further, your position will be exposed to the opposite gun, and you can only fight in this position. Billy the Kid, who was diagonally opposite, listened carefully to the movement to the east, feeling that his opponent should be approaching. Then Billy the Kid pointed the revolver in his left hand at Willis, who was moving slowly, while the pistol in his right hand was on guard toward the east. Boom. Boom. Ding. Billy the Kid and Alfred's bullets were fired almost at the same time, and the bullet that hit Willis was intercepted by Alfred again. Boom. A bullet appeared directly at Alfred's feet. Fortunately, Alfred moved slightly after shooting. Otherwise, this bullet might have directly hit Alfred's leg where... Damn this bastard, he actually used Willis as bait. In this case, it was quite detrimental to him. Alfred cursed secretly, carefully observing the movements on Billy the Kid's side. When I was approaching here before, I heard 3 gunshots, and now the other party fired 2 more bullets. An old-fashioned revolver with only 6 magazines. It meant that there were at least 5 bullets in their pistol's bullet. I need to intercept him at least twice to ensure Willis's safety, Alfred thought. Then Alfred, who felt another movement from Billy the Kid opposite him, immediately stood up and pointed his rifle at Willis. Boom. Boom. Ding. Boom. Alfred intercepted Billy the Kid's attack again, but this time he had a bullet hole in his turban. A drop of cold sweat fell from Alfred's forehead. This moment of life and death made Alfred become unusually calm, and the silence around him filled Alfred's mind. In this quiet venue, Alfred felt Willis's heavy breathing, his slow-moving steps, and even the sound of dripping blood. Well, the other side stood up. Alfred stood up immediately, and this time Alfred shot first for the first time. Boom, boom, ding, boom, puff. The bullet Billy the Kid fired at Willis was hit by Alfred midway this time. Although Alfred tried his best to dodge after shooting, he was still hit by the bullet in the leg. Feeling that Billy the Kid seemed to want to do something else, Alfred immediately stood up and pointed his spear directly at Billy the Kid's location. Boom, boom. There were 2 gunshots, and the bullets shot in a straight line behind the building where Billy the Kid was hiding. Billy Boy looked at a bullet hole appearing directly where he was standing and couldn't help but secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, when he heard the first gunshot, he made a dodge action. Otherwise, this shot would have hit him. The bullet in the heart took his life. Billy the Kid, who was squatting in the corner, fired a bullet at Alfred, repelling Alfred's offensive, and looked at Willis, who gradually disappeared from his sight with his peripheral vision. Billy the Kid shook his head. As a traditional old-fashioned cowboy musketeer, what he really likes most is shooting between 2 people to see whose gun is faster. He doesn't like this kind of shooting hiding in dark corners. Then Billy the Kid stood up slowly. The magazines of both guns popped out. His hands turned into long shadows. He took out 2 magazines from his belt and loaded them on the revolver with a clang. Billy the Kid, whose eyes became fierce, used his legs hard, and his whole body rolled out of the hiding place. Boom, boom. 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, hitting Alfred's shelter directly. Alfred, who had already sensed Billy the Kid's movements, gritted his teeth, twisted left and right to dodge the 2 shots, slightly opened his eyes, and clearly saw Billy the Kid's position with his peripheral vision. There was no room for mistakes in the gunman's duel. A mistake would mean losing one's life. Alfred began to observe the terrain around him. In a remote location, in a dark alley, there are bright street lights at a distance from the roadside. He suffered a gunshot wound to his leg and was unable to move violently, but it seemed that he had to fight for his life. At this time, Billy the Kid seemed to be making a similar plan. The competition between the gunman and the swordsman was different. The swordsman could leave with failure, but the gunman's failure could only lead to death. The distance between the 2 was only 15 meters. Billy the Kid slowly adjusted his breathing. Since the duel has begun, only one person must survive. This is the cowboy's way of survival. Alfred also relaxed his nervousness at this time, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. At this time, Alfred could clearly feel that the gunman 15 meters away from him was also adjusting his state. 1, 2, 3. 2 figures stood up at the same time in the darkness. The moment Billy Boy stood up, he fired 2 guns at the opposite figure at the same time, thinking to himself, accelerating bullets. Boom, boom, snap, boom. For some unknown reason, Alfred, whose perception had greatly increased, used his enhanced vision and hearing to clearly sense the opponent's intentions, and at the same time made changes in shooting in advance. After the shot, Alfred's arm shook slightly. In Alfred's sight, at the same time that the opponent's first bullet was fired at him, another bullet hit the first bullet, doubling the power and speed of the first bullet. While his own bullet bounced off the opponent's attack, it shot at Billy the Kid. Puff, puff. There were 2 sounds of bullets hitting bones. Alfred dropped the spear in his hand and covered his right shoulder, then sat down slowly. Alfred recalled the gunman's special skill of shooting that his teacher who taught him how to shoot had talked about, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. And Billy Boy, who was 15 meters away from the opposite side, fell to the ground with a bang, and blood began to slowly flow out of Billy Boy's head. If you look closely, you can see that there is a lot of blood between Billy Boy's eyebrows. Got a bullet. Alfred versus Billy the Kid. Alfred wins. At the same time, in an unknown part of the town, a figure was walking unsteadily. Who am I? Where am I? Where is my opponent? The swordsman Joe, who was holding a gourd in his hand, was a little confused. He had clearly followed the captain and the others out of the poor defense line before, but why had they disappeared just as he took a sip of wine? Joe picked up the wine bottle and took a swig of wine and continued to stagger and look for his opponent. Chapter 53, Type 6. A wide street not far from the clock tower in the center of St. Kitts. Compared with the roaring battle results in the direction of the clock tower, the battle here seemed extremely quiet. Nandi, who stayed here to deal with Kanali, looked at the other party coldly. Hey, you old woman, you'd better surrender directly. I can make the decision and spare your life. Kanali's smiling expression gradually solidified. Although I gave birth to a lovely daughter 3 years ago, with my current 23-year-old age and beautiful face, how come the word old woman has nothing to do with me? You bastard, are you blind? I'm only 23 years old. 23 years old. Kanali's eyes erupted with angry flames, and she roared. Nandi slowly touched the holster on his waist with his left hand, shrugged, and said with a slightly innocent expression, "Oh, really? I'm so sorry. Judging from your attire, I thought you were already 40 or years old." Kanali lowered her head and glanced at her professional attire. Yes, high heels, black stockings, short skirt, and professional suit. Nothing wrong with it. As expected, there was a blind man on the other side, and the damn government not only separated him from such a cute baby for so long, but also asked him to assist the bastard Awire. He had managed the island for 3 full years. Thinking of this, Kanali's resentment seemed to become even stronger. Hearing the music from the loudspeaker previously aroused his desire, but now he was stimulated by the smelly man opposite, and his eyes looked at Nandi with murderous intent. Die. Shave. Kanali's entire body disappeared from the spot, and her body turned into an afterimage and attacked Nandi. Nandi was shocked by the speed of the enemy in front of him. He didn't expect that a weak woman could have such a fast speed. In a hurry, he shot the afterimage. The bullet missed as expected. Nandi immediately pulled out his long knife and stood on guard. Only then did his eyes catch up with Kanali's figure. A huge impact was immediately felt in his abdomen. Then his whole body was kicked away more than 10 meters and hit the side of a house. The wall just stopped. Stupid man. You don't even know what you are up against. Kanali straightened her golden hair and mocked the man she kicked away. And you don't think you can defeat that bastard Elvir with Moria? The moment you entered Baiquan town, you made a wrong choice. Boom. A gunshot was fired from Nandi's pistol, and the bullets quickly shot towards Kanali. Just when the bullet was about to hit Kanali's abdomen, her slender waist squirmed like a snake, and the bullet was shot out from the center of Kanali's abdomen. At the same time as the bullet was fired, Nandi quickly approached Kanali, and when he got close to Kanali, he grinned. Trust me, Captain Moria will solve everything. As soon as he finished speaking, the long knife in his hand kept slashing down. A man with no taste actually sneaks up on a beautiful lady, Paper painting. Just when the long knife struck Kanali, Kanali's entire body changed. Her body became abnormally thin and slender, fluttering softly like a piece of paper. Facing the incoming attack, she perfectly dodged. Extremely fast speed and weird movement skills. Facing this abnormal change, Nandi's eyes widened involuntarily. Nandi, who had missed a single hit, was just about to change his move and slash across the way, when a beautiful leg wearing high heels from the opposite side hit him again, abdomen. Just like history reappearing, Nandi was kicked more than 10 meters again. Fortunately, this time he was prepared, and he landed perfectly after being kicked several somersaults. The 2 scars at the corners of Nandi's mouth twitched faintly, and she rubbed her aching abdomen with her hands. Damn it, this kick felt like her internal organs were damaged. Those who can. Kanali once again cast a look of contempt. Ignorant man. Without saying much, he adjusted his breathing and began to build up strength in his slender legs. A moment later, with a distance of more than 10 meters, Kanali quickly launched a leg attack with her legs, kicking in Randy's direction as if attacking an invisible enemy. Lanjiao Needle Rain. Nandi, who was more than 10 meters away, was instantly hit in the chest by invisible attacks. Oh. Then not only was he hit in the chest, but his legs and arms were hit by dense invisible attacks. The pain that spread throughout her body made Nandi cry out. Facing the invisible attack, Nandi gritted his teeth, picked up the long sword, and started to block. Ding! Ding! Clang! Clang! Although most of it was blocked, a small part still stuck into Nandi's body like a needle. Damn it, you stinky woman! Nandi withstood the attack and charged directly towards Kanali. Humph! Kanali on the other side snorted heavily. Shave! With a flash, he once again opened the distance between him and Nandi. He raised his right leg back slightly, and then kicked hard directly in front of him. A white chop appeared from his leg and struck quickly towards Nandi. Lawn feet. Facing the white chopper that instantly came in front of him, Nandi quickly raised his sword and slashed at the chopper. The huge impact was like hitting a real object, pushing Nandi 4 or 5 meters away, and then he was cut in two. Although he barely blocked the attack, the residual power of the sword wave that he cut off still scratched his arms. The two wounds were immediately covered with blood, and the pain from both arms made Nandi even more alert. Kanali's offensive didn't stop either. When Nandi blocked one of her leg attacks, she immediately started to charge for the next attack. This time it was not just an attack. While slashing with his right leg, he also quickly kicked out with his left leg, and the cross-shaped white sword wave attacked Nandi again. Facing this more powerful attack, Nandi's heart sank. At the same time, he felt deeply guilty about his own strength. Just when Nandi was stunned, the cross-sword wave came to Nandi in the blink of an eye. And a figure not far behind Nandi just wandered here, and Ajio happened to see the previous leg attack. I originally wanted to say hello to Nandi, but when I saw that the other party was attacking Nandi again, I didn't have time to remind him in an emergency. I pulled out my long sword and sprayed a mouthful of wine that I hadn't swallowed directly on the long sword at above. Then he leaned down, dragging the long sword on the ground, and quickly rushed towards Nandi to support him. It seemed that he was affected by the friction, and the long sword immediately turned red while running. Then, when Nandi was stunned, Ajio appeared directly in front of White Cross Jambwa. Cook wine. When the red sword struck the cross chopper, the entire sword was immediately covered in red flames. When being pushed back 1 meter by the cross sword wave, the form of the sword wave was directly destroyed by Ajio. The white cross sword wave was burned up by the flames as if it were a real thing. Nandi, what are you doing? You dare to be distracted during the battle. Are you risking your life? Chapter 54, Paper Painting. Feel sorry. Nandi, who was rescued by Ajio, felt a little guilty. You shouldn't say your apology to me. You should say it to yourself. Ajio picked up the wine gourd and took a sip of the wine, waved the long sword, sparks shot out, and then rushed directly towards Kanali. And no matter who you say it to, well, the most important thing now is to deal with the opponent in front of you. Nandi listened to Ajio's words, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I was a little frightened by the slash to the leg of the woman opposite me before, but now that I think about it, the slash from this woman was not even half as powerful as Brook's. After gathering his mind, Nandi endured the pain all over his body and picked up the long knife. He directly followed Ajio's pace. The long sword with flames struck at Kanali's face, and then the figure disappeared and the attack failed. A figure appeared on the side of Ajio and kicked Ajio's arm with his long legs wearing high heels. Snap! Ajio, who blocked the blow with her arm, was kicked back a few steps, then immediately stopped her retreat and attacked Kanali again. At the same time, Nandi, who was 1 step behind Ajio, stabbed Kanali not far in front of her. Facing the stabbing knife from behind and the flaming sword in front of her, Kanali calmly used paper painting. Her body became thin and flexible, and she perfectly dodged the attacks from the front and back. After escaping the attack, Kanali immediately launched a counterattack with kick to the back. Nandi was quickly kicked towards a building and then kicked forward. The strong force of her legs slightly stirred up a trace of airflow. Ajio in front was immediately kicked more than 10 meters away. Hee. Are you two grown men going to bully a weak woman like me? This is so ungraceful. Kanali moved the golden bangs that covered her eyes to the side and smiled. Facing Kanali, who was mocking the two of them, Nandi stood up slowly while holding onto the wall. I already have a rough idea of your fighting style. Nandi's eyes flashed with light, and he said slowly, when it comes to combat, he may not be rank high, but his analytical ability is his strong point. Shave. This is a special move that allows you to have inhuman speed, but while increasing your speed, it doesn't speed up your attack. Nandi began to speak out his guess loudly, and at the same time, he was also telling Ajio, clown, it's not like you can think of a way to crack the government's 6 types in just a short time. After speaking, Kanali immediately stepped aside to deal with this guy who was talking to himself. When he was about to approach Nandi and prepare to launch an attack, a flaming slash from the side hit Kanali directly. Kanali immediately escaped from the attack range with a shave. Madam, your opponent is not just one person. Ajio's flaming sword stood in front of Nandi, and Nandi did not stop analyzing Kanali's abilities. Lawn feet. With the help of a special method, you can use your legs to send out chops similar to those of a swordsman. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the power of a real swordsman. Paper painting. I think this should be what you are best at. Your flexible dodge method, just like the name describes, allows you to make body changes that ordinary people cannot do. Can it allow you to dodge a large number of attacks? Nandi raised the long sword and stood together with Ajio. So if you guessed it, can you attack me? Ajio looked at Kanali, a little thoughtful, and couldn't help but ask. There is a woman named Mrs. Lily on Shiwei Island, and she seems to know your tricks. Kanali spread her hands and made an indifferent gesture. It's just one of my downlines, some skill similar to paper painting. You don't think I'm as weak as her, do you? You are from the world government, right? The tricks you used are also from the world government, right? Are people from the government coming to get involved in this matter? Kanali's face looked a little uncomfortable when she heard this. She had been chatting with them for too long, and she should deal with them. Thinking of this, Kanali launched the lawn kick directly at the two of them, and two long white chop waves attacked the two of them. Then at the same time, Kanali disappeared from the side of the two. Nandi and Ajio immediately dodged the attacks coming towards them. 7. Just as Ajio was dodging the attack, a figure flashed behind him, and a powerful leg attack struck Ajio's back like a blade. The blood started from the shoulders to the lower back and slowly seeped out from under the clothes. Ajio gritted his teeth and turned around, slashing back with the long sword. The flames on the long sword followed Ajio's slashing and extended to the tip of the sword. At this point, the long sword seemed to be slightly longer. Cooking wine and discussing swords. Paper painting. Kanali once again relied on the paper drawing to dodge the powerful attack, and then kicked out her beautiful leg again, this time on the blade of Ajio. And then Ajio was kicked 5 or 6 meters away by this kick outside. Nandi, who was on one side just now, immediately met Ajio, who was repelled. Back-to-back alert. Nandi came up with a temporary solution. The two immediately turned their backs to each other, guarding in two directions. How to defeat her? Ajio gritted his teeth and asked. Nandi immediately said what he had thought of before. Delay first. She will definitely consume a lot of energy when using this move. Both of us, as long as we pay attention, we can kill her. She is a woman. Nandi secretly patted Ajio's wine gourd. Feeling the vibration of the wine gourd and immediately understanding Nandi's hint, Ajio followed the trend. I understand, that's right. Then the two of them actually started to stop attacking and instead started to defend themselves. Kanali, on the other hand, is starting to get a little impatient. After all, the task assigned to her by the government is to assist Awire in winning this battle. Now that her opponent has shrunk into a turtle, she can only be more aggressive. Smelly bitch, you better run away now. This island, known as the Pirates' Paradise, will eventually be destroyed by us. Nandi began using trash-talking tactics in an attempt to provoke the other party. Kanali's eyes flashed with anger, and her attacks became more intensive and rapid. Shaved, lawn feet. The fierce attack made it difficult for the two of them. Once again, Kanali appeared on the side of Ajio in a flash, preparing to kill the swordsman with a powerful leg attack. Ajio, however, did not defend and counterattacked, and directly slashed across with his sword. Paper painting. Kanali immediately put away her offensive and used dexterous movements. At this time, Ajio and Nandi had a look of pride on their lips. Ajio gathered strength in her mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of wine that had been stored for a long time directly towards Nakari, who used paper painting. Chapter 55, The Victory of 3. Kanali, who didn't expect her opponent to use such a dirty trick, was sprayed all over her upper body. Immediately, she quickly stepped on the spot with her legs and used shave. Kanali's entire body disappeared in an instant and appeared more than 10 meters away. Looking at herself in embarrassment, the anger in Kanali's heart was instantly ignited, and she stared at Ajio with her eyes. You want to die. Shave. After dodging, Ajio and Nandi could no longer find her figure. The two of them were extremely vigilant and looked around. Suddenly, there was a huge sense of crisis above their heads. Land foot swan claw. Ajio and Nandi raised their heads slightly in shock, not caring about admiring the beautiful scenery above their heads. They quickly rolled on the spot. Boom. Just where the two of them were standing, a large human-shaped hole appeared with cracks around it, and countless rebels flew towards the surrounding area. Ajio and Nandi were immediately hit several times by gravel. Damn it! Is this old woman so strong? Nandi cursed while dodging. Standing in the middle of the pit, Kanali heard Nandi's words and turned her head to stare at him. He appeared in front of Nandi in a flash, and then kicked his slender legs directly towards Nandi's abdomen. The sound of flesh being pierced came from Nandi's abdomen. Your mouth stinks. Looking down at Nandi, who was digging into his abdomen with the heel of a high-heeled shoe, he suddenly raised his head, dropped the spear with his left hand, and grabbed the beautiful black stocking leg. You fell into the trap. While Nandi restrained Kanali's beautiful legs with her left hand, The long knife in her right hand was driven by the powerful force with a trace of silver air and slashed directly towards Kanali's head. Aerial strike. Oh, stupid, do you think I can't dodge like this? Paper painting. Kanali's upper body became thin and soft, and she dodged Nandi's close-range blow like running water. Here, just after Kanali escaped Nandi's blow, a figure appeared behind Kanali. Cook wine. The fiery red long sword struck straight from behind, quickly cutting through the airflow. Sparks splashed out from the long sword. Just when it was about to attack Kanali, the long sword roared and was covered in flames. The real attack is on me, Joe said coldly. Kanali was startled by the sound behind her, but after years of training, her body actually evaded the crisis one step ahead. Paper painting, swan dance. Under this fatal blow, Kanali's body became lighter and more flexible. Her entire body fell directly from the waist where Joe attacked, showing an astonishing 90-degree angle. And Kanali, who made such an evasive move, was still able to speak. You can't beat me, a master of paper painting. Amidst Kanali's crazy laughter, there was a boom, and her whole body was surrounded by a burst of flames. I said the real attack is on me. Joe shook the flaming sword and thought to himself, it's a pity that Brook is not here again, so such a beautiful girl is wasted. At the same time, Brook, who was having a fierce battle with Hong not far away, accidentally sneezed heavily. Kanali's initial joy of escaping a life-and-death blow had just begun, and she was immediately stimulated by a strong burning sensation. He used all his strength to pull out the leg stuck in Nandi's body and immediately rolled towards the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his upper body. You probably didn't notice it when you were sprayed with wine at first. That's when we made our first test. As you are proficient in dodge, you can naturally dodge most attacks, so we can only take it by surprise. Unexpectedly, you can't dodge a wide range of attacks. Afterwards, you were soaked with alcohol to your upper body, so naturally you couldn't avoid the attack of the flames. Nandi covered the blood gushing out of his abdomen, squatted down slowly, picked up the short gun, and pointed the gun tremblingly at Kanali, who was rolling on the ground. We won this one. Kanali, who was incapacitated and burned by the flames, looked at the dark muzzle of the gun. He thought of his dark life as a CP member, of the high-ranking government official who abandoned him to become his mistress, and at the same time of his young and lovely daughter whom he had not seen a few times in a year. His daughter's beautiful smile appeared before his eyes. Califo. Boom! Kanali's raised right hand fell heavily to the ground, and the flames continued to crackle and slowly extinguish. Due to excessive bleeding, Nandi's eyes began to gradually become drowsy. Just when he was about to fall down, Joe supported him from behind. Let's go. I'll take you to the ship's doctor. Joe, who was not seriously injured, carried Nandi on his back and moved forward slowly. Can I discuss something with you? What? Nandi asked weakly as she tried to hold up her eyelids. Can you tell the outside world that this battle is the result of you alone? I was just passing by here. What? Nandi's mind went blank and he gave up thinking. I was beaten like this by a woman. In the end, the two of them worked together to win. With such a record as a swordsman, I can't afford to lose this person. Okay. Then Nandi fell asleep directly. Nandi, wine swordsman, Joe versus Kanali. Nandi wins. Shortly after the battle on St. Kitts seemed to be beginning to become clearer. There seemed to be only 4 battlefields left on the entire island. Port Melee. The Shadow Legion, a pirate group led by the 800 million Big Axe Signs, is fighting against many pirate guards on the island led by the 2,000 million Eagle Kirby Gwindo. To the west of the city, Thomas Tujing, the Spring Man with a bounty of -1,000,000, and the Insect Man Brutality with a bounty of 1,000,000, started a fierce fight. The north of the city is close to the west. Baigu, who has a bounty of 300 million, is challenging the Red Swordsman to a swordsman's contest, trying to step into the realm of swordsmen in one fell swoop. And at the location of the clock tower in the center of St. Kitts Island, the 800 million Bat Moonlight Moria is facing the battle of his life. The opponent is the first obstacle to his becoming a king. The 900 million bounty is on the island of St. Kitts King Scavenger Monty Iver. Just as a fierce battle was about to begin on the island of St. Kitts. On the sea near Dongwei Island, 5 steam warships that have been officially put into use by the Navy are gradually approaching. Mr. Lieutenant General, we haven't received the order yet, so we are going like this. The tall figure standing in front of the naval reporting officer waved his hand directly, and his huge palm directly grabbed the reporting officer's head and raised it entirely in front of him. That dirty island is full of pirates. What orders do you think I need to wait for? Then the 3-meter-tall figure let go, and the reporting officer trembled and climbed up from the ground. The tall figure tightened the general's cloak tightly so that it covered the rose and cherry blossom tattoo on his left shoulder, and looked coldly at the city that never sleeps in the distance. Go directly to St. Kitts. I will let this dirty island sink directly to the bottom of the sea. Yes. A group of sailors immediately shouted in unison. Chapter 56 Manus. Clang! The forelimbs of two extremely sharp scythes struck the steel, making a crisp sound. Continuous cutting. Whoosh! 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 Clang! 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 The sharp scythe hit Thomas's body continuously, and his arms turned into an afterimage. At this time, except for his head, hands, and feet, most of Thomas's body had turned into springs. Otherwise, this powerful slash would definitely destroy his body. Thomas looked at the half-human, half-insect guy opposite and already recognized who he was. The animal-type insect fruit mantis form ability user, the brutal one Sema. This is a notorious pirate in this sea area. After occupying an entire island a month ago, they actually launched a brutal killing operation. The originally prosperous small town turned into a ghost town that frightened the surrounding people. The first reward was 1,000 million, which was the amount of the reward after the government hid its cruel incident. Because of his ability to fly short distances, he escaped the Navy's pursuit many times. After blocking several times, Thomas kicked his leg back, stretching it to several meters long, then quickly recovered it and kicked it straight. Spring legs. One blow directly hit the brutal man's abdomen, sending the brutal man flying 7 or 8 meters away. Hey, there's no need for you to do this for a wire. The brutal man slowly stood up from the ground, and his whole body gradually transformed into a giant mantis more than 3 meters high. The green shell, 2 slender tentacles, the head turned into the shape of a praying mantis, the compound eyes stared at Thomas, the 2 arms turned into sickle-shaped forelegs, and under the sickle were rows of saw teeth. 2 of the forelimbs rubbed in front of the body a few times, making a crisp sound. The legs of the lower limbs turned into hind feet, and a pair of mid-feet grew out of the abdomen. The 2 tentacles moved slightly, and then the whole mantis transformed into 2 and attacked Thomas. Clone. No afterimage. The pupils of Thomas's eyes contracted, and his whole body automatically went into alert state. Cross/. 2 afterimages approached Thomas, and a cold voice sounded from the left. As soon as Thomas turned his head slightly, he discovered that a white blade was slashing straight from top to bottom. His head, which had just half turned into a spring, was directly cut in pain by this blow. Then there was another huge force in the abdomen, and Thomas was directly hit, fly up. Thomas, who was flying in the air, had tragic wound on the left side of his forehead, and the blood directly dyed his left eye red. Suddenly, there was another strong sense of oppression behind him. His body reluctantly turned around in midair and was immediately kicked by 4 legs. The whole person flew higher into the sky again. Finished. Thomas was frightened and angry, and the blood on his forehead was flying drop by drop in the sky. Being directly controlled by the opponent in the sky, the initiative is completely in the hands of the opponent. I hope it will not take the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Hum, hum, hum. The sound of wings stirring the air reached Thomas's ears, and Thomas's expression changed drastically. The insects are back. The green mantis appeared from above, and its entire figure turned into an afterimage. Then its flight trajectory showed an arc, and it hit Thomas directly. Seeing the extremely fast-flying brutality slashing at him with its sharp forelimbs, the only thing Thomas could do was to spring his body. The whole body was transformed into a spring. Not only the body, but also the head and arms turned directly into twisting springs glowing with black light, trying to escape the current predicament by relying on the hardness of steel. Clang! A huge impact sound came from where the 2 men met, and the force of Thomas's whole body slashing struck down. And when he was only 10 meters away from the ground, a cold and crazy voice came from below Thomas again. The insects are back. Clang! Thomas was once again shot into the sky by the brutal man. The insects are back. Clang! This time the attack came from the left, knocking Thomas to the left. Then when Thomas was flying at high speed, the frantic voice of the brutal man came from the right. The insects are back. Clang! In the following battle, the advantage of the battle gradually shifted to the brutalist side. Thomas endured one blow after another, his whole body, No, the entire spring was continuously hit by the brutalist in the sky. The deterioration of the situation was something Thomas did not expect, and Thomas, who was hit and flying around, could not find a point of leverage at all. He needed to use objects to exert his maximum spring power, which seemed useless in the sky at this time. In this helpless situation, Thomas could only hold on. The pain from all around his body made Thomas tired both physically and mentally. But in the face of a life-and-death battle, Thomas could only grit his teeth and brace himself, always ready to seize the glimmer of hope. The insects are back. Coming. Thomas's eyes lit up and his head became normal. This time when facing the brutal man's top-down blow, Thomas did not choose to resist. Instead, his arms turned into springs and faced the attack head-on. Clang. When his arms attacked the brutalist's two forelimbs, Thomas's attack was like a mantis arms blocking ACAR. IT was quickly disintegrated by the brutalist attack, and his two arms were quickly retracted by the huge force. While Thomas's arms were contracting, his whole body was knocked to the ground by the blow. But this time he flew to the ground faster than before, and even the fastest brutal people could not catch up. There was a loud bang, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Thomas opened his limbs and spouted a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. Finally came to the ground. Thomas was thankful that he still had a chance to survive on the ground, but he would definitely die in the sky. Hum, hum, hum. The mantis flapping its wings slowly landed on the ground not far from Thomas. Thomas gritted his teeth and stood up, wiping the blood that covered his eyes with his arm. Now it's my turn. Spring jumping, man. Thomas quickly gathered strength with his legs and immediately bounced to a building wall on the side, and then bounced to the other side at a faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. Thomas took advantage of the convenient terrain to quickly bounce on the surrounding walls. At this time, the brutal man's head kept turning left and right, and the two tentacles on his forehead were constantly feeling the vibration of the air, seeming to determine Thomas's position. Your eyes don't work that well compared to your antennae, right? Thomas continued to eject towards the surrounding buildings, the force and speed becoming stronger each time, directly making the buildings roar. Thomas calculated silently. Emitting a large amount of sound changes the flow of air and affects the insect's ability to identify its location. At this moment, the brutalist's wings began to shake rapidly, and the two tentacles seemed to have found the location where Thomas would land next. Judging from this situation, he was preparing to take off and intercept Thomas. This time, Thomas stopped accumulating energy and jumped back directly. The legs were suppressed to the extreme, and they bounced directly towards the brutal man. With extremely fast speed, he arrived in front of the brutal man in the blink of an eye. The fist he stretched out spread his fingers and grabbed the head of the mantis before he had time to react. Spring punch. P.S. Bellamy wouldn't mind if I borrowed Bellamy's skills from the game One Piece. Chapter 57 Iron Nematodes. Caught. Thomas was secretly happy. Using the speed and impact brought by the spring fruit, he grabbed the mantis head and dragged it 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Then he punched the mantis 3 times in a row before he could react. When the brutal man was blown away by the last punch, Thomas quickly followed. It's not over yet. Then Thomas made a spring upward and stepped heavily on the brutal man's body. With a snap, the entire mantis body was stepped on the ground by Thomas, and green blood splashed. Thomas looked at the mantis being trampled under his feet and raised his right foot heavily, preparing to take advantage of the situation and take its life directly. Just as his right foot stepped down towards the mantis's head, the mantis seemed to have recovered and crossed his arms to directly block the stampede. Then the sharp mouth was pointed at Thomas, and a large mouthful of dark blood spurted out from the mouth. Puff. Thomas's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment Mantis blocked the attack on his right leg with both arms, his right leg directly turned into a spring. Then, with the elasticity of his right leg, he turned over to avoid the blood spray attack. After Thomas stood firm, his legs jumped back again, and then his eyes moved to the dark, squirming mass of blood that had just been spat out of the mantis's mouth. Did it show up? The evil attack that killed an entire town of innocent people even caused the naval government at the time to cover up the attack. Thomas's tone gradually became calmer, with murderous intent in his calmness. This was when I was looking through a large amount of newspaper information in order to collect information about AWire, and I accidentally discovered it, which was called the GVS incident. Back then, Seema led the Mantis Pirates to occupy the High Rope Island. The Mantis Pirates, who had already robbed a large amount of property, took the brutal action of massacring the city for unknown reasons. A large number of innocent people were gathered by the greedy pirates, and forced to drink less water mixed with Seema's blood. 7. In just a few days, countless people became extremely thirsty for water, and water became a weapon to kill them. Just as the people drank the water, countless dark and slender insects poured out from their mouths, as if the insects had devoured their flesh and blood, and their entire bodies quickly shriveled up and died. When the whole incident was discovered by outsiders, the navy that rushed and hastily surrounded the entire island, and Seema abandoned his companions and flew away alone. Painfully enduring the desire for water, he was eventually torn apart by insects and died. Countless horrific scenes were directly hidden by the world government, and there was not even a large reward for Seema who committed such a cruel crime. This must be the bug you used to commit the crime in the first place. Ironworm. Ha 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 da. Ironworm invasion. The brutal man slowly stood up, laughing crazily, and then countless black iron wires spurted out from the entire mouth of the insect's tail. The giant mantis, which was more than 3 meters high, gradually condensed into a size of 1.5 meters. A large number of ironworms swarmed directly at Thomas with the cruel people. The body shape has changed, and I asked this a form of symbiosis with the bugs in the body? As a large number of bugs came out, did their size shrink and their speed also decrease? Thomas immediately noticed the changes in the brutal man, and at the same time, his body gradually began to become springy. It's useless. It looks like you can control these isolated bugs, but the biggest harm caused by the ironworms is that they need to enter the human body. Although you are powerful when you lose your mind for some reason, the harm is greatly reduced, and there is no way I will let you have a chance. Just when the mantis and a large number of bugs were about to cover Thomas. Spring becomes full body. Thomas's entire body turned directly into a hard spring, blocking the attack of the mantis with 2 clanging sounds. Large number of black wireworms wrapped around Thomas, moving around, trying to get into Thomas's body. But Thomas, whose entire body entered a spring state, had no normal flesh and blood at all. Has the strength also shrunk? Thomas sensed the opportunity and immediately stretched his arms to lengthen and tie up the mantis that was close at hand. Then Thomas pulled back the entire 1.5-meter-sized mantis into his arms. The head that transformed into a spring stretched back 2 meters and then hit the mantis in his arms hard. Spring head hammer. The huge impact made Thomas's head feel slightly dizzy. He shook it from side to side and woke up. The arms restrained the struggling mantis hard, and the whole body shrank slightly and pressed down, and a large number of wireworms wandering on Thomas's spring were directly crushed. Ding. A figure bounced directly from the spot. If there were any outsiders present, their eyes would be stunned. A spring bound a mantis and flew into the sky. Thomas, who grabbed the mantis with all his strength, fell down with a whoosh. Spring's body hit the ground heavily, and a large number of wireworms were crushed to pieces. Instantly, the spring springs up again, this time higher and faster. Then it fell hard again, then bounced high again. Don't you like dogfights? The 2 eyes at the top of the spring opened, and the mouth appeared, speaking provocative words. Let's have an ultimate air jump. Gritting his teeth and enduring the severe pain in his arms and legs, he hit the ground hard again. Once, twice, 3 times. Thomas and Brutal were bouncing in place with higher and higher heights. Only small sections of the previously densely packed iron worms were left moving, and countless pieces of flesh turned into blood mud, making the entire battlefield extremely bad. After enduring the pain caused by the spring hitting the ground again and again, the whole spring finally took the mantis to a height of 500 meters, and the entire St. Kitts Island came into Thomas's eyes. Known as the Pirates' Paradise and the 3 pirate Holy Lands, St. Kitts has become a shabby place. I avenged you. I avenged you. A trace of relief flashed in Thomas's eyes, and then he grabbed the berserker with both arms, turned his head over, and then the 2 of them quickly fell downwards. While falling, Thomas rotated his body with force, and the 2 of them spun quickly like drills in the sky. Airstrike, Phoenix destroyed. With a rapid rotation and rapid fall, the bodies of the 2 people turned around, and a bright red flame ignited in their bodies. From a distance, it looked like a meteorite landing here. Thomas slowly looked at the ground like this, getting closer and closer to him. Just when he was about to reach the ground, he loosened his arms and used all his strength and blood to let his head, limbs, and body transform. For the sake of a whole, I try to strengthen my own hardness and elasticity. Then it hit the ground heavily. Chapter 58, Going Against the Flow. Boom. Rumble. A loud noise resounded throughout the entire island of St. Kitts. The fighting on the entire island stopped because of this, and then the fighting continued after it was discovered that there was nothing abnormal. The moment Thomas touched the ground, the huge impact and countershock force directly made Thomas faint. If it weren't for the strong willpower that kept himself spring-like, Thomas would have turned into flesh in an instant. Following a loud bang, followed by several bang-dong-dong sounds, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into silence. A giant crater, nearly 10 meters tall, appeared at the location where Thomas hit the ground for the first time. The powerful impact caused countless cracks to appear around the huge crater. A pool of green flesh appeared in the center of the pit. On a twisted straight line around the pothole, traces from large to small appeared regularly. At the end of the trace, a tattered figure lay unconscious. The first victory or defeat of the last 4 battlefields appeared. 2,000 million bounty for Spring Man Thomas 2 versus Dish Million for Brutal Man SMA. Thomas 2, a tragic victory. Pushing forward a little in time, the north of the city is closer to the south. Brook slowly pulled out the sword with his right hand, walked towards Hong with strong step, leaned forward slightly, raised his right hand slightly behind his back and slashed directly toward Hong. Clang! Hong on the opposite side was not slow, either. He directly raised the blade in his hand and blocked Brook's blow. The two swords collided with a crisp sound, and then after the surrounding air solidified, a white air wave erupted from the point where the weapons touched. The white air waves directly blew away the dust and rocks around the two people, and for a while they were entangled in the dust. The two men exerted force on their arms at the same time, and they instantly started another contest. When the surrounding environment gradually became clearer, Brook clearly saw his sword striking the back of the opposite knife. Reverse blade, go away. Just as Brook asked a question, a powerful force came from the opponent's reverse blade, instantly knocking him away for a distance. Although Brook was knocked away by the powerful force, he landed perfectly with his dexterity. Red coat, cross scar, reverse blade? Yo ho ho ho, you guy, I suspect you are imitating. You guys are cosplaying Kenshin. If you don't know how to use it, it's probably the flying sword style, or something like that. Brook couldn't help but complain. Humph, it's a boring trick, D, but you think you can influence me with words? Hong raised his eyebrows, and the cross scars on his face seemed to squirm. Seeing that Brook did not take the initiative to attack, Hong turned his right hand, pointed the blade of the sword towards his opponent, and moved his legs. Just when he was about to reach Brook, his right hand slashed horizontally and vertically, and a cross blood-colored sword wave slashed towards Brook in front of him. Reverse blade, cross slash. Facing the slash that was issued not far away, Brook calmly raised his right hand to accumulate strength. Just when the slash came, the morning sword stabbed towards the sword wave continuously. Continuous thrust. As if it were piercing a real thing, the blood-colored cross sword wave was stabbed by Brook like a balloon, and it was immediately filled with dense holes. The cross sword waves filled with holes were then directly dispersed by Brook with a wave of his left arm. After dispersing the sword wave, Brook used his leg strength to dodge and appear in front of Hong, and launched an extremely fast attack with his right hand, heading towards Hong's reverse blade. Broken soldiers! The extremely fast sword strike struck Hong's weapon. Hong also reacted very quickly. Veins popped out in his arm, and he turned the back of the knife to resist Brook's attack again. Brook missed the target, immediately jumped back, distanced himself, and his legs began to make a tapping sound with a rhythmic pace. Revolutionary dance thrust. Clang. After the two people's blades touched again, Brook tapped his toes, turned around gracefully, and used strength in his arms again. Brook approached Hong again with his deft steps. The sound of tapping seemed to have become a dance music, and Brook stabbed Hong again and again like a dancer. Revolutionary dance, continuous stabs. Ding, 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 ding. The extremely fast attacks were all blocked by Hong. Da-da. The originally rhythmic attack suddenly felt an itch in the nasal cavity, and then he couldn't help but sneezed heavily, and the attack was interrupted. I wipe it, this shouldn't happen. I'm a bone, how can a bone sneeze? Who is scolding me behind the scenes? Faced with this sudden flaw, Hong did not let go. He turned the blade in his hand and slashed towards Brook's waist with a horizontal slash. Brook had just recovered and faced this fatal blow. He could only try his best to thrust the sword in his hand forward. Clang! Boom! When Brook was hit by the attack, the death sword in his hand was cut in an astonishing arc by the green blade. Since the abdomen was completely devoid of flesh and blood and was only supported by a spine, The upper sword bent directly close to the spine, but was immediately blown away by this powerful slash. Under this powerful blow, the weight of 100 kilograms was shot backward like a cannonball, crashing into several walls before stopping the momentum. Fortunately, Brook crashed into a large number of walls, filling the entire combat environment with debris once again, blocking Hong's sight and preventing him from pursuing the victory. Brook, whose bones were creaking, reluctantly stood up with the support of his upper sword. He couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed when he saw several cracks appearing in the spine that was the only support for his upper body and his abdomen. Facing a life-and-death duel, he was carelessly distracted. This really shouldn't be the case. Gritting her teeth, Brook began to calm down. The opponent is a real swordsman, and his level is not much different from his own. With his strong perception and speed, he has a great chance of winning as long as he is careful. It would be best to create some opportunities for yourself. Brook was thinking about tactics when suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in Brook's brain. As the smoke slowly fell, a figure slowly walked out of the hole in the wall, and a slightly angry voice came from the hole. "Yo ho ho ho, damn Durst, I should get rid of you first." Hong, who was looking at Brook from the opposite side, had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Is it because of Durst's bad luck? Who was the one who stopped the other party's music before? A trace of doubt flashed through Hong's brain, but he was immediately denied by himself. The other party was a skeleton with no nasal cavity at all. How could he suddenly sneeze? I was careless before, so let's start the second game. Chapter 59, The Battle Between Swordsmen. As soon as Brook finished speaking, he grabbed the death sword in his hand and swung the sword. The blue sword energy swung out from where the death sword was swung and struck Hong. After swinging a powerful slash, Brook's body did not stop. He exerted force on his leg bones, and his whole body clung to the blue sword wave, rushing toward Hong. Just as Hong dodged sideways to avoid Brook's blue slash, Brook immediately launched 3 rapid sword attacks against Hong. The first sword was dodged by Hong, the second sword was blocked by Hong, and the third sword penetrated Hong's left chainmail bone. The sharp sword of death penetrated directly by just a hair. At this moment, Brook observed the movement of the muscles in Hong's right arm, and his whole body immediately made movements to avoid the attack. Although Hong was stabbed by Brook's sword, his right arm had just blocked the attack before, and he immediately gritted his teeth and slashed towards Brook. Reverse blade, a horizontal slash. The skeleton dodges 180 degrees. Predicting the attack in advance, Brook used his right arm to exert force, using the death sword inserted in Hong's body as a support point. With his light bones, he was nearly 2 meters away from the ground. His whole body and the death sword inserted in Hong's body became a straight line. After escaping this attack, he noticed that Hong's attack was coming towards him again. Brook directly used the power of his right hand to turn over toward Hong and pulled out the death sword accordingly. The two of them faced each other with their backs facing each other, standing posture. Hong immediately turned around and slashed. Brook nimbly dodged the attack and once again put some distance between himself and Hong. "Your name is Brook, right?" Hong glanced at the bloody hole on his left shoulder and said nonchalantly, "This is the end of this boring trial." Hong began to adjust his breathing. Blood began to spread throughout his body, and powerful power suddenly surged. He clenched his reverse blade in his right hand and rushed towards Brook with a glance. Blood gushing. From Brook's perspective, Hong was running towards him very fast. The blade in his hand glowed red, as if a large wave of surging blood was attacking him. And in the perception of seeing and hearing, the opponent's reverse blade sword swung out a very powerful bloody slash. "Can't dodge." This was the feedback given to Brook by Sure whence Hockey Brook, who looked slightly solemn, clenched the sword in his hand. "Just gotta take it." Brook made a decision immediately, swung the sword in his hand a few times, and made a sword move. Just when the bloody slash was about to come in front of him, Giant's domineering power reached its peak, and he locked onto the position where Hong's reverse-edged sword had struck. Singing Sandin Fish's Tail, he hit the reverse blade sword accurately and took advantage of the situation to deflect Hong's slash in another direction. "Not bad, come on." Red's eyes were filled with excitement. Reverse blade style, 36 hits. Brook, who had just managed to break up the Red offensive, was immediately in trouble again. 7. Close combat is very unfriendly to the fast Brook. Brook was no longer able to complain, and her mind began to focus on Hong's movements. Facing Hong's sword move, it was obviously a swordsmanship from the Kendo school. Although Brook possessed the domineering power of seeing and hearing, it was quite difficult to dodge and resist. He slashed vertically to the left, dodged sideways, and a bloody sword wave wiped Brook's suit and floated towards a building, and the building was immediately struck by the chop with a huge sword mark. The reverse blade knife turned to the left side and slashed horizontally, and the morning sword blocked it. A powerful force came from the morning sword on the left side and directly hit Brook's sternum. The reverse blade knife struck Brook one after another. The red light on the blade became more and more intense. It seemed that as the battle deepened, it had reached a resonance with its master, and the attack on Brook was gradually intensifying. With his strong sensitivity, Brook was able to dodge, and from time to time he could return a sword or two to Hong. The two fought back and forth, with red sword waves and blue sword waves cutting the surrounding buildings into pieces. When I first met Brook, I could barely handle it with ease, but when the opponent's sword moves reached the mid to late stage, each sword became stronger and faster than the other. Brook was immediately suppressed by the opponent's fierce and intensive attacks. On the left, Brook, who immediately blocked the sword with the reverse blade, did not have time to block at all, and his pelvis was directly cut into 1/3 by the sharp blade. Although the bones couldn't cause pain, having the bones chopped like this still caused great discomfort to Brook. Holding back the discomfort, Brook immediately struck back, slashing the opponent's chest diagonally with the sword. A long, slender wound from the left shoulder to the waist appeared on Karinai's chest. The battle between the two became fierce and dangerous. The remains of bones fell to the ground bit by bit, and bright red blood floated in the air. Under this strong pressure, Brook's entire body and bones were in a state of tension, and his domineering aura was activated to the maximum extent. Facing Hong's powerful slashes and swift sword moves one after another, Brook felt the changes in his body and soul, as if they were emitting ripples that no one could see, and like a giant hammer forging steel. Feeling that the opponent's attack became stronger again, Brook woke up from this state and understood that he had to stop the opponent, otherwise he would definitely be defeated by this stackable sword move. After the two of them fought for a few times, Giant's Haki sensed that the back of his opponent's reverse blade was hitting him hard this time. Opportunity. He immediately turned sideways and adjusted his position, holding the sword with his right hand and holding the tip of the sword with his left hand. He blocked this attack with the hardness of the sword and the strength of the bones. Although it was a block, the full strength was completely aided. The powerful force spread from the upper sword to both arms and then to the entire chest. Brook borrowed this force directly out of Hong's attack range. After turning over several times in the air, he directly hit the wall of a tavern. Blood blade continuous slash. When Hong saw the opponent, he used his own moves to get out of the attack range. He kept moving with the sword in his hand and directly pursued the victory. With the help of the previous offensive that had been prepared for a long time, this time two huge blood-red sword waves were slashed out in succession, attacking directly towards Brook's position. Brook stood up hastily and hurriedly grasped the death sword and faced the attack. He blocked the first sword wave with the wall behind him, and the second sword wave came immediately. Boom. The wall behind Brook collapsed directly, and Brook was directly blasted into it by the bloody sword wave. Flick. It seemed as if something was shattered by this sword wave. Brook, who was sent to the other wall of the tavern by the red sword wave, pulled himself out from the hole in the wall. Seeing that his body was in tatters and even his bones were scarred, Brook shook his head with a wry smile. But remembering the click sound just now, I felt a little happier. Chapter 60 Battle of the Sword Heroes. I closed my eyes and recalled the feeling before. Is it different from Sauron's promotion to swordsman in the original work? In the previous confrontation with Hong, he seemed to be a piece of steel, and Hong was like a hammer beating him all the time. When fighting against the two sword moves just now, it seemed that some kind of restriction had been opened, and he was forged from steel into a sharp sword, just like the legendary carp crossing the dragon gate and turning into a powerful dragon. The swordsmanship belonging to the original Brook and the swordsmanship of the original MO1 directly reached a perfect fusion. Feeling the surrounding environment, seeing and hearing the domineering appearance and the realm of a swordsman, I could vaguely feel the breath of all things wherever my eyes passed, and the cracks in the rock and steel were looming. Is this the sword hero? Yo ho ho ho, that's great. Brook adjusted his afro, ripped off his tattered shirt, and took out the broken violin inside that was chopped off by Hong. Totally destroyed. Then you can rest here. He carefully put his old friend aside and reached out with his white hand bones to grab his morning sword. There seemed to be a pleasant feeling coming from the sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he waved it towards the ground. After a moment, a crack several meters deep opened in the ground. Just like that, he slowly picked up the broken violin and put it into the pit. Brook looked at sword, turned to look at the big hole in the wall of the tavern, and walked out slowly. The third round start. Standing outside the street, Hong holding the reverse blade knife looked at Brook, who walked out with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The slender Brook was wearing trousers and his upper body was covered with exposed white bones. He looked extremely weird, but in his red eyes, Brook seemed to have become a sword, a sharp long sword. Have you become a swordsman? Oh ho ho ho, now we are both at the same level. You who are good at the sword of power will face me, who is good at the sword of softness. Can you still be as relaxed as before? Just try it and you'll know. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong attacked Brook directly. Cross reverse blade, continuous slash. Hong directly approached Brook, grasped the reverse blade with both hands, and launched a powerful offensive against Brook. In the dark night, the slashes made by Hong's reverse blade turned into red cross attacks. Dodge on the left, block on the right, take a step back in the middle, and then stab. With the help of Haki, Brook easily dodged Red's attack and stabbed out with his sword. Hong was also very experienced in fighting. The huge sense of threat coming from the front of his head made his body automatically dodge, and he narrowly avoided Brook's stab. Seeing that the blow missed, Brook jumped back hard with his leg bones, opening a distance of more than 5 meters. The legs began to move rhythmically, and the sound of tapping suddenly sounded, and the sound was hummed in the nasal cavity at the right time. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Humming in a light rhythm, with obvious harassment intentions. Strengthen your own rhythm of attacks and disrupt your opponent's attack rhythm. Hong frowned slightly. Although the other party's harassment had little effect on him, if he continued humming like this, he was afraid that the voice from the loudspeaker would be as powerful as before. He needs to be stopped. Hong immediately took a lunge and stabbed out the reverse blade knife in his hand. Although there was still more than 2 meters away from Brook, the reverse blade knife seemed to lengthen as Hong thrust out. Facing this constant thrust, Brook dodged without thinking. Then a dim light flashed in his eyes, and he stepped forward and handed over the sword in his hand. Revolutionary dance, continuous stabs. Ding, 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 ding. The hand bone drove the morning sword, turning into an afterimage and stabbing Hong with more than 10 swords in succession. Each sword thrust left behind a sharp blue sword wave more than half a meter long. Hong on the opposite side immediately turned around to defend. Although most of the attacks were blocked by Hong, there were also 1 or 2 swords that directly pierced Hong's body. Looking down at the 2 cone-shaped blood holes in his abdomen and thighs, veins began to appear on the red muscles all over his body. The blood from the 2 wounds was immediately squeezed back by the muscles. The legs exerted force, and a hole appeared under his feet. The powerful force brought about an explosion of speed, and he was in front of Brook in the blink of an eye. The attack from bottom to top was fast and powerful. Reverse blade slash. The bloody long knife seemed to have blocked Brook's retreat. Facing this sudden blow, Brook's domineering attitude had already been noticed. He held the sword in his hand horizontally, held the tip of the sword with his left hand again, and blocked the incoming reverse blade sword forcefully. As if with some purpose, Brook relied on the powerful force brought by the death sword to block, and his whole body flew into the sky, and his body actually flew nearly 20 meters into the sky. As if his dexterous body had no weight, Brook turned over in the sky, with his leg bones at the top and his head at the bottom. He held the sword tightly with both hands and used his waist to rotate the whole skeletal body in midair. Flying dragon slash. Brook, who was turning faster and faster, descended from the sky and shot straight down towards Hong. In Hong's eyes, the skeleton man in midair transformed from a sharp sword into a giant dragon with fangs and claws and crashed towards him. Holding the reverse blade knife in his hand tightly, he felt the sense of crisis coming from all around him, which seemed to be suppressing him and leaving him with nowhere to escape. Then I'll show it to you. The reverse blade sword clanked as Hong quickly sheathed it and assumed a posture that was obviously to draw the sword and strike. Draw your sword and slash the sea of blood. If there are outsiders present, they can see a long spinning dragon that crashes straight into a turbulent sea of blood. Boom. A strong air pressure blew in all directions from where the two met. Faced with the attack that came to him in the blink of an eye, Hong Mian unsheathed his sword and struck it accurately on Brook's strongest attack point. Brook was holding the death sword in his hand, and his body was still spinning. Of course, the speed was also slowing down little by little. The collision of the 2 weapons made a harsh friction sound, and countless sparks burst out. Seeing that this blow didn't have much effect, Brook directly used the sword with both arms, After several consecutive backflips in the air, he stood on a broken wall. Feeling the looming domineering power of what he has seen and heard, his mental strength is also reflecting a hint of fatigue. Only then did Brook realize that he seemed to be using it too often. After entering the island, there was a battle on the Sand Channel radio station, followed by a large-scale concert, and then a battle with Durst, and then immediately transferred here to have a fierce duel with Hong. It seems that his physical and mental strength is almost reaching its limit. Feeling that Hong's breathing has become faster, Brook suggested to Hong, "I think you are almost reaching your limit." Hong didn't reply, staring at Brook intently. "How about it? Do you want to decide the outcome with one move?" Brook continued to ask nonchalantly. "Come." Chapter 61, The Best of the Game. After getting the answer he wanted, Brook closed his soul-state eyes slightly and opened them suddenly after a moment, with a bright light in his eyes. Hong, who was standing not far away, gradually calmed down his breathing. Just when Brook was about to make a move, he also took a stance. "Come on, let's decide the outcome with one move." Brook's mind twitched, and he continued smoothly. "It's a matter of life and death." Brook came back to his senses and was a little embarrassed. In order to cover up this embarrassment, he waved the sword in his hand a few times, and Brook decided to attack immediately. Almost at the same time, the legs of the two people moved, each rushing towards their respective goals. The reverse blade in one hand glowed red, and the death sword in one hand glowed blue. In an instant, the distance between the two was close to their respective attack ranges. Hong's hands clenched the reverse blade, and the muscles of his arms bulged, and he slashed towards Brook's waist. In addition to the red light glowing under the sword, a whole sea of dark blood seemed to be brought up behind him. Death blood sea, reverse slash. The morning sword in Brook's hand glowed with blue light, as blue as the sea. With a sword swing, a tsunami came behind him, and Brook transformed into a fish, a carp. The carp rides the surging waves and rolls his sword towards the opponent's surging sea of blood. Just when sword was about to come into contact with the reverse blade, Brook's body and sword's image changed again. Brook's body looked like a blue dragon, and the sword in his hand transformed into a dragon's tail. Suffer all the hardships and swim upstream to become a divine dragon. Singing nose sanding, fish tail change. Dragon flick. The giant blue dragon twisted its body, and its powerful tail carried the turbulent sea water directly to cover the sea of blood. Clang. In the eyes of the two swordsmen, Brook's death sword accurately hit Hong's reverse blade. 2 seconds after the two swords came into contact, a crack appeared on the blade of Hong's reverse blade, and was then directly removed by Brook's death sword. The Supreme Being was defeated. As a swordsman, if the sword in your hand is taken away by the enemy, it means failure, and failure means death. And Brook had no pity for the opponent who allowed him to enter the realm of swordsman. The swordsman died in the hands of a swordsman stronger than himself, which was also a good ending. Puff. After knocking away his opponent's weapon, Brook swiped at Hong's neck. Looking at the extremely smooth sword, Brook slowly inserted it into the scabbard. Dang. Yo ho ho ho, what a good opponent. Jin Haohong, who was wearing a brighter red dress than before, fell straight down, with a huge wound on his neck pouring out a lot of blood. Brook's eyes moved to the reverse blade not far away, and he slowly walked over and picked it up. Looking at the small crack on the blade, he couldn't help but shake his head. It's a nice, good knife. I think it can be used after repairing it, but it's a pity that it has a reverse blade. I think you just want to accompany your master here. Brook was talking to himself in front of a knife. After asking the knife for its opinion, he slowly closed his eyes, as if listening to something. I see. Then Brook turned around and walked to Hong's side, placing the reverse blade in Hong's arms. He stood up straight and looked around at the pitted and fragmented field that had been destroyed by the two men. He shrugged helplessly and stretched, all the bones in his body creaking. Oh, my old arms and legs have been exercising too much this whole night. I shouldn't have to fight anymore. Brook joked to himself, and then felt the roar coming from the center of St. Kitts Island, and couldn't help but shake his head. Work hard. Yeah, I have to find a few glasses of milk to replenish the bones first. After speaking, Brook slowly disappeared into the darkness. Brook versus Red. Brook wins. In this battle, Brook beheaded 2 enemy cadres, assisted in killing 1 cadre, assisted in killing a 1 million pirate leader, and assisted in killing a large number of miscellaneous soldiers, 7. Won the overall MVP. P.S. Brook's battle is finally finished. Guess what his title will become? P.S. The battle in Moria will be condensed as much as possible, and it feels like many chapters have been written for this battle. At this time, at the location of the clock tower in the center of St. Kitts, let us push the time forward a little bit again. Moria and Awire met for the first time. After just a short conversation with each other, they attacked each other. Clang! Boom! Moria's broadsword slashed straight towards Awire's fist. A powerful burst of energy spurted out from where the two of them met. When the air pressure dropped slightly, he looked down and saw that his sword could not cut through the opponent's fist. Moria's pupils shrank slightly. Although he was a little surprised, Moria was still very experienced in fighting. The shadow under him quickly and stealthily slashed at Awire with a long knife. Noisy, noisy, noisy. The dark shadow warrior held the big sword in his hand and cut Awire in half like this. Solved? A trace of doubt flashed in Moria's heart. Couldn't he kill the opponent with just one knife? What are you thinking? Awire's face remained unchanged after being cut off from the waist, and he uttered sarcastic words. Although he said so, his left hand actually delivered a heavy punch. The bronze arm seemed to darken slightly, and he punched Moria's huge body directly. Hit by this heavy punch to the abdomen, Moria's huge body was knocked back 7 or 8 meters. Enduring the severe pain in his abdomen, he gritted his teeth and looked up at Awire, only to see that the other person's body was intact, and it seemed that the cutoff just now had never happened at all. Ability? What abilities are there? It can fly, cannot kill, and its arms can withstand blades. I need to find out what the opponent's abilities are before I can defeat him accurately. Moria began to prepare to observe the opponent's ability. He stepped up quickly and immediately closed the distance between them. He held a big knife in his left hand and right hand and slashed at Awire at the same time. Jiaoqia. The huge body held the blade in his hand and slashed at Awire's body left and right. It cut in easily, as if it hadn't hit anything, but it still seemed like it had hit something. This time, Moria was always paying attention to Awire's changes, and Moria's heart sank when he observed Awire's changes. There was no flesh and blood at the place where the blade cut, and he couldn't even feel the bones. Does the other person's body have no entity? No wonder it is said to be unkillable. A person with natural fruit ability? Awire grinned and kicked his left leg hard towards Mariah's leg. Whip legs.